Right, welcome everybody to Trovo Titans. I am, of course, ready, set, and I'm joined by none other than the very handsome Nighttime Clasher. Guys, we have advanced to the top 8 teams in the Trovo Titans Brawl Stars tournament, where they're going to compete for amazing prizing. They defied their way through the round of 16 yesterday, and Night, I gotta say, I mean, it was pretty much all sweeps until we got to that final match. It was pretty exhilarating to see a set number 3.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the bracket here. Our first match up is Navi versus Pharmacy Senders, both top teams in this EECA region. So yeah, as you see across the board, there's some teams coming from EMEA, EECA. So it's great to see some different regions coming together, see how those metas play out today. But yeah, definitely some underdogs today looking to make their names in this tournament, but definitely some big names. Navi and Unima both are in the top 3 of this EECA region.
It's great to see all of these teams ready for the top 8. Navi VS and Pharmacy Centers. Yeah, definitely going to be a hot match to see right off the bat. They're going to be competing for awesome prizing too. We'll get a look at the payouts for today. It is going to be a number 1 prize of €900. But if you don't get number 1, you're still walking away with a nice sum. €400 for second place, third through fourth get 200, and some pretty good prizing just for getting to the round of 16 or round of 8. They're also competing for these Titan points tonight.
Yeah, so these Titan points are going to accumulate across a lot of these Trovo Titans tournaments. And they're going to be redeemed for prizes later. And it's not too late to get in on that. You can check this out at trovotitans.live and join in on some other tournaments.
Absolutely. It's going to be lots and lots of fun. Make sure you stay updated with Trovo Titans. I mean, it's not just Brawl Stars. It is other games as well. We got loads of other events coming up as well across other games here on Trovo. Pretty soon we'll be moving into match number 1, and we were saying this is Navi versus Pharmacy Cinders. It's going to be such an amazing competition, but look at these other awesome competitions. Tonight, they're starting off with CSGO, and that's actually taking place in just a couple days.
Yeah, and they got League of Legends, Apex, and Clash Royale. So a bunch of different tournaments, bunch of different games. So if Brawl Stars isn't your thing, but you just like to watch it, yeah, you go participate in some of these, and $2,500 Euro prize stands for all of them as well.
Yep, if you're not playing in them, you can at least watch them. It's going to be an absolute blast. And as I said, though, we're moving into match number 1 pretty soon here. If you even want to call it match number 1, it's more like match number 9 coming off of yesterday. We're starting off the quarterfinals, Pharmacy Centers versus Navi. And Knight, you and I were kind of in disbelief that these guys were going to be facing off this early on in the quarterfinals. 2 of the top teams in the region, in really the tournament overall. And already, one of them is going to get knocked out by the other.
Yeah, like yesterday we already saw Craze Clan got deleted in the round of 16. Not what they are expecting, for sure. But yeah, already the number 2 seed in EECA is gone. So that's going to open the door for a lot of other teams as well to step up for that. Unima Gaming, Pharmacy Centers, both teams who could dominate their individual sides of the bracket. But there is one thing to note today when we look at some of these bans and see some of these brawler picks. Note that Leon and Gale did have their new gadgets into the game just this morning. So,
oh wow,
I don't know how strong they are, but from what I've seen, that Gale one is really, really good. And the Leon one it's all right, but I think we might see some Gale.
So I'm a little bit out of the loop tonight. Maybe you can elaborate on what exactly those gadgets are, because I have kind of no idea what they do.
Yeah, so Gale's gadget is called Twister. It drops a little tornado. It's like a 3x3 tile tornado on the map, and it just sits there for 10 seconds. You can shoot through it, you can jump over it, but you cannot walk through it. It's pretty much a temporary water that you can drop on the field. And yeah,
you can't destroy it
can
either.
Block a choke point. Yeah, you can. It just blocks any choke point for 10 seconds. It can literally even block a siege robot. So, I mean, it's pretty insane.
That's so awesome. What about Leon's?
Leon's is called Lollipop Drop. It's drops a little totem like Bo has 1500 health, and it gives you a circle of invisibility for your team. So that's a fun one. That's a
We
fun
love
one.
it. We love the free Sandy Super just from, again, to the green button 3 times a game. Maybe it'll come into play today. I think people are still just a little bit iffy about playing Leon in competitive. But one thing is for sure is that the teams that stay on top and the teams that rise to the top quickly are the ones who are able to adapt to these changes in the meta, right? The ones who are able to look for any little things that they can use to their advantage and just absolutely crush the opposition with them. So we'll be keeping our eyes peeled for any Gale or Leon today with those new gadgets in play. We also have a few other new gadgets in play that we haven't really seen much in this tournament, but we've seen in other regions. For me, it was definitely Stu's breakthrough gadget. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen it as much, but as we narrow things down to our top few teams, I think we'll see it just a little bit more tonight.
Yeah. So looking at some of these new gadgets, if you're one of the underdog teams, you're going to want to pull out these new gadgets, maybe as like a surprise pick to throw off some of the top teams. And if you're one of those top teams, you might want to ban these gadgets or the brawlers that have those gadgets, because you're like, well, hey, we scrimmed this map for this competition this whole week, and if this new gadget comes in, then it kind of disrupts what we've been scrimming for this whole week, right? On maps such as Split, on the right or the left lane, think about how a Gale Twister would actually affect that, because you wouldn't be able to walk to the opponent's zone. So if you had a certain strategy on some map for this whole week, and all of a sudden for that just to be out of the window, it gives you a big disadvantage, and it pretty much resets both teams to square one, and then it's kind of even. But yeah, let's look at the first maps and modes for the match.
Yeah, well, match number 1 coming up hot. It's going to be Navi versus Pharmacy Cinders. As we were saying, we'll start things off on double swoosh, then move into nuts and bolts. Set number 3 is going to be parallel plays. Set number 4, triple dribble. Set number 5, Canal Grand. We're only guaranteed to play set 1 through 3. Triple dribble and Canal Grand will be our tiebreakers. I love Canal Grand as a tiebreaker. Usually it's typically such a nail biter, but I do approve of the first 3 sets. Double swoosh is definitely one that I'm going to be using to judge the rest of the match after set 1 has completed, not just because it's set number 1, but because it's just such a quintessential mode and it's a quintessential map. And I think if we see like double pulls out here from one of these teams or the other, then that's how we can judge that, okay, this game, this team, they really have the game sense, they know what they're doing, and they're going to take the W.
Yeah, so let's see what they do ban. But on double swoosh, one of the most common brawlers there are Jean and Terra. But yesterday we saw a little bit of reluctance from a lot of these teams actually to go with Terra. They were more opting for the spike pick with that big cactus. So let's see if they still go with those picks, or they opt for a more traditional Terra, Jean, and Amber comp. Yeah, definitely going to see some Bell banned. Obviously, Bell is a monster on double swoosh, parallel plays, Canal Grande, triple dribble, pretty much anywhere here except for nuts and bolts. But yeah, you do not want to be facing up against Bell. You do not want to be facing up against Stu. And yeah, Primo, obviously, like, going to be crazy on triple dribble, parallel plays, nuts and bolts. I mean, those are brawlers that we can easily see removed just off the bat. I mean, Navi, again, being the top team, you don't want to be surprised by these little weird things like a Primo or a Stu. So you're just going to put those to rest and be like, okay, we want to play the regular meta brawlers, not with the broken brawlers, but just with meta brawlers. We'll play this correctly and we'll move on to the next round.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't be too shocked if we see Pharmacy Cinders go with something more targeted towards Navi. Navi, they're kind of like El Clasico from this region, as they are repeatedly taking W's across really any competition that they dare touch, or any competition that dares invite them, right? Navi, they're absolutely insane, and they're pretty well documented as well, so there's absolutely an advantage that Pharmacy Cinders has that they can use to their advantage. They can look through their old footage. I believe we're going to be getting into the bans as well, and from there we can start to deduce whether we're going to see targeted bans or just bans out of confidence to narrow down the possibilities. We're expecting the confidence bans from Navi and Pharmacy Centers to go for something more targeted. El Primo is going to start us off. See what Pharmacy Centers have to respond.
Oh, yeah, they do have that gene ban here. Probably for Navi has a really good gene, and Pharmacy Centers doesn't really have a main gene player. And we're just waiting on these last two, but I wouldn't be so surprised if it was Bell and Stu. There's Stu. Yep. And Bell is going to be open today. Poco and Primo. We've seen this set of bans a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, right? How we leave Bell completely open in Night. We were also talking yesterday about how this one match where we see Bell, they just don't even use those bear traps. Of course, that team got knocked out of the competition, so it is telling, right? You got to be using her full kit if you're going to use Bell. Otherwise, pretty much just go for a Piper anyway. She's going to be better at establishing the long-range control. But those are your bans. For our upcoming match, they're going to be the same bans across the entire match. Poco, Gene, El Primo, and Stu. Bell absolutely wide open for the entire match. And a real prudent team would play her on pretty much every single map that's in rotation.
Absolutely. Bell on double swoosh is just a monster on the lanes. While you don't necessarily want her on the mid, because the mid of double swoosh is kind of closed off by those two walls next to the gem mine for both sides. Brawlers actually like Sandy do a lot better in the mid. We've seen Sandy coming out as more of a pick when Gene is banned in the NA region. I've seen this a lot. But yeah, Sandy does well because you can use his Sweet Dreams gadget in the mid to stop the other person. And then you can actually pair a Sandy stun with like a Terra pole sometimes to get a kill. So let's see what they do.
Well, we'll see the Sandy, that's for sure. It's the Sandy mid from both teams. Actually, it's the Spike on the right lane from Pharmacy Centers. Spike on the left lane from BBG. So am I seeing double, or are we just playing mirror comps? It is going to be the Sandy 1v1 at mid. And Amber trying to lock down the lane. Navi, Cube is actually going to have a tough time. Gets taken down by that attack from Beck. But Navi, nonetheless, are going to keep control of mid. BBG is doing a good job of denying that super to Dark Angel. Beck still going for some easy shots on MMA, but it's really going to come down to whether we see some good control around those key points of the enemy side of the map for Navi to be able to snag some more gems and some more control. Ooh, there's a Sweet Dreams. Kiwi gets a kill.
Using that Sweet Dreams. Yeah, they do get a first blood with that Sweet Dreams on the enemy mid, and they've got a Spike from both sides. I do want to point out that no team has a Bell here, which is very interesting again, but notice that Navi has their Sandstorm up first. This is going to be a huge advantage. Look at that. They're just able to collapse all the way onto Beck here. The enemy does get the Sandy super up as well, but it's way too late. The 10th gem is already there, and Navi are running home with this first game, it looks like.
Yeah, it does look like a sure win for Navi. There's pretty much no way MMA gets touched from here. And Knight, I completely agree with you. It does kind of come down to who gets those supers first. And something we saw from Navi is they were routinely getting the first supers. They have the first Spike super, they have the first Sandy super, they have the first Amber super, right? You can break down the walls, you can narrow down the area that the enemy's standing in as well with that Spike super. You're able to zone things out. And then the Sandstorm just gives you so much control over a large portion of the map. So well played there by both teams. It's going to be going to Navi. And following that mirror match, though, I'm kind of wondering, is this just the meta on the map? Is it really that locked in? Or is it just a happenstance that they both chose the same comp?
Yeah, I think usually you would want to go a Bell instead of that Spike. But I think actually not picking Bell makes a bit of sense here, considering that both teams go as Sandy. Sandy is one of the #1 counters against Bell, not because you can just kill the Bell very easily. But Bell has a long range and Sandy has a short range, which a lot of people see as a counter. But when Sandy gets a super off of the other brawlers, Bell's scouting for a sandstorm is so bad. And
Yeah.
you can almost spawn trap Bell sometimes with Sandy. You can 3-shot her, and yeah, there's very little you can do as a Bell against a Sandy when there's a sandstorm up. And on the other hand, Spike is going to do a little bit better across the board compared to Bell, because you can use your shots to actually scout the sandstorm very well. The curveball has a massive range. It's like a huge circle. Scouts like half of a sandstorm. And I'm still interested to see the Spike pick, though, and it does make sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. It also makes sense for defending against an enemy tank. We do see the Bell, though, from Pharmacy Cinders, and when you said Bell scouting is so bad in a sandstorm, I felt like you spoke to me on a very, I don't know, it just hit different, because I pick up Bell, I say, this is an OP brawler. I should definitely be doing better with this brawler, but it seems like I miss all my shots. Her bullet, it's so tiny. You have to have pinpoint aim to make it work. BBG is going in with the big cactus, though. Does not, unfortunately, get any healing from it. Just gets that shot reflected from Beck. Cube on the right lane isn't able to get the super down just yet and burn away those bushes. Navi, they're ahead by just 1 gem, but it's kind of arbitrary. Both teams have 4 gems, just ones that have spawned on their respective sides of the map. Well, Navi taking a momentary 1 gem lead.
Yeah, so I actually took some time to think about this, and I think I know why Spike is picked here, because usually when you're fighting off on this left lane, you're probably going to be playing against an Amber. And what Amber does great is she burns all the bushes. So brawlers who can't sneak up to you after the bushes are burned are going to struggle a little bit more. Like Terra, with the short range and no bushes, you're not going to be able to get on anyone. But Spike does fine regardless of the bush, because he has such a long shot. He can actually deal with that Amber.
Well, yeah, that makes absolutely complete sense. And he's able to get the wall peek, too, right? And that is going to pose some major issues for Amber. We see the big cactus up, though, in the sandstorm. Cube gonna make short work of it. Williams can't really make any use of the healing either. Dark Angel, though, is holding on to the 9th gem. Navi quite behind. There's the 10th gem, but he got too aggressive. And do we actually see Cube able to bring this one back? Yes, actually. We're going to see the countdown going to Navi, but Pharmacy Cinders soon to respond with a countdown of their own. There is... Actually, no, there's not enough time for them to get a countdown. Navi, they are going to be getting this game unless one of their members dies. Beck actually is going to help get this kill, and Dark Angel is able to pick up the 10th. It is a tie game. And Pharmacy Cinders, they'll be taking back the 11th gem, now the 12th. And looks like Dark Angel was able to redeem himself. It looks like a bit of an over-aggressive play for just a moment, but they're going to be able to come back and bring home the victory. It's 1-1 in set number 1.
Yeah, what they did really great there actually was using the bell tags. You saw the bell taking full advantage of that Mark super. They made sure to land it on the mid, which is the Sandy, every single time. Being able to just mark the Sandy, you can kill him in pretty much 2 shots with any of those brawlers. As well, they had that Sandstorm every time they were pushing up towards the end. They had that Sandstorm ready. The Sandstorm is really good for actually stealing gems because you can grab them first, just getting kills with the Sandstorm because they don't know where you are really. And then when you're running back, they also don't know where to shoot. They waste all their shots. And by the time they're trying to reload, it's way too late and you're out of there. That's exactly what we saw in this second game. And Pharmacy Centers are looking to make a comeback in that first set.
Yeah, I will hand it to them. The bell, it worked out pretty well for tagging up the Sandy. So this is when we start to speculate. Is Navi going to respond with something like that of their own? Are they going to be going for the bell? Something tells me no, because they were doing pretty well without it. Though, admittedly, Navi, they came so close to victory, mostly because, well, Sandy from Pharmacy Centers got a little bit too aggressive, pushed right into an enemy, Sweet Dreams gadget, and got punished pretty heavily for it. it was a really nice comeback by Pharmacy Centers, but it could have been avoided altogether without just being so aggressive there at mid when you're kind of outmanned and outgunned.
Yeah, I think I know what the pharmacy centers were going for in this game, actually. They had this Bell. They said, Bell is great on this map, but if we go against a Sandy, then we're screwed. So, what they were trying to do is just play the long range fight with the Spike and the Bell, not give that Sandy any of its super. And if the Sandy doesn't have the super, then Bell has no problem. So, that's what they were trying to play off most of the time. We saw Navi get their first Sandstorm up around like the 8th gem during that crucial time when you're trying to get those last few gems and finish out the game. So I don't think the plan worked 100% like they wanted it to, but they were able to get a robbery and still go home with that win.
Yeah. I completely side with you on the whole, like, let's just deny the super to enemy Sandy. He's short ranged and he's not going to be like one of the most challenging to deny that super to. Really, it's just going to be the element of surprise that he has on his side. And you just got to kind of know where he is most of the time, or at least have some really good guesswork to tell where that Sandy is going to be and deny the super. Don't give him any shots. It is a lot easier on paper than it is in practice to simply not give someone super, especially when they get it for the first time. And now they're able to snowball that into an awesome victory for themselves and just charge up their super by use of their super or some assistance from their teammates. So we'll see if anything changes when we move into game number 2. I assume our players are getting ready and possibly putting a lot of thought into using the same comps once again. Or perhaps this is indication that we see the Bell pick from Nevi.
Yeah, looking at this next game here, the Sandy from this both sides actually, they were doing just a really good job at staying in the mid and not going too far off to the sides, because if it goes off to the sides, Sandy will just get burst down by those other brawlers in actually just like a second. On the other side of pharmacy centers, using that Bell correctly is going to be their number one advantage. But when you have that Sandy super up, the Bell can't actually take advantage of it. Like Amber is a burst brawler, she can use the Bell super, no, the Sandy super to do a ton of damage. But Bell, I mean, you sneak up to someone, you're only doing like 4,500 damage. You can't get a full kill all the time.
Yeah, this is absolutely true. Let's take a look at the brawlers that our players are bringing this time. Cube is going to be going for the Sprout, perhaps for the denial onto Bell. Any long-range interactions are going to be having a real tough time versus the walls that this little guy can throw up. Cube still locking down the control on the right side of the map. Dark Angel looking for any opportunity to grab some gems as well. Cube's giving Williams a really tough time. Dark Angel appears to have turned into a bot as well. Must be reloading his game. And oh dear, he is going to be bringing 2 gems all the way to the enemy side of the map. Gets stunned once more and somehow escapes from this one for free. This is funny to watch. MMA though is going to grab that 9th gem, and we see the control from BBG's. MMA going to grab the 10th. Navi running it back with the dub.
Yeah, and if you are pharmacy centers in this position, that's just awful, because you're already the underdog of this match. You're trying to make a statement here, and this is a huge loss of momentum. When they were even in a possibility of taking the first set and giving them the momentum, they just lose it all with a simple disconnection. Now the team's got to figure out a way to recover for this next match.
Yeah, well, really what is going to help is just digging deep and, completely resetting and forgetting this match, just erasing it from their memory and pretending like it didn't happen and just going for the W's, right? It is a lot easier said than done, but it is one of the most powerful strategies that we see used by teams around the globe that have advanced to World Finals spots. They are just able to completely reset after a game. And we saw some teams struggling with that one. Some teams yesterday, actually, the round of 16, they had just had enough after the first goal in Brawl Ball in the final game. And it was kind of funny to watch. But now we're at the stage of the tournament where you kind of can't afford to just give up like that. You can't afford to just throw in the towel because there is a lot of money on the line. And there are also a lot more people watching as we're in the quarterfinals. You got a reputation to preserve, especially if you're Navi, who have been repeatedly taking the number 1 spot in the region. So Navi versus Pharmacy Cinders. So far, looks like Navi has the better chance of this one. Pharmacy Cinders, they managed to get the W with a really nice comp switch up there from the Amber to the Bell. We'll see if that continues to work out. Hopefully they sort out that disconnect issue.
Yeah, that's probably why we're going to have to wait just a second here for one of those teams to reconnect. But looking at this next map, it is nuts and bolts. With the given bans, we might see a Bell. It's a possibility. Not the strongest brawler here, but let's see if these teams decide for control comps, aggro comps, or just straight defense comps. So the defense comps can be with like Lou or a Sprout. Our aggro comps are like with Barley, a Carl, and just the control comps maybe with a Jean, a Sandy, and maybe Surge or Bell like we saw yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, Surge, Bell, we've seen them a little bit here and there, but I definitely side with the Lou. That is a good pick, but just like not in the presence of Bell, you know? Bell, she's a better defender, and Lou is just kind of like your like Walmart brand. Bell, if you don't have her available, we'll see what we got from both teams. No Bell from either team, and no Lou from either team. We're going for something a little bit more tanky for Pharmacy Cinders. Navi, they are going for the control. We got Carl to snag that first bolt. Cube and MA going for the Barley and Sandy control. Beck not able to get that value as he gets stunned. Dark Angel taking some major damage as well. Level 3 siege bot for Pharmacy Cinders. Let's see what Navi is able to do in terms of defense.
Yeah, I love this comp here from Pharmacy Cinders. This is what I was talking about yesterday. When you have a Mortis and a Buzz, Buzz goes to one lane and Mortis goes to the other. So you have 2 brawlers, full control at the beginning of a game. It's a great advantage to have. And yeah, this is a big aggro comp from the side of Pharmacy Cinders. But if you're Navi, look at this Carl comp, and with a Barley, that's your aggro comp that you're going to use to try to one push the base. And yeah, I think this might be a little bit of a mismatch for Navi, especially considering this tank comp is a hard counter that Mortis is going to be dancing all over the Barley and the Carl.
Another level 5 siege bot for Pharmacy Cinders, as they have managed to stay on top of mid the entire time. A little bit of protesto from Beck as he's getting ready to get his super. If this bot makes it in to the Ike, could actually be a one push for Pharmacy Cinders. They're not even going to mess with this, though. No desire to go in and stun the Ike. No, we'll just go for mid control instead. And they kind of need it. If they weren't able to get the one push, then they would have been totally out of this game. Dark Angel gets stunned, isn't able to get the kill on BBGs. Is he able to wait or walk away with that one bolt? Yes, but there's 10 seconds left, and Navi, they're still in the lead marginally. They're going to be getting 8 bolts total. Pharmacy Cinders, are they going to be able to match? That is the question of the day. No, we do not see Navi snagging a bot. It's going to be the tie from Pharmacy Cinders. 10% left on the Ike, though. It's entirely possible for Navi to get a nice super. Just damage it down, get the win. No, not going to happen.
Yeah, no way for Navi to break through. I mean, Mortis just going to absolutely destroy any of those brawlers. And the Dino, love to see that pick. Frank, they don't have the DPS to deal with those brawlers. Carl is actually severely hurt by the Dino on this map because he can stun him when he's doing the flying hook. He can stun him when he's doing the tailspin, which is a super. So there's no way for Carl to win a 1v1 against the Dino. Barley struggles against the Mortis. Sandy, I mean, sure, you can get a super, but it doesn't matter. You can't kill a 10,000 health Frank at the end of the day.
Yeah, just a single stun is not going to be able to take him out, and that is unfortunate. Though, I completely agree with you as well on the stun with Dino. I might pick your brain a little bit later to ask why you call him Dino, because I thought his name was Buzz, but maybe sometimes I get confused. I'm like, man, I didn't see a Dynamite in that match. I'm like, oh, he's talking about Buzz, the dinosaur with the life preserver. Yeah, that guy. No, but the stun that you're able to get on Carl, right? He's like the same speed as Carl, except now he has this free stun. He's able to perform better in the close range interactions, and his super just counters the heck out of Carl's because he gets a stun. It's the same situation that we see with Surge, played for a sort of Carl counter, as you're able to get that invincibility in the stun. It's a real nice kit that he has, and it does give Carl a pretty tough time. This is time for Navi to switch things up and go for more of what Pharmacy Senders are going for.
Yep. So looking at that comp there, we might see that again from Pharmacy Senders. I don't think they're too opposed to the crazy comps. Navi, though, does have to keep that in the back of their head when they're selecting their next comp. They have to pick something that's more well-rounded, doesn't certainly counter any comps, but they really want to be playing this safe because they do not want to be losing any sets against a team that they should objectively be beating. So if you look at the comps from Navi, it was a very weak comp because it can be easily countered, but it does have its strength as well, of course. And Pharmacy Senders should, I think if you're Pharmacy Senders, you go with that Buzz again. I mean, that did a lot of work for them. They just went aggro, aggro, and aggro. You even see them diving into the Ike's range just to get a kill. I mean, they were absolutely nuts. They would do anything to get any kills.
That was so funny to me as well. It's like, okay, you went into the range of the Ike. What exactly were you expecting? But they get the kill, but they die themselves. I guess they have more mobility, so it's not that much of an issue. Perhaps they're not too concerned about feeding the enemy supers either. They're charging up their own by going aggro and getting some damage as well, so it's not too much of a problem. So I'm looking forward to seeing it again. It was very entertaining to watch. I wonder what we could see from Navi to counter this. Yup, it's gonna be the M's and the Buzz as well. Pharmacy Senders, they're going for something vastly different. This is the total bait from Pharmacy Senders, and they're gonna be locking down control already. It's upsetting to behold. It is the first W for Pharmacy Senders right off the beginning. They're even throwing up the Yoshi wall to get some damage on the safe from Beck. Wow, very well played by Pharmacy Senders. They're not just playing Brawl Stars. They're not just playing Siege here on Nuts and Bolts. They are playing mental games with their enemy.
Yeah, this is a genius pick from Pharmacy Senders. They read Navi like a book. That Ike is just going to get melted.
No!
Look at that. One push, just the Barley Super will separate Pharmacy Senders from winning this second set. Yeah, so the best thing to actually use against tank counters, such as like M's or like Dino, you just use control brawlers like Sprout or Barley. And yeah, they just absolutely destroy them. Sandy's going to be the answer for the Dino here. The Sweet Dreams can go straight through the grapple from the Dino, so they can't get on anyone there. And look at the Barley on the right side. He's going in for the dive. Looks like Pharmacy Senders. Oh, what? He missed the shot.
Oh, man. And he only got one little bottle there, too. At least he's going to respawn to start getting a defense up here. And we'll see if Navi's able to pull off a one push. No way did they just do that.
Oh, no
way. Navi, they respond with the one push after Pharmacy Senders pull off the epic prediction. Navi, they respond with a one push, and it's not even like a one push targeted composition, though. I mean, with the Barley, anything can happen, really. That is upsetting. I thought it was going to go to Pharmacy Senders. I applaud them for their, genius and their ability to read their enemy. But man, that could have gone better.
Yeah, Pharmacy Senders clearly had a comp advantage there. Barley not being able to just land two bottles on the safe on the right side at the end, I think that was the game breaker. Even if they didn't get that dive, though, the Sprout just had to keep in mind, like, all I need to do is get a wall here. If I can wall off this bot, it's a free defense. And this is the same thing you see with a lot of these defense brawlers. You see Bell, Lou, and Sprout. Those are your three main defense brawlers. So the things you need to be doing with those brawlers is very simple. Just get the super, and then you defend with it. If you don't have the super, you die. I mean, it's a very simple concept, but they have to be able to execute it. Because if you can't defend with the brawler that you brought for defense, then why are you bringing that brawler?
Yeah, we saw that a little bit, right? Like Sprout yesterday, we're like, wait, why aren't you putting up the wall? It's defense time. Put up the wall, dude. Yeah, if you're going to be bringing a brawler that's focused around defense, then dang, you should definitely be using them for defense rather than just trying to make them work on the mid fight for control. They're going to be okay for control, but that's not why you're playing them, right? So use their kit for what it's meant to be used for, at least in your team's sort of strategic mind, where you're picking the brawlers, you're picking your little set of brawlers that you're going to be able to bring into this battle. So I would say well picked by Pharmacy Centers, but not as well executed as it could have been. We were so close to seeing the Barley final shots going in on the Ike there. Just maybe a split-second move right there could have saved the game for Pharmacy Centers and taken us into set number 3 already. But we're going to remain in set number 2, and it's all tied up between Navi and Pharmacy Centers.
Yeah, so in this final set here, the second set here, we are going to this last game. And yeah, they go with the same comps from both sides, I think, but a little bit of an adjustment to the play style of Navi, because they are not losing as badly as they were last game. Let's see what they do, though, with this first bot.
Yep, first bot going to be going to Navi. They got the level 2, and Beck is going to have to be going for the defense, whereas the wall, there it is, and the opportunity to throw up the next wall again. Where's the gadget? No gadget. There it is, but
oh, no.
Unfortunately, the bot says, what if I walked around it and punched your Ike a little bit? Only 7% anyway, but Navi, they're still going to be able to keep a little bit of control. Pharmacy Centers, though, with, honestly, an amazing retake of mid. I will hand it to them here. That was absolutely beautiful to behold.
Wow, and you see the Sweet Dreams trying to be used for the Buzz's grapple, but they used it incorrectly. They shot it before the Buzz's grapple landed, which caused the Buzz to be asleep while he was flying through the air. But by the time it was over, the Buzz was on top of the enemy already. Let's see what they do with this attack, though. They have 2 throwers. No, just 1 thrower ready to go on the safe, though. Cube is going to get a great defense, though. That M's hype, or is it the bad karma? Oh, not enough.
Bad karma. I remember when hype was just such a meme and it was all about bad karma. It was all about bad karma in the gadget. Once upon a time, man. Better days. I used to play a lot of M's back then, but now, yeah, things have changed up a lot. Imps is still putting in the work, though. This set will be going to Pharmacy Centers in a well-fought victory, well-earned as well. We'll be moving into Hot Zone pretty soon, and we'll see things switch up. Keep in mind our bans. They are Primo. We have the Stu ban as well. We have the Gene ban also. So keep in mind those bans. I know I'm missing one night. What am I missing here in terms of the bans?
Primo, Poco, Stu.
Poco.
And
yeah, that was the boy.
Yeah, Poco. But yeah, these teams there, I mean, I think they played it well. Pharmacy Centers did use the wall correctly there. On that first defense, I don't know if you noticed, but they were able to take out the Barley. That's huge. Barley is the main damage dealer. That's Sprout, able to shoot at the Barley, then get the wall down for a perfect defense on their end. And when they were on the offense, I mean, there's not much you can do to defend against 2 throwers. It doesn't matter what you do. They're going to be shooting the safe from over the water. Totally safe for them. Not so safe for your Ike. And yeah, I don't know about the M's pick from Navi, though. Probably trying to stay safe for the tanks. But again, the 2 throwers just absolutely can rail an M's there. It's not even going to be a competition.
Yeah, she doesn't like exactly have the greatest ability to deal with throwers. She's normal speed, but I swear when I play her, she feels like one of the slowest brawlers in the game. So she's not really able to get around the walls. The only thing that can get through the wall is her super. But you know, what if we just didn't let her have the super in the first place? Never let her get a hit to begin with. Okay, yeah, that might be able to really give Ems a hard time. That plus she doesn't have the greatest of wall peak, so it is, yeah, throwers just are so good against Ems. You hardly even have to try. You just got to stay on the opposite side of the wall. You just don't want to get pinched if she gets in a good position and her enemy also gets positioned on the other side of you. That's pretty much the only thing that can be done. Ems also a pretty decent pick here on parallel plays on defense, though Bell, I think, is going to be the more popular one. We could still see the Jesse mid, and then something to deal with right lane, something very aggressive. We've seen, really nice aggression from Buzz so far, as Buzz is able to get all the way to that right hot zone and deal loads of damage and just have loads of control.
Yeah. So in this next map here, parallel plays, Ruffs is not banned. Ruffs is probably one of the most overwhelming brawlers on parallel plays, because when you put two brawlers on defense on the left, they can just heal each other to the max. If there's a Ruffs and a Jesse, that Jesse can just go to like 6,000 health. And when you have a 6,000 health Jesse that does 1,900 damage per shot to you, I think it's like game over at that point. But also, we do have Buzz open on these maps. Buzz, I really want to see Buzz on the right lane, because when you have Buzz on the right lane, you just hook all the way to the back and you just run around that little wall and you can get so much of the zone early on. And getting early on pressure on the zone is so important for this map. So let's see what the teams decide to do.
Yep, but let's see. Navi, what are they going to be pulling out this time? Maze on the Ruffs, Cube on the Bell at mid, Jason going for the control with Sprout on the right lane. It's very interesting. Expected to see them in a little bit more aggressive. It's not at all what I anticipated, though. It is a welcome change for sure. MMA going to be sitting on this point on the left side looking for that first super. We do see the first super actually go the way of Pharmacy Centers as Dark Angel picks up that power-up. Jason having to fall back here and passes along that little bit of damage to Cube. Now out of commission. Pharmacy Centers now going to be able to get aggressive. There's a slow as well on the MMA. It's looking like a Pharmacy Centers offense here.
Yeah, Pharmacy Centers is all over the zone. Beck is doing just a brilliant job at staying alive here. Wow. They're all over the left zone. I think this might be game over. When you have such an early lead on this game, you usually win. And look, there's two buffs on the side of Pharmacy Centers as well. Cube not even going to stay alive for a second. Jason with the buff is almost going down. Yeah, this is looking really good for Pharmacy Centers. They're looking so strong in this hot zone set just to start off.
Beck is going to have to fall back, though. Ooh, and he does fall along with the power-up. Cube might, actually go down to Whamzy there. And Navi, they are trying their best to defend this back left hot zone, though it is one of those situations where a comeback would be absolutely insane at this point. 10% separates Pharmacy Centers from getting the W, though we'll see what Navi is able to do this time. They are completely converging on Cube there. Beck, though, is going to be making a mission, complete excursion over to the left side of the map. Dark Angel also trying to get over to this left hot zone, but he's just getting decimated, and MMA won't leave this right hot zone unless he is defeated, of course, by Beck. Navi, they continue to push in. Pharmacy Centers, they are so close to victory, but they got to get the defense first.
Yeah, if you're Pharmacy Centers right now, you know you're up 15% here. And all you have to do is defend. Just don't let them get past 90% and you're winning this game. 30 seconds left. Pharmacy Centers is looking okay for the defense, but Cube has something to say about it. Or not, he's down. And Dark Angel is now going to probably go pressure on the left. Or not. Yeah, they just want to play the defense here and win in the last 18 seconds of this match here. Just got to get it down to under 10 seconds of game left, and then they won't be able to collect any more zone. But yeah, they are in. Wham's on the left side, trying to collect this zone at the same time. Oh my goodness, I think I spoke too soon.
No way.
Navi steals it.
What? There's no way. There is no way. That is so incredible. Navi with a colossal comeback, kind of not seen before, or at least not seen usually, that sort of comeback. 50% to 90%. I thought for sure it was going to be Pharmacy Centers taking it all the way to 100% and then snagging the victory. But no, Navi says, okay, we'll keep really good defense around the left side and then make sure that we're always pushing in towards the right. Well played by Navi. They have Sprout always going for defense on the left, and Pharmacy Centers, they just send off like one guy to go for the offense and just get decimated over the walls by Sprout. They keep up the offense on the right side. I guess that's the magic formula, and we'll see if they are able to perhaps this time take the early lead rather than playing catch up for the entire game.
Yeah, Navi is looking good in this first set. After that big of a comeback, it's going to be a great momentum swing in their favor again. Pharmacy Centers was looking really strong after that siege, and they still looked really strong in this set. I don't know, it feels like they just choked that because when you're ahead so much, you don't necessarily have to attack more. You just have to defend. You just have to get that timer down to the point where they have not enough time to collect that last few percentage. And we saw them struggle a lot with that, which I'm surprised, especially because Jesse's turret and just Jesse in general is so good for defense. And Navi didn't have Jesse on their team either.
Yeah, for whatever reason, it seemed to me like Pharmacy Centers, they were using Jesse more for like offense rather than defense, and it seemed to be working okay for the most part for a while. As she's able to get the slow on the enemy with the turret, she's able to stay on the point for a while. Of course, powered up by Colonel Ruffs, but she got converged on by the entire enemy team, and that was the decider. Ooh, and we see a bit of a switch up actually from Navi. They're going for Amber this time. Pharmacy Centers, not really any difference though. So Navi, they're going to still be going for the Bell 1v1 at mid versus the Pharmacy Centers. We'll see what exactly the strat is here. Typically, it is just to cap your own point and then go for the enemy's cube, though. It is going to be getting an elimination, maybe even a couple on the right lane. Jason already leaving the point. They're going to be going for some... Oh, no, never mind. They were going for damage, or they were going for percentage on the back right lane, but they weren't able to make it, and they sacrificed a little bit of a lead on getting percentage captured on their own zone.
Yeah, you rarely see this much early blood in a parallel plays match, but you saw, I think each team member from each team died at least once there. But they do have an advantage on the side of Navi having that first rough super, and both teams are sitting at 50% now looking to play offense, not anything out of the unusual.
Yep, 50% tied with 50%. It's going to come down to those tiny little pushes that are able to get percentage claimed on the enemy side of the map. We do see Beck actually retreating a lot here, avoiding damage from MMA and Jason. He's pretty much completely trapped here, though. He does have the damage amp on his head. We'll see what he does to cope with that. Looks like he's just going to be staying out of the way of most damage. Whams goes very aggressive and is taken down by Q. Perhaps a bit of a miscalculation there. Dark Angel might also go down unless he barely survives, which of course he does. 2 health was the amount that he survived with. Pharmacy Centers, they're almost all powered up by now. They are going to be getting a colossal defense that they're hoping to turn into an offense.
Yeah. Look at this. Navi is pushing on the right side. Did throw a Ruffs boost very into the enemy front lines, though. So they're not going to be able to take advantage of that. I don't know how I feel about that play, but it doesn't feel like the right call there.
Yep, we'll see. Jason now trying to push in. Is it going to be Navi offense? Yes, sir. 35 seconds remain for Pharmacy Centers. Not only to get these pesky guys off their point, but also to push in on the enemy. Beck goes for the damage, but he's not able to get Jason. He doesn't go for Cube anyway. Cube's the one standing on his point, but he just doesn't have any interest. There's a Protesto from Navi, and it's looking like a Navi win here. In this set, and Pharmacy Centers, they've already thrown in the towel. They are not even going to try to take this back. Oh, come on. Even Navi was able to take back a game at 90%, but they're going to let them have it. Pharmacy Centers, they are going to be allowing the game to go to Navi. 98% to 50 is the final score line, and it will be the set number 4 coming up.
Yeah, I think that comp change from Navi using the Amber instead of Sprout paid off a lot. We just saw Cube destroying the enemies with Amber. I mean, he was shooting through the Ruffs bags. I mean, Ruffs not going to counter Amber, obviously, because of that. Just getting the fire fuels on everybody on the enemy team, just burning them, forcing them to heal up, and then going all the way to the right, all the way down that lane, playing that amazing aggro brawler. And yeah, he's going to have complete domination of that game. Definitely he'll take my MVP for that.
Yeah, I think so too. Something that did confuse me though is like at one point of course, Pharmacy Cinders, they had the opportunity to get a defense on their point, and they just like did not have an interest on going for Amber. They just kind of ran through and let Amber do a bunch of damage to them, and went for dealing with Bell rather than Amber, which I think is perhaps a little bit of a miscalculation. Maybe they had already thought that they were going to be taken down in this game and in this set, so they weren't necessarily going for it, right? Going for more of a statement rather than going for the actual win. But let's see what Pharmacy Cinders has to say in Brawl Ball when we move into it. I believe Triple Dribble was the map as well, and this is one of my personal favorites. We've talked about the Triple Dribble meta just a little bit. Bell is absolutely going to be a strong pick here. We could also see the B as well on that left lane. On the right lane, we see the Tara, and then something at mid. Could be really anything. But one brawler that we haven't seen just make this amazing entrance on this map is the Buzz, without a doubt.
Yeah, so on Triple Dribble, you usually don't see a lot of Belle even when she is open, and the reason for that is she really struggles against throwers. You usually want to use B because even though B is like similar long range like Belle and bad against throwers, B does do really well against tanks, way better against tanks than Belle could do. But let's see what they've picked here. Yeah, no Belle from either side, but Tick is coming in from both teams, and Spike. Actually, it's a mirror matchup. So I guess this is the standard comp for EECA.
It must be. Yeah, to see the Rico on the left lane and Tick at mid, and then Spike just going wherever. Cuba's going to stay on this left lane, and Dark Angel's trying to make it happen over here on the left as well. His right lane, he also has that big cactus up. There's the super from Beck. He threw it backwards to try and psych out the enemy, and it is going to secure a kill on Cube. And Pharmacy Cinders are going to get the opportunity to push up. There is the gadget from Beck. Did get baited out a little bit early. He's able to walk it in. The Pharmacy Cinders, they're up 1 goal versus Navi.
Yeah, that was complete domination from Pharmacy Cinders in this first goal. They were able to just push right into the enemies and score in like 30 seconds. I think it has a lot to do with the lanes though, because their Spike was on the right side and the Rico's on the left for Navi, and that was really weak because Spike needs to be on the open lane and Rico needs to be on the more closed and walled lane where he can make use of the bounce shots.
Yeah, I'm looking at the two Ticks here, and it's kind of funny to watch as they're just standing right on top of each other and not even fighting against each other. It just kind of looks like they are teaming in Showdown. But regardless, I mean, same situation once again. They're not even going for each other. Beck is still going to try and keep up the defense, though. He gets a massive last hurrah. Cube, though, is going to get the kill. And May is looking for the goal. Dark Angel is going to be putting the wrench in those plans. Wasn't able to get that super that gadget combo. Cube picks up the kill, though, and he has a super as well. And Williams has something to respond with. Cube does get a colossal ricocheted super, but it's not enough to take down Williams. 21 health. That's what he survives with. Navi now once again looking for the offense, but it's a 2v3.
Yeah, beautiful defense from Pharmacy Cinders earlier. Just able to hold the enemies at bay for another 20 seconds. You see the ball in the corner. When you don't have a tank on your team and you're down a goal, it's so hard to get the ball out of the corner. Look, a Tick and a Rico are just going to be able to spam shots into that corridor and keep you away almost infinitely. Look at this. They just sit behind the wall. Not a care in the world. Easy defense for Pharmacy Cinders. And they're going to be looking to send this game to a Pharmacy Cinders win.
Well played by Pharmacy Cinders. They're going to be taking the W here. And they're going to need it, actually, because they need this reverse sweep. If they lose just one game in this set, then they will be headed to a match point for the enemy. And it's a stressful situation, really, for anyone. We talked about momentum as well, and we've seen some real momentum breakers as well, like that disconnect from Pharmacy Cinders in set number 1 was absolutely tragic. But Pharmacy Cinders, they are bouncing back pretty well, especially after Hot Zone. Get that first game win, that explosive offense to start things off. It was just complete domination. So here in the mirror match, though, I think that is indicative of a possible funny comp coming up because we haven't seen the mirror match too much. And usually when we do, we see like something wild come out in the next game or just like a slight switch up that drastically changes the pace of the match.
Yeah. So I think throwers are going to easily counter some of the Rico and the Spike. So we saw Pharmacy Centers really switching their comps to like double throwers in the Siege. Let's see if they do it again. And they do. Yeah, there's the double thrower from Pharmacy Centers to deal with those tank counter brawlers such as Rico and Spike. Going to be a really good comp from Pharmacy Centers here. Certainly have the matchup against Navi.
Yep, Pharmacy Centers, though, they are getting kind of damage down here. Jason is going to be getting a good offense. Dark Angel responds, though. Here's the super. Dark Angel looks for the shots around the corner. He's, wow, actually able to get the curveball around the edge. Very clutch kill right there. Perhaps a little bit of luck. Beck tried to get that ball forward, but passed it backwards instead. Unfortunate, as this actually could have been a goal probably had the ball been up by Whams during this push. See even more offense from Pharmacy Centers, but that ball was not able to make it up in time. Still gonna see Navi keeping up the defense, but the throwers are just too oppressive. Are they gonna be able to put this in? No, almost gets across the goal line. Dark Angel's able to put it in. Pharmacy Centers once again up by 1 goal.
Yeah, and that was an absolute massacre. I mean, 2 throwers versus Spike and Ring. Again, that is such an easy matchup. Whoever was doing the analysis for Pharmacy Centers, they need a raise. I mean, they've been hard out-comping Navi this entire match here. And when you're playing this double thrower comp, there is one caveat actually. You need to get a goal before overtime. If the match goes to overtime, you lose. It's game over. No shot. So, seeing as they got their first goal, it's going to be really easy to corner the ball and play defense like they did in the last game. Again, Navi not having a tank, it's going to be really hard to access that ball. So, let's see how Pharmacy Centers keeps them off this left side and puts the ball into the corner, possibly.
Yeah, the ball is ready to be put into the corner. 35 seconds remain, and it's sitting in a perfect spot for Dark Angel to access, but it's also a perfect spot for MMA and Jason to play control around. No corner just yet. It looks like Whams is going to be the one to corner on the right side. Cube still trying to go for the offense, so he is going to be able to get good control down that corridor. Beck, though, is just not even going to let him get close to that ball to begin with. Pharmacy Center is pulling off the classic move once again. Beck goes for the kill. There's the pass, actually, but it doesn't go around the edge. Whams is going to have to somehow get this defense, and wow, right before overtime at Navi, they put it in, and neither is what you were saying. If we head to overtime, it is not going to be looking good for Pharmacy Centers. The double thrower is one of their main assets. It's all of those walls that just broke down. See how they handle it.
Yeah, this should be a complete mismatch now for Pharmacy Centers, but it doesn't look like they're doing that bad. It just looks like a mess right now. There's just mines, there's puddles of poison all over the map here, but Pharmacy Centers is pushing all the way into Navi, somehow going to looking like to get this. Oh no, they didn't pass it to the teammate.
Yeah, that is a little bit upsetting, and perhaps it is, you know, once more reinforcing of, wait, do we see the clutch here? Oh man, well maybe that's why they didn't pass to a teammate. How tragic. And we're going to see Navi actually push up here. They have the possibility of scoring a goal here if we see the pass to Cube, and Cube gets a nice shot. He's gonna, no, not even, oh, he did go for it. He went for a fancy move with the super. Pharmacy Centers, how tragic. They were so close to bringing us to a 2-2 match, but a tiny little misplay was all that it took to keep us here in this game. Game number 2 going to be replayed.
Yeah, I'm a little bit in disbelief there. I mean, so many misplays from both teams. And just in that last overtime section, I mean, all they had to do was pass to the teammate. But as you said, maybe that's why they're not passing, because they don't know how to pass. Oh, man. That pass went into the oblivion.
It did. It went right past him, yeah. And that was, yeah, quite unfortunate. Yeah, and also, you know, if we went back and looked at Hot Zone, we can see that one of the Pharmacy Centers is like still trying to win the match, while the other two have just spawned on the same spot and they have given up, and like the game isn't even over yet, right? This is why team communication is super important. It's why it's important to have good synergy and, you know, good relationships with your teammates, because, well, you got to be able to cooperate. It's not like a 1v1v1. It is, or, you know, it's not 3 1v1s. it is a 3v3. So you got to come together and you got to work on some synergy to become more than just a collection of 3 players. You got to become like a cohesive unit. You got to become a team. And Pharmacy Cinders, it looked like towards the end of that game, one of the players was being a little bit of a ball hog, and the others were like, well, that's not mean. Yeah, it didn't work out. There's a good case to be made for both sides of the argument from where we stand. Well, that is going to be game number 2 being replayed. Knight, do we expect any changes?
Yeah, I think Pharmacy Centers is in a bad spot now. They had the comp there. They pulled their trick card out, and now they can't do it again, of course. So let's see what they do. Yeah, they can't do that again. Got to go with some different comps here. But they do have a Spike and a Rico for the Bolt and the Mortis. So, hey, not the worst situation. Beck going to try to knock him back. Too much health on Q. Still going to put it in.
Yep. Navi getting that explosive offense. The Mort is definitely a wise pick here, considering that, yeah, we're going to be seeing some throwers out here once again. Rico might have a tough time, so will Beck. But Pharmacy Cinders, they don't even care, actually. They're already going to be getting an offense. Dark Angel needs to have enough health here, and Jason launches himself forward. He's not going to be able to stay in front of the goal and keep up the defense. Pharmacy Cinders with 1 goal away from taking us to set number 5. Navi, though, in a similar boat, 1 goal away from taking us to... Wait a minute. That didn't go in the goal.
Where's the ball?
The ball then? Oh, no! It was so close. Unfortunate.
Yeah, so now if you're Navi, you don't want this game to go to overtime. The Spike and the Rico are absolutely going to torture you if this game goes too far. So they got to end it quick. And it looks like all of them are going to be converging around this ball, looking to make a score goal. Yeah, there it is. Game for Navi, match point.
Ouch. And to think that it all hinged on just one little attempt at a goal there from Pharmacy Cinders. They had 3 members at the goal line, and there was just one Barley defending, and Barley managed to catch the ball. And now it seems like that is going to propel Navi along with some spectacular momentum all the way to the match point. They're just 1 game away from victory here, but Pharmacy Cinders, they're 1 game away from effectively erasing that last game off of the record. So we will see how it turns out, but things are getting quite stressful, and the pressure is starting to ramp up for both of these teams. There's pressure on Navi to end it here and end it now and not go into set number 5, have one of their wins wiped off the record. Pharmacy Cinders, similar pressure to not lose the next game. Otherwise, they are knocked out and they will not be advancing any further in the tournament.
Yeah. So something we saw with these comms is, while usually you would consider Spike and Rico to be a very easy win against those tanks, due to these new gadgets, there was the life plant gadget for Spike, there was the bouncy castle for Rico. That takes away the previous gadgets. That was the popping pin cushion and the multi-ball launcher, which are actually really good options against tanks, because tanks like to get right on top of you. And when they're right on top of you, that's when those gadgets just do an incredible amount of damage and just destroy the tanks in 1 second. So not having those options are actually making Spike and Rico way worse against tanks than they were before.
Yeah, I absolutely see where you're coming from. We'll see if they do switch things up like that in our coming games, where they're not going for the bouncy castle or the life plant anymore, just that they're able to deal with the tanks a little bit better. Because yeah, these brawlers that are supposed to be tank counters are a lot worse at countering tanks. Once you kind of make them better at the other matchups, it's all about trade-offs. So popping pin cushion could be coming in. Multi-ball launcher also entirely possible in our upcoming game. But once again, I mean, Navi, they could just be psyching out Pharmacy Cinders. Pharmacy Cinders, they've been doing the same thing to Navi, so maybe it's a little bit of time for revenge from Navi to get this prediction out and completely fool Pharmacy Cinders into picking something that is not going to work very well.
Yeah, if you're Pharmacy Centers, you have to think about this comp very, very hard. And that's one thing they have been good at, though. They did do all their homework. So, hey, it's all up to the analysts now. And then the team of Pharmacy Centers just has to execute it correctly. Because we saw they were 1 game away from taking the set, and just a lot of chokes prevented them from making that happen.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it was like they had everything laid out for them. Pharmacy centers, I mean, like you said earlier, they've been routinely like predicting what Navi is going to go for. It like the analyst you said needs a raise. They're doing a spectacular job. And wow, actually, a mirror match on this? Okay, well, I'd say change is welcome. Dark Angel barely gonna get that defense there. He's looking for the super. MMA is able to get the super. MMA already with the goal, and Navi, they're one goal away from victory.
Yeah, the problem with copying your opponent's comp in a mirror is the opponent knows how to play better than you. But maybe not. It's 1-1 after just 30 seconds. What is happening? All right,
I'll tell you
I don't know
what's
what
happening.
to say. Let's just see it play out.
Magic is happening. What on earth? Are you kidding me? Pharmacy Cinders, just like that, they're able to pull off the comp that Navi stomped them with, and we'll be heading to set number 5.
What? What on earth just happened? I was like, let's see what they do here. In 2 seconds, the ball was in.
Yeah. That is insane. Oh my gosh, the amazing synergy there, the pass up, the stun, it's the bowl, it's the whole 9 yards. Great play from both teams. Pharmacy Senders, we'll see if they end up sending Navi to the pharmacy. Guys, our next game is going to determine a match point. It is going to be a match point for one team or the other. No possibility of anything else. There's no way to tie in bounty, and it's always going to go for 2.5 minutes. Nothing has changed. So let's see how it pans out.
Yeah, last set here, we're going to be going to Canal Grande. And yeah, both of these teams are looking to win this match because whoever does, I think whoever wins this match is winning this entire thing. That would be my bet. But yeah, Canal Grande is a little bit of a wild bounty map. A lot of crazy comps can be played, and we've seen both of these teams not afraid to run any of these crazy comps, actually. And yeah, and in the last game, I do want to point out we were making fun of them for not knowing how to pass, and they're like, "All right, let's do it right then," and they make the most brilliant pass to take the 4th set.
Yeah, that's how you do it, man. So stick it to the casters, right? Sometimes you need a little bit of inspiration or something to knock you down so you can stand right back up and show them what you're really made of. I absolutely commend them. That was beautiful to watch. No passing in Canal Grande unless you're passing your stars along it to the enemy, and hopefully that doesn't happen too much. We'll see what their picks are when we head into game number 1 to start things off. Like I said, it's going to be a match point for one team or the other, no matter what. There's no way to tie in bounty. It's always going to be just about the same. So as we are waiting, any predictions on Canal Grande in terms of comps night?
I think Tick is a must-have here. If you don't have Tick, you're already down a foot almost. We could see some double thrower comps from either team. But hey, if Pharmacy Centers knows that Navi might go with that double thrower comp, they might say, all right, let's bring Buzz, let's bring Mortis, let's bring Carl, Surge, just get on top of those stars. And in this map, you can actually even get spawn trapped sometimes. And maybe we'll see some Frank too. Frank is my personal favorite pick on this map, strangely enough.
That's funny. That is a funny pick. Yeah. Well, I guess if you're just able to stay alive, then you never end up handing the gems over to the enemy, right? Combine that with a Frank, or combine Frank with like a Byron or something to get him the long range healing. It's entirely possible. Poco, of course, is banned out here, so we're not going to see him. But yeah, we will see how things turn out once we get the comps picked out. Teams are definitely a little bit nervous right now, but also being very cautious as they choose their team compositions.
Yeah. So in this match here, I'm very curious to see what they go. Probably just a battle of the analysts. The players are merely the puppets at this point, but we'll see what they go with. Navi probably going to play something safe, knowing that Pharmacy Centers might go with something just wild. But if Navi goes with the funny comp, then that's something that will surprise me. Hey, you never know.
Yeah, you never know. I'm always open to surprises, right? Let's get into it on Canal Grand. What are the comps here? We do see Brock, Piper, and Bell. Okay, is this NA or what? Though, Pharmacy Cinders are going for something quite different. We got the Colonel Ruffs out here, as well as the Tick. That homemade recipe is going to connect with Tick and Wims. It's going to be the first to go down. Cubes goes down in response, though. Pharmacy Cinders, they are up by 1 star to start things off.
Yeah, Dark Angel is dominating this right side with Bell. We saw him playing a great Bell in parallel plays. This is no different. He is all over Cube. Cube has already died twice for his team. That's not the start you want to have. And Jason might have to jump to avoid that. Nope, not going to jump. Dies to the ticket. That's really not good for Na'Vi. Down so much in this first 1 minute.
Yeah, that does not look too good. They're going to have to be playing aggressive into a powered-up Dark Angel. Wham's also looking for that next super so he can power up Beck. There is the gadget from Beck to lay down even more mines and keep Cube and Jason back. Both looking for the long-range damage. Jason is looking for a perfect opportunity, though he's not going to be able to get around these fences too easily. Fences also are a bit of a confusing obstacle because sometimes it feels like your shot just runs into nothing. It clips around other obstacles, but it can't clip around the fences. What's going on? Jason, though, still going for those shots. Cube still going for the shots, but Pharmacy Cinders, they have furthered this lead to 10 stars. It's an epic win if we get what I'm saying. 12 stars now, and we see the first kill go. It's Na'Vi. Are they going to be able to bring it back? Only time will tell. Well, there's the homemade recipe, and they're looking to bring it back in OT. Or not OT, but in the last few seconds.
Yeah, it looks like they've got to make 2 kills here. Na'Vi is on the offense, but it's too late. Yeah, Pharmacy Center is going to take a dominating victory in this first game. Dark Angel was like at 5,300 health, an absolute monster for half of the game. I mean, how do you even kill a 5,300 Bell if you're at 3,640 health? It's not even a competition. They can like easily destroy you every single time. It doesn't matter how many shots you're going to hit on that Bell's Brock. Nothing can kill that Bell. They were just completely dominating in the mid and then retreated in the last 2 seconds when they were ahead on stars. And I mean, Pharmacy Centers made that look really easy. Na'Vi now in big trouble. Match point for Pharmacy Centers. Who knows? Maybe we can even see some more in this last game. Wouldn't be bad against these brawlers, actually.
Yeah, I think a Mortis could work, right? If you're just able to get close to the enemy. Though, keep in mind that your enemy Tick does have 3 last hurrahs that he's able to use, so maybe you want to be baiting them out or something like that. I was actually pleasantly surprised to see the Brock, but it just didn't put in the work like it would in NA, and now I'm kind of starting to see why we're a little bit guarded about this brawler in other regions, because, man, it just wasn't really able to perform. The wall break didn't help out too much, right? The free wall break with Rocket Fuel was not amazingly impactful, so I would say well picked there by Pharmacy Centers. Na'Vi, they got to go back to the drawing board and pick something other than what just works in other regions. They got to go for something that is really effective, that they're able to pull off, and maybe could just go for some comfortable brawlers, go for their one tricks, and see where it takes them.
Yeah. Final match possibly for Pharmacy Centers, and they were looking so confident with that comp. I don't know what Navi's going to do to adjust to that, but again, Mortis against a Bell and a Ruffs and a Tick is certainly a favorable matchup. If you're also Navi, you could go for a more of a soft counter. Sprout is that soft counter, can easily deal with the Ruffs bags, can deal with the Tick, can deal with the Bell. 3 shots Ruffs and Bell, by the way. I mean, that's just a great interaction to have. So maybe they do go with the Sprout, but again, you have to think again from their perspective because Sprout is really risky. You don't know if Pharmacy Centers is going with the wacky comp, but looking at the patterns from this whole match, when Pharmacy Centers wins, they usually like to keep that comp. So I wouldn't be surprised to just see them going with Bell, Ruffs, and Tick and just trying to wrap this matchup here.
Yeah. I think they should really try and wrap it up. Just full send, go for the prediction on what the enemy is going to be choosing rather than just going for something safe. Because something that we have figured out is that Pharmacy Centers are not the only one that are able to predict the enemy comps, right? We even saw the 2-0 in Hot Zone, and I mean, that was pretty telling that Navi, they have some really, really good knowledge on Pharmacy Centers as well. Pharmacy Centers are not unknown in this region. There's going to be plenty of documentation on them, and Navi, there's also no question why they are one of the top teams as well. So we're waiting for game number 2 to get started here in Bounty on Canal Grand. Piper, I don't know if we're going to see her make an entrance once again. It was pretty valuable off the beginning of the match, but once she was out of homemade recipes, it was, not super effective. Tick is going to be an absolute go-to, and that's pretty much the only constant that we'll have coming across from last match is that we will have that Tick once again. It's going to be Q picking up the Tick from his Cinders. I hear a Mortis. They are going to be going for the full send. It's the Byron double tank, but we already see Dark Angel go down and Navi take the lead.
Yeah, Beck gonna hit so many shots, already hit up 3 enemies and got that super. Now, he's got the Chug Jug ready to toss on the enemies. He does. And Dark Angel and Whams trying to make something happen, just need 1 kill.
Just 1 kill is all they need. They have that blue star ready to go. Jason is going to be getting some good damage on Dark Angel. We'll see if he's able to get a super on him, and that is going to negate a lot of the healing that Beck is able to bring out as well. Just take a look at Cube, though. He's getting so fed by the field promotion from MMA. It's going to be difficult for Pharmacy Centers to find the damage on Cube, or the kill, really. Damage is not going to be as much of an issue as the kill. Dark Angel, though, having to find the retreat here. As they're looking to encircle the enemy, they need to farm up their supers. Dark Angel, though, is going to get really aggressive. Eyes Sharp is not going to be providing enough of value there on the stun. Wham's actually taking that damage amp and a Tick super to the face. It is looking very grim for Pharmacy Centers.
Yeah, as I said yesterday, when you're playing this double tank comp here, or any tank comp, you do really well at 2 parts in the game. Oh, really nice kills from Dark Angel. But yeah, in a game you do really well at the beginning and really well towards the end. Because at the beginning they don't have supers, and at the end they don't have gadgets. So yeah, in this last few seconds here, they need to make a comeback, which is something that double tank is so good at. So let's see, Whams is on the left side, that Buzz is on the right. Let's see what they can make happen. Goes in on MMA. Nope, it's not enough. They have too much health.
Ouch. Yep, and there's not really much they can do from this point. Q with 6,000 health, and wow, the Protesto as well. Unfortunate, it's a double match point for these teams, and honestly, if there were any matchup to go to double match point, it was going to be this one. These teams are very well matched. Pharmacy Centers, they've been challenging Navi repeatedly over and over and over again in this region, trying to take that #1 spot. But they've been more sitting around like number 2 and number 3 right beneath Navi. We'll see if they can take their first W over Navi today. It's going to come down to game number 3, and the counter comps are absolutely in the question. We saw the attempt from Pharmacy Centers. It didn't work out too well, so I wonder what the response from Navi is going to be. It is a very, very high-stakes, high-risk situation. We're just going to see, I think, some really comfortable stuff rather than anything risky to try and end out the game right here.
Yeah, so I don't know. That tank comp, you have to really go on the offense at the beginning. You really have to push right into the enemies before they get all the health that they do from the Russ field promotion. You saw the Tick getting up to 6,000 health. By the time the Tick is at 6,000 health and the Bell's at like 6,000, 7,000 health even, who knows? It's too late. I mean, you have to deal with them early on. Keep killing them, cycle those deaths, because when you cycle a death on them, if you trade, they're losing like 30 seconds worth of a field promotion. You just have to respawn and go in again. You don't lose anything. So if you're trading with those buffed brawlers, you're in a really great spot. So yeah, just some adjustments they might need to make.
Yeah, some good adjustments, right? I think another real big issue for Pharmacy Centers was the powered up Tick, right? Powered up and promoted just so much. He's sitting there with a 60 health at the end of the game. And I'm like, okay, this is not the Tick that I'm used to. He is twice the health that he is supposed to, and 30% more damage. So that is quite a terrifying thing to deal with. We'll see how things turn out pretty soon. And that's pretty much the takeaway here as we head into our final game. There's nothing beyond this. It all comes down to the next 2 minutes to decide who is going to be taking the W and who's going to be advancing to the semifinals. Can you believe we're still in the quarters?
Yeah, this is the longest match that you could possibly have. Each set pretty much going to a 2-1. And yeah, these teams are certainly taking their time here, do want to make the best decisions as there's a lot on the line. Pharmacy Centers, again, looking to make a point here against Navi. But yeah, Navi is playing it very safe with the Ruff's Tick combo. I mean, Tick, when you think it might not be good against aggro brawlers, the head first and the last hurrah from Tick both just do such a great job against the opponents.
Yeah, I think he has a capability of doing pretty well against the opponents. I think there might have been a little bit of a disconnect as well, not server disconnect, but sort of a team communication disconnect, as we saw the Byron pick, but not too much healing onto Mortis and not too much healing onto Byron. It was more like Byron going for damage on the enemy team. So that might be an adjustment that needs to be made as well once we head into game number 3. Maybe just no Byron at all would also work pretty well because he wasn't that really impactful. Let's stick on the Tick, perhaps. Let's see as we head into game number 3. We have the Mort and the Buzz. Pharmacy Centers not going for anything of the sort. It is the triple tanks or triple aggro from Navi. They're going to be sitting at mid for as long as possible.
Yeah, this is a complete turnaround from what we saw last game. And we saw Pharmacy Centers pretty much get blown out of the water last game. No chance. And yeah, Pharmacy Center is going to be following the exact same strategy. Make everybody a big boy. And they're just sitting with the field promotion. Getting to be a 6,000 health Tick is going to be the main goal here. But MMA has an early super, doesn't get a kill though.
Yep, Dark Angel completely surrounded here. He is a dead man. But Jason was pretty close to going down, admittedly. 375 health is what he survived with. 8-2, and 1 minute remains for the Pharmacy Centers to make an impact. MMA is going to go down. Cube is the next to fall. Dark Angel stays alive. Jason's going to take some big damage from the Tick Super. Things are getting so close. 8-7. The blue star is on the side of Navi. They just got to hang on to this lead. Beck isn't going to get stunned, but MMA still going to farm up that next super. Goes for it. Jason also goes for the damage. He's able to pick up the kill. So can Cube. And Navi are now 7 stars in the lead, as opposed to that 1 star from earlier.
Yeah, they do need to make a kill on Jason. He is at 6 stars. But knowing that Jason is at 6 stars means that he can't go in anymore on the enemies. MMA though, just doing such a great job at chaining those supers, but Jason is tagged. 18 seconds left. They need to find a kill on him. Rose is going to be stalling for time though. Jason just still trying to stay safe, and it's looking like a Navi win here.
Ooh, it did get pretty close right there. Dark Angel picked up the kill. If only we saw the kill on Jason right at the end. If we did, ouch, it actually got quite close. Some good shots from Pharmacy Centers. But nonetheless, the win will be going to Navi. Congratulations on a hard-fought victory. Admittedly, Pharmacy Centers did put in a bunch of work. And also, this is a match that we were highly anticipating to see who the victor is. It's going to be Navi advancing to the next stage of the tournament into the semifinals, where I think they'll actually have a easier matchup. It still blows my mind to see that these teams face each other this early on. But with that one out of the way, it is a Pharmacy Centers loss. Let's see the bracket.
Yeah, nothing too surprising. We already knew Genius Gene and Eastward Empire are going to be going up against each other. These two teams, not bad players by any means, but they've got a long road ahead of them. Do need to face off against Navi, and we already see the top 2 teams pretty much. Top 2 teams are already deleted. The Craze Clan is gone. Pharmacy Center is gone. Navi, somebody did not give them a very easy bracket here. They've had to fight themselves to the way to the semifinals.
Yeah, it has been like a really hard fought victory to get to this point, right? But Navi, nonetheless, they have completely earned their way to this stage. So congratulations to them, and best of luck to them as they continue on. But pretty soon we'll be moving into our next game. It's going to be Esports Empire and Genius Gene, two teams that we were really looking forward to. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Esports Empire yesterday, but now we'll really get to see what they're made of up against Genius Gene.
Yeah, Genius Gene. I don't remember what they were playing yesterday, but yeah, definitely. I think banned. So yeah, I don't know if they'll get to play Gene, but that seems to be their main brawler.
Yep. Well, let's see what our maps and modes are going to be for the next match. We're going to be starting things off on Safe Zone, then moving into Minecart Madness. Set number 3 is going to be Backyard Bowl, and because we're in the quarterfinals, we've now unlocked set number 4 and set number 5. It's parallel plays and nuts and bolts. So look forward to it, everyone. It's going to be an awesome match. Perhaps a little bit faster than our last one, though.
Yeah, we have Safe Zone, Minecart Madness, Backyard Bowl starting off our first 3 sets. Those are very, very long-range maps. So Bell, Piper, Brock, a lot of those brawlers going to be in play here. Let's see what the teams decide to ban. Maybe we will see Bell played, maybe not.
Yeah, I think Bell is definitely going to be an important pick here. Stu also is another one that's been banned out repeatedly over and over and over in this region. Another one to look out for would be the Stu, or the Primo, and we're also going to be looking out for the Poco Ban, which seems to be quite popular in this region as well. Gene and Poco are going to be the ones to look out for as we head into our next ban phase. It's going to be coming up pretty soon here. We know the maps. Let's check out the bans from both teams as they roll in night.
Yeah. Genius Gene gonna start with a Primo ban here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Esport Empire goes with Poco. So yeah, Poco again being banned so much. I don't understand fully why that is, but ECA does not like Poco or Buzz for that matter. And
Gene.
What? Genius Gene banning that? What?
Well, I guess Genius Gene is just a meme, because Gene is still going to be out of the question as we head into our first map momentarily. That is a little bit upsetting. Genius Gene getting rid of their boy, Esport Empire. They get rid of Poco, though. I would say that's absolutely a great ban, but we still get to see the Poco ban and the Gene ban. It's strange, but the Bell is absolutely going to be in here. We're going to see her pretty much every single game.
Yeah, we do have some brawlers open here. What was the last ban? Oh yeah, Gene. So yeah, we have Stu and Bell. Maybe this will be the first time we're seeing Stu played in these matches. But with that breakthrough gadget, he will be breaking through the meta again.
Yep, he will be breaking through the meta, breaking through some walls as well. Yeah, that is very interesting to see. Hopefully we see the Stu just a little bit, but something tells me that also, Stu is a very common ban, and our competitive players are not exactly acclimated to the Stu play. So we'll see if he comes out anyway. Yeah, actually he does. What a relief. Where's the breakthrough when we want it, though? Barry is going to be sitting here on the Colette, and here's the interaction that we see on Safe Zone is someone just waits on the right lane for Colette to get aggro because they don't want to feed Colette the super. It's going to be Rostislav getting a really tough time. Here's the breakthrough from Alex. Genius Gene looking to push up here. Esports Empire, though, trying to put an end to him, but Kevin can't quite touch him until now gets the kill. Stop Rob going to look for that super, and Esport Empire beginning to take some damage.
Yeah, so they do not have one in the regular wall breaks. Stu is one of those newer additions to this map. I think it has some merit for sure, because he can do the same job as Brock or a Colt. But yeah, Notice that no teams have Bell here, which is fairly interesting, but Piper is a very good option compared to Bell because you're doing more damage to the safe.
Yeah, you are doing loads of damage to the safe. Ooh, Genius Gene taking a little bit more damage. Esport Empire that just won't let up. Barry is all over them. Lino's getting that super onto the safe, and it looks like it might be a GG. 2,600 health left. One more shot, and that's over. Esport Empire, they take the win by a large margin, too. I would say the Colette pick definitely worked wonders for them. Genius Gene, they had a Colette of their own, but they weren't able to routinely roll out the supers like we saw from Esport Empire. So, well played by both teams, but man, we got to change something up here.
Yeah, big changes need to be made from the side of Esport Empire. I mean, man, they just got blown out of the water that game. Let's see, though. Maybe some team will opt for a Bell on the lane if Piper is in the mid. That's more commonplace on this map. You want to have not just Piper or not just Bell. You want to have both because they're both the best long-range brawlers. Having both just makes a lot of sense. And I'm not sure the Stu worked out too well because, one, he doesn't do that much damage. And I guess the only thing he does is break the wall.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Alex is still going to go for the Stu, though. Lino's going to be wall breaking with Colt, and once again, he's keeping Rostislav back. It's Magnum Special, and it's working pretty well. Actually, there are a couple shots for Rostislav, and it's going to come down to whether we get enough dodges. There's a wall break from Kevin, though he does fall to Stop Rob. Stop Rob is going to stay out of range of these enemies for the most part. Barry wants that next hit so he can get his super. Is he going to be able to get it on this next shot? Yes, in fact, and Barry does go down immediately after, though. Esport Empire now 8% in the hole.
Yeah, starting off with this Stu is all the way on the right. That's going to put some good amount of pressure on them, though. Will force them to make two brawlers go over to the right side. Still unable to get the kill. Alex is playing this so well. Now Stop Rob does get a kill there. And it looks like they're going to be pushing and leaving Kevin there, just trying to out-damage. And yeah, I think it's going to be very possible here for Genius Gene.
Yeah, I think it's very possible for them too. They just got to keep up the pressure. Alex is doing such an amazing job at keeping up the pressure. There's one super chain into the next, and now it's looking like a Genius Gene absolute domination. Stop Rob just needs one more shot. Rostislav is going to be able to dash through all these guys. Not enough damage in the world can stop that Colette with the shield and the super. It's going to be a Genius Gene win for game number 2. And we're all tied up.
Yeah, maybe there's something wrong with the scoreboard here because it says that it's 1-1. Yeah, it says that Genius Gene has already won this set. But yeah, it is still 1-1. Genius Gene made a comeback there. Same comps. I'm very surprised to see the two games have such a contrast between them, considering the comps were exactly the same. I'm not sure what plays were different, but I think they just hit more shots. One of the issues with Stu on this map actually is you can't break the wall for a teammate. You actually have to break the wall for yourself only. Sometimes we'll see a Brock or Colt break the right side wall because they have the range, and then they walk over to the left. But both teams are going to go with Stu now.
We'll see. We'll see what it's able to do. Alex is waiting for that wall break opportunity. Barry's just waiting for that wall to break open so he can get the damage. Rostislav gets one hit off. Genius Gene, they're still finding this opportunity to push up. Alex is still waiting to break open the wall. He wants to get some value off the gadget, maybe, to deal some damage to Barry. He's waiting for him to push up here. Alex now going to find that opportunity. Gets a little bit of damage, and he's about to find the kill, too. He chained together the attacks, and he gets up and aggressive once again on the safe. Here comes a wall break, specifically in the middle of these hay bales, to deal with Barry. Barry not able to do enough to keep Stop Rob away, and Genius Gene effectively pushing in here.
Yeah, gonna use the breakthrough is Alec at the back. I don't know about that play because you're breaking all the walls in the area that you want to be running around and forcing them to have to pinch you. But Rostislav is still on the left side, does go down. 50% lead for Genius Gene, and they're looking really nice here, playing a very good defense in the mid. Alec is just doing so good on the Stu.
He really is. Though, let's see what Kevin's able to bring here. He wants the kill versus Rostislav. It does get the kill, but falls in the process. Genius Gene still taking some damage, but Lena's forced to fall back. Barry wants the damage on Alex. He's going to have to go for the pinch. Kevin looks for the kill, and he is able to get the kill and doesn't go down from the flame in the process. Rostislav now pushing up around the left. Has the super ready to go. Stop Rob, similar story. Has the super ready to go. It does use it to escape. Kevin still looking for the damage on Rostislav. Rostislav with a massive super. One more super is all it's going to take from Rostislav to take down the safe. 4% remains. Alex just wants a kill, and there is the game going to Genius Gene.
Yeah, MVP for that game, I'd have to give it to Alec, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think Stu was that good here, but I mean, he made it look really strong. You able to just run all the way down that right lane, and every game we saw him all the way down the right, just made a beeline for the right, hid in that back area, forced two people to pinch him, and when two people had to go pinch Alec, and he stayed alive for so long, sometimes even 1v2ing, it gave the Piper and the Colette of Genius Gene so much room to just dominate in the mid and the left. We saw the Colette all the way down the left because one person had to go to the right, and I mean, yeah, that was a very dominant victory from Genius Gene. Yeah, they came back from the first match, and they're like, okay, we got to get it together. Let's do it. They did it.
Yep, they did. They absolutely did. It's going to be our first set going to Genius Gene. Pretty soon we'll be moving into Gem Grab for set number 2. Hopefully for Genius Gene, they keep up the momentum as Esport Empire. They had a pretty dominating victory over Genius Gene to start things off. And, now Genius Gene, they bring it back for games number 2 and 3. And, if they just had a bit of a sluggish start, then they are absolutely powering through following game number 1 and potentially into set number 2. Let's get it. Genius Gene, they're getting in here. Alex on the steal once again. We know he's so talented on that steal, but what is he going to do to answer to Barry on the Colonel Ruff? Stop Rob still going for the mid fight with Piper, and we also see Kevin picking up the Crow for the synergy with Piper on the right lane. Rostislav responding with the Bell. No Bell from Esport Empire. Might be a Genius Gene win just to buy the comp.
Yeah, Stop Rob jumping into a minecart. Oh, man. But yeah, well, Barry is struggling on the left. He does have this Ruff's bags. It's not doing him very much good, clearly. It should be an easy matchup against a Stu or a Bell. But he's not doing what he needs to be doing, and Genius Gene is looking to take full control of this map here. Alec is all the way... Oh, but Stop Rob does go down. Now with the Ruffs boost on the side of Esports Empire, they're looking to make a comeback, but Alec is just... What is... Wow, he's going crazy at the back.
He absolutely is, though he is going to get countered by the sandbags from Barry. He's going to be able to make it just a little bit further back, but dies to Kevin's poison. Rostislav now looking for a little bit of damage, but Esport Empire, they managed to run it back, and Rostislav falls. Lino gets the kill, and here's the minecart to separate them from their target. So Genius Gene, they're not going to be able to push in here, unfortunately. Alex is going to try and make it happen. Is he able to carry? Is he able to get the kill? No. Esport Empire, they take the first win in this set.
Yeah, looking like a really nice comeback from the Esports Empire. They had their Ruffs boost down. Once they got the Ruffs boost down, they were able to win their lanes better. And I think going into this next game, their Ruffs needs to do a lot of a better job dealing with a Stu, dealing with the belt. Having those bags, it should be a one button solution to all those brawlers. I mean, it shouldn't be a struggle whatsoever. You pop the gadgets. I mean, Stu needs like what, 1, 2, 3, I mean, 6 shots, maybe 5, 6 shots to kill all those bags. It's so much expenditure.
Yep, it is a lot. And Alex is immediately going to switch off the lane of Barry and switch out with Rostislav. A very, very good call. And this is why we see Alex dominating a lot here. Is he communicates with his team to go for the more optimal matchups. Barry, though, switching over to the left, and Alex is going to have to do something about it. Yeah, baits out the sandbags, and that's about all he can do. It does have to... Ooh! Dodge on the homemade recipe, and he's able to escape, healing up with gas to heal in the process. Barry forced to keep shooting. Oh my gosh, Stop Rob. Oh, he didn't jump into the minecart this time. A round of applause, please, I was really biting my fingernails there. I thought he was going to do it once again. Alex gets hit with another set of sandbags on the left side. Esport Empire, they are continuing to apply the pressure at mid. Genius Gene, though, they just don't even slow down.
Yeah, Genius Gene has full control of the map here. Just doing so well. Alec, oh my goodness, that is a beautiful use of the breakthrough gadget. Sending those wall fragments to take out the Piper. And almost making out with the gems, but it doesn't matter. GSG is so ahead on gems, 8-3. Just need to get the Stu back into the mix and then grab those last gems. Barry is out of sandbags, so keep that in mind.
Yep, let's see. Stop Robbie grabs a 9th gem, and it's looking pretty good for Genius Gene. There's nowhere for Esport Empire to retreat, but they're not even going to go for the retreat. Rostislav is going to be the target of Kevin, and Barry is going to force Stop Rob back. They're all just sitting up here at mid, waiting for a perfect opportunity to strike. But Kevin has that damage amp hanging over his head. What's he going to do about it? Well, he's going to just stay just at the edge of the range on the right side. Gets one shot by ambush from Stop Rob, and there's the 10th gem. And there's no way for Esport Empire to come back here. There's just not enough time. They might try and camp out at mid and pick up some more gems, but it's just not possible. They got to get the kill on Stop Rob. They got to find him first, though. They keep on playing for control, but there's just no way. Not enough time to come back. Genius Gene, they take game number 2, and this could be a repeat of set number 1.
Yeah, Crow there is just doing nothing for Esports Empire. You saw he didn't even get one super until it was already the countdown for Genius Gene, and then just went down right after he got the super. Did absolutely nothing for him. Crow and Ruffs against the Stu should be both very favorable matchups, no matter where Alec wants to switch over to. He's countered, but I still think MVP is Alec. I mean, he's playing so well on the Stu, winning almost every matchup, good or bad, and that's why we're going to see him going on it one more time. Stop Rob starting out the match with a homemade recipe.
Of the homemade recipe, El Clasico, you'll love to see it. Let's see how it's going to impact their gameplay this time. Well, it's not going to do too much so far. We don't even see it at all. Stop Rob also working on those sandbags, but he's going to be down to ammo versus Kevin, and he does manage to escape in time. Alex, though, is going to be the victim of that next Piper shot. Stop Rob going for that sweaty Piper 1v1. Kevin trying to stay alive. Stop Rob now forced to retreat behind the minecart, but it goes away. And now it's time for Genius and Gene to push up into the sandbags.
Yeah, Alec is, again, doing a great job. Just needs to get sandbags out of that Ruffs. Once he does, that's just a free lane for him. Even with the bags, it still seems like Alec has a free lane. But yeah, Rostislav doing a great job against the Crow. Crow is hard countered by Belt. There's no other way to put it. It's just a free matchup. Stop Rob just hitting so many shots. Even against a Piper with a buff, I mean, there's a clear Piper diff here. It's very, very well played by him. Yeah, as long as there's no minecart to stop him.
Ouch. Stop Rob does get a nice and massive kill there at mid. Alex wants that last gem. He's going to go for it. The heist. Well, it's gem grab, but it looks more like a heist as Alex escapes with that one gem. Rostislav now providing a little bit of pressure for Stop Rob to grab yet another gem, and now Alex is going to be able to pick up these gems. Stop Rob has 9, and that is pretty much going to be the win condition for Genius Gene here. They're looking to close out set number 2 with a W, same as set number 1. Minecart goes past, though, and Kevin needs this last shot. He goes for Stop Rob. It doesn't connect, though. He gets Alex, and Lino is now going to go for that kill on a Stop Rob. Rostislav needs to finish off that kill. In fact, he does. Alex is going to be the one to pick up all the gems. And there's just not enough at mid for Esports Empire to tie this up. They've given all their gems to a Genius Gene so far. Countdown sticking down, and Alex is going to be a real slippery target hit in the last few seconds.
Yeah, so much expenditure came out on the last reset. They have nothing to reset the countdown again, or they just can't get the gems out either way. So yeah, Genius Gene taking very dominant victories here in the gem grab set. The Piper and the Stu just popping off. Clear difference in the 2 Pipers from each team. Stop Rob hitting just more shots, having more control of the map, even despite not having a Ruffs boost. I mean, wow, that's just really well played.
Yep, really well played. Sums it up pretty much. Genius Gene, they are 2-0 versus Esport Empire. We'll see what they got to bring in Brawl Ball. we move into set number 3. They just got to pull off the same thing once again. We'll have a 3-0 victory on our hands, and that'll be half of our quarterfinals done and dusted as well. Genius Gene, they've been looking pretty good all day, and we've seen, you know, a loss here and there, but Knight, you were saying, like, this is a clear diff. This is a clear, like, Piper diff, and I think this is a clear, like, mechanics diff as well. Genius Gene, they look so good. They are going to be pretty dominant in Brawl Ball unless Esport Empire somehow come up with a counter comp.
Yeah, I don't know if Esports Empire can make a comeback, especially with Stu open. Genius Gene seems to be relying heavily on that. Esports Empire knows the Stu is going to be played. They bring the counters. Crow, Ruffs are your primary Stu counters. Still not able to get it done. That says so much about these matchups. But yeah, same comps.
Yep, same comps once again here, except it's on Backyard Bowl and not on Minecart Madness. Kind of funny if you ask me, but not funny for Esport Empire, as they are no doubt terrified of the Piper diff and Alex on the Stu. Or at least not as terrified as they could be. They're actually doing quite well to start things off. They are all converging around certain targets. There's a wall break from Kevin, the pass to Kevin, and an easy first goal for Esport Empire to start things off. Those 2 boxes are out of the question. Now protecting the goal, it's up to Genius Gene to somehow turn this around. But for whatever reason, something tells me that they're just going to lose game number 1 and come back in game number 2 and 3 like usual.
Yeah, I mean, this is not what we expected. These are brawlers that we've seen them be very dominant with in the other sets, so I'm surprised to see a 30-second goal in Backyard Bowl, which is something you usually don't see unless there's tanks.
Yeah, and I would definitely say the breakthrough gadget from Stu is making that happen. It's a free wall break, and you don't even have to have anyone on the enemy side. You have great mobility to get you all the way over to the enemy side of the map, so it makes complete sense to me. Genius Gene, though, they're not going for that super fast mobility. They're going for the gradual push up, breaking up strategic walls. 1 minute left in the game for Genius Gene to take a goal. They absolutely have to. Are they going to be able to? Esport Empire, they lose 1 member. It's Lino. No, it's a 3v2. Kevin also goes down. Alex has a breakthrough gadget. Not the same move as last time, though. It just didn't work, unfortunately. Alex tries to get that ball through. Lino's the next to fall. Kevin tries to get through and gets a double kill with breakthrough. Stop Rob just going to find this opportunity to get the heart bombs down and now find a little bit of damage on Kevin, but this might even be worse than just dying immediately, as he's now staggered behind his enemies, or behind his teammates, and his teammates are going to have to fight a 2v3 rather than a 3v3.
Yeah, ball is in the back left corner. Let's see how Genius Gene pushes up, but it's looking really good, actually. They are all the way into the back half of the map. Do need to get that ball, though. Barry does pass it out. That's very strange, because you don't want to pass it to the enemy. But yeah, it looks like a goal here for Genius Gene. Just got to not throw the game. There we go.
Just got to not throw. As simple as that, right? Let's see. Overtime begins, and it's a battle of who has the better aim. It's a 1v1, 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 all the way across the board. Alex is going to be looking for the damage on Kevin. Here's a super forward. The pass up. Stop Rob going to get taken out. Alex has to clutch, but he just can't. And that is going to be the game going to Esport Empire. We're 0-1 in set number 3.
Yeah, that was an absolute massacre as soon as overtime hit. Wow. I don't know. That was very unexpected. They just killed them all in like 10 seconds and scored the goal.
Yeah, well, that's what you got to do. You just got to kill the enemy, put the ball on the goal. Simple, simple, simple. Right? I could do it in my sleep, you know? Nah, super challenging. You got loads of enemies in the way. That is going to be game number 1. We'll have a game number 2 coming up pretty soon. But if we know anything about Genius Gene, I'm no genius, but they have been routinely losing game number 1 and then winning game number 2 and number 3. So if we see a game number 2 win going to Genius Gene, this is actually pretty bad for Esport Empire. It is a match point for their enemy. Genius Gene, they're actually playing quite conservatively this time. And there they go. They pick up that first kill. This is what they're going to turn into some momentum for themselves. Stop Rob goes for the aggression. He needs to pick up the kill on Kevin. There's a homemade recipe. Is he even going to use it on Kevin? He decides not to. Ooh, and it doesn't make contact with Barry either. Genius Gene having a rough start.
Yeah, Esports Empire looking to repeat the game one. Gonna go right into the goal. 30-second goal again. Wow, really well played. We got to see Genius Gene make some kind of a comeback here. But yeah, the stew of Kevin is actually very, very strong. Gonna probably go down here though, not having a super to keep him alive. Lino gonna miss a homemade recipe. We saw Kevin popping that gadget, but then shooting a regular shot. Didn't get the super activated on accident. I think that has a lot to do with Carl's flying hook. People pop the gadget and then use the regular shot. People have been so conditioned to it, it's difficult to get used to Stu, who gives a free super, and Buzz.
Yeah, let's see how they handle it now, though. It's 1-1, and Esports Empire, they're 1 goal away. Well, if they get scored on, it's 1 goal away from them going to a match point. Alex is looking for that breakthrough. Here it comes. Alex gets it in, and Genius Gene, they're on match point. Comes down to the final game, and once again, I think we see Genius Gene head into a win in game number 3, as they usually do. It's only been 2 times in a row, but I see a pattern emerging here. We'll be looking for it if they manage to advance into the semifinals. But this is looking spectacular for Genius Gene. And I mean, spectacular, like Spectacular Stu is here. And Esports Empire, they are, man, really shaking in their boots. I will assure you, it is this one game that decides whether Esports Empire advances on to set number 4 for Hot Zone, or Genius Gene is going to be advancing onto the semifinals.
Yeah, so Genius Gene likes to lose the first game and then wins the next 2. Probably going to be the same thing here. I'm surprised to see goals going in so hot and fast on Backyard Bowl, not what we usually see. But I mean, mirror matches from both sides, not too surprising. This comp is just very good, very difficult to counter, especially on an open map. Unless you want like tanks, I guess you could, but it's risky.
Yeah, it is. It is really risky, and I'm really hopeful for them that it works out for them. We'll see how it turns out, though. Same compositions as last time. Genius Gene, though, having a little bit of trouble off the first push. They lose 1 member, and now it's a 2v3. It's soon to be a 3v3 once again, though. They're going to get that member respawned. Stop Rob now coming back up to mid. Barry drops down that bear trap on the left side of the map, and Rostislav is going to get taken down as well. It's 2v3 here at mid.
Wow, we're going to see some Piper melee action there. That's a little bit odd. But yeah, they're going to get the early wall break on the left side for Esports Empire. Alec is low on the right side without a super. So he's got to find a way to get it, or he'll have to waste his gadget to recharge it. Rostislav, no mines down. EMP Barry does have 2 though. So that is a big difference there. Stop Rob is doing all right in the mid as well. They do need to make some kind of push to get this ball up there because, yeah, I mean, it's still 0-0 and Genius Gene dying to get this victory.
And dying to get this victory. Hopefully that does not mean literally, as Stoprov does get pretty low on health. Rostislav still looking for the controller on the left side. He doesn't have the damage amp just yet. Lino is going to take some major damage. One more shot onto Lino and he's gone. He's done for. Ooh, and Stoprov actually getting the wall break as he backs up. It's almost overtime, but it might as well be with all these walls broken open. Alex barely going to survive here with 52 health. Looking for the damage onto Lino, who is taking some. Ooh, does take that bullet to the face from Rostislav. Stoprov now going to find this opportunity to pass around the left side. And we see the scoring opportunity. Alex, what is he going to do here? A nice bit of mechanics there. And there's pretty much no way for Esports Empire to come back here. They won't slow down, though. Kevin goes for the aggression. He just wants to kill the pass from Lino. And Alex rejects it. It was almost a great pass to clutch things up. But Genius Gene, nonetheless, they will be taking the win and heading on to the semifinals.
Yeah, Genius Gene showing a very dominant victory there. 3-0. Do have a lot of things to probably still work on, but now they have the main challenge of this obstacle course, which is Navi in the semifinals. Definitely not a team you want to be going up against. Navi is just so strong, already taken out Pharmacy Centers and Craze Clan. So yeah, they're on a really hot streak here. We'll see what Genius Gene can do about that.
Yep. And guys, with that, we have two of our semi-finalists locked in. They'll be facing against each other as well. Navi going to be a pretty tough opponent for Genius Gene, no doubt. With that, though, we are going to be taking a short break. So make sure you get up, stretch, get some water, and get some popcorn as well, because the matches ahead are going to be pretty spicy. You won't want to miss them. See y'all in 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Trovo Titans. I am Ready, Set, and I'm joined by none other than Nighttime Clasher. Guys, we just got through the semi-finals, or at least the first two. Move into the right side of the bracket to get into our next two semifinals matches. Or rather, our quarterfinals matches, so we can determine who our semi-finalists are going to be and who's going to end up competing to be in the grand finals.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the bracket here. We got Unima Gaming versus Challengermode. Both great teams, actually, from yesterday's performance. And Walker Romania versus Crystal Gaming Red on the bottom side. So yeah, these teams are going to be facing off in the first game, Challengermode versus Unima Gaming. Unima Gaming is the third seed in the EECA region, so they're definitely looking to put up a strong fight here, looking to not get upset here. And yeah, should be some great games. We got the EU versus the EECA region.
You love to see it, man. You absolutely love to see it. Unima Gaming, such an amazing roster, right? But first, let's get into our, I believe our bans are going to be coming in soon, right? As we're getting ready for our first match. And remember, our bans are ABBA style format. And something that we've been seeing a lot, actually, is the Poco and the Jean. None of the Bell, right? And last time we didn't even see Stu banned, which I thought was particularly interesting night.
Yeah, Stu wasn't banned last game, and we saw him played in nearly every single game. That's just how strong he is right now with that new gadget. A little bit surprised we haven't seen any Gale or Leon. People are not eager to try out these new gadgets, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think... Yeah?
Yeah, I learned this morning, actually, they already patched the Gale gadget. Before it would block the Siege robot, it does not anymore. So maybe that changes something.
Well, that's no fun. Well, Factory Rush is not going to be one of those places where we see that awesome gadget in play. A Ring of Fire, though, is going to start us off. We'll head into Factory Rush and then Dry Season for set number 3. To break any ties, we got Safe Zone, which we had just watched an epic showdown in last match, and then Double Swoosh to end things off in case, well, in case we don't end it in 30 sets with Ring of Fire, Factory Rush, and Dry Season. Yeah,
Unima Gaming probably looking to sweep here. They are definitely the more well-known team, and wouldn't be too surprising. But we got a lot of open maps to start us off. Factory Rush, Ring of Fire, and Dry Season. You're going to see a lot of Piper, maybe some Bell. So we'll see if those brawlers are put to rest through the bans or not. I mean, it's up to the teams here, but we did see both of these teams having a Bell ban and a Stu ban yesterday in those games. So, I mean, that wouldn't be too out of the ordinary. And now let's go look at the bans as they are ready.
All right, well, what do we see? Our bans are going to be flying in. Challengermode, they get the first ban. It's going to be El Primo. Unima Gaming, how do they respond? I'm interested in why we see the El Primo ban first, like every single time, as if your enemy is going to go, oh yeah, we're going to accept El Primo in this battle. Unima Gaming, though, they basically get the free go-ahead to choose Poco and Jean as their bans. Challengermode, they're either going to have to ban out Bell or Stu. It is going to be Stu that they ban, so Bell is going to be in play practically every single game, especially because we have these very long-range maps to start us off.
Yeah, knowing that there's 3 really OP brawlers right now, that being Primo, Stu, and Bell, Unima Gaming, or any team, can choose to not ban one of those brawlers because each team only has 2 bans. So you can leave one of the really OP brawlers open if that's something your team thinks is favorable. And that's exactly what Unima Gaming did here. They might feel very comfortable with a Bell or a Stu, so they left both those options open. Maybe less comfortable with Jean, one of the more, not broken brawlers, but very used brawler is him. And yeah, maybe they're not comfortable with that. And then Poco prevents a lot. Poco ban prevents a lot of the Mickey Mouse comps that a top team might be worried about. So yeah, they go with the Poco ban.
Yeah, I would definitely say well-guided. They're already going to be getting into game number 1. These teams are chomping at the bit. They're ready to get into it. No time to waste. And let's see how they handle it. Well, we got Angel Tints on the Bell here. He's going to be looking to throw down those first bear traps. on mid if he can get in first. Kisco is going to be looking for that super though, and Reyes is pushing up. Gets the burn on a Kisco. Well, not the super, but he does get that main attack fired away. Nathan is going to be the victim of a main attack. He does take out Angel Tints with one of his attacks, but at the same time, he is getting pushed back significantly by Reyes. Schalke and Meto, they're doing a good job so far, but they're just not going to be able to push in quite yet. But Unima Gaming, they respond with the super. In fact, both teams with the loose supers down on the ground, soon to vanish, but it has prevented most pushes in the mid so far.
Yeah, we have lots of control from the side of Unima Gaming to begin this match. A lot of percentage as well. But there is a snowstorm in the mid, and Angel is going to get caught up in it, and Nathan finishes him off. 2 bear traps already in the mid, though. Nathan is tagged as well. It's a really nice start for Unima Gaming. And yeah, they do have the Bell advantage for sure, because Bell is just so broken here. And you know, we saw Unima Gaming actually not going with Lou yesterday on this map. I think part of that is actually they knew what maps they had to be playing on today, and because they were against a not as well-known team, they said we can go without certain picks to cover up these comps and save them for the future games, which is exactly what they did. And now they're pulling out the Lou and the Bell, 2 of the best brawlers on this map. And yeah, Unima Gaming is absolutely dominating here. No chance or opening for Schalke de Meadow. Even those Lou storms aren't going to do them much. Angel just going to sit right there, happy to eat up the snow and gonna get stunned but not taken out. That's a 100-4 dominant victory from Unima Gaming to begin us off.
Totally dominant. What on earth did I just witness, man? Well, I mean, I gotta say, it's pretty clear so far who the winner is. I will also attribute it though to the Lou plus the Bell is pretty dominant. Right, but Belle was the brawler for my money that was the most controlling there. She's able to put down the bear traps, and she's able to get the long range control. You don't really have to worry about Lou getting too many supers if you just outrange him to begin with. Also, we saw just a spectacular control with Amber on the left side of the map for the entire game. And the Rico on the right side from Schalke Tomato was unfortunately not too impactful. So those are the things that I think we need to change up. But of course, that's accounting for whether we're just, or it's not accounting for whether we face the same comp once again, right? Facing against the same comp, it would definitely be helpful to switch out those components. But if we're facing against a completely different comp, then yeah, there's going to have to be a lot more thinking that goes into it.
Yeah, let's look at what adjustments they make here. The Amber felt very strong, actually, from Unima Gaming. They were able to just control an entire lane with an Amber super, one with a Lou super, and I mean, it's just full lockdown of the map. I mean, yeah, Schalke de Meadow needs to make some big changes here, or they're just going to get blown out of the water again. I don't know what they can do, really. The comp wasn't that bad other than not having... Oh, what is going on here? No Bell opts for a Piper and a Sprout. Interesting. Maybe they think this is a good matchup.
Well, I hope it is a good matchup for them. Let's see how it turns out, though. Anto is on the left lane on that Sprout, trying to get the control versus Reyes. He's trying to push him back as much as possible, which is honestly respectable. Look how well he is doing versus Reyes so far, and that was one of the main issues for last map. But Angel Tints just doesn't slow down. He's going straight for Nathan, takes some damage from both Nathan and Anto, but Reyes, he says, okay, well, I won't push up the left lane because I can't, so I'll just come right through mid, go straight for Nathan, and does do some respectable damage. Angel Tint's going to shove Nathan away. Anto and Nathan won't be able to push in quite yet. Unima Gaming still ahead by a large margin, and those bear traps are just littering the point. Nathan doesn't want to fall victim to any of them.
Yeah, Nathan being tagged, no way to push into this mid. Big Lou super from Reliable, going to hold Schalke Pimenta back. I mean, Anto's just going to get burned by Reyes out of nowhere. And Nathan is so low, needs to retreat. But Angel goes right on top of him. Meleeing a Piper is probably the best way to deal with him, honestly. Angel doesn't get the tag off. No, it's going to miss. But Reyes has to waste that Amber fire there. Not a good thing to do. But 60% to 1%. I think Unima Gaming is doing just fine here. Really nice plays all around.
Yeah, I completely agree. Really nice plays so far. Shalkatameto, we'll see if they're able to get any more cash. Nathan just barely graced the point for a moment there. Kisco is going to try and put a stop to Reyes, gets a nice freeze onto him. Nathan and Kisco both fall victim to the bear trap. Reliable gets 1 kill off of that. Kisco's still in business. Angel Tint's going to take some damage as well. Reyes finds the opportunity to push in, and he just needs to dodge out Nathan. Not an easy task, but Reyes definitely makes it look easy. Great dodges so far. There's the super to push back onto. Nanto's trying to bait out the burn, but he's not biting just yet. There's a damage amp from Angel Tints on Kisco as well. Shalkatameto, they are not going to be able to take this one. Gaming with a dominant victory in set number 1.
Yeah, you saw Shalkatameto put that Sprout on the left side. Maybe not the best idea. There's not really any wall he can hide behind on the left side. Look on the right side. There's a huge L where the Sprout can just sit comfortably, shooting shots from over the water and the wall. I mean, I just think that's like an easy choice to make, actually. Just putting this route on the right side would be so much more sensible. So they had the right picks, but not the right lanes. Yeah, unable to stay in the zone for very long, even though Belle is going to die to a Piper just from a 1v1 situation. Again, Piper with so little health can't sit in the zone for very long before she's got to use that super to just get out of there. Unima Gaming just able to sit in the zone comfortably for most of the match there. And yeah, it's a crushing defeat. Shalkatameto is in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, they are in a lot of trouble. They got to stop this momentum. Otherwise, it's a Unima Gaming win for sure. Just going off of our last game, I gotta say, it's looking like a Unima Gaming win already. I'm pretty sure they're just going to sweep this one because Shalkatameto, they were hardly able to touch the point at all, right? And even when they try to pull out some kind of counter, they were completely shut down. Unima Gaming, they're pulling out something quite similar. Anto is not able to get the first bolt with the flying hook. Actually, Reyes is the one to pick it up. Kisco looks for that next one, and Angel Tints is just ready to eat him alive. Nathan now trying to get the control at mid, but is all for naught. Unima Gaming they get the first siege.
Big problem from the side of Shalkatameto. I mean, when you have Carl, his one job is to grab the bolt. So grab that bolt. If you can't grab that bolt, you're in a lot of trouble. Because, yeah, Carl is just there to get the first siege. And then Lou, again, we talked about Lou. His only job is to defend. No Lou super up. Look at this. This Ike is getting melted. You brought a defense brawler, you brought a bolt grabbing brawler, and they're not doing their jobs. This is not looking good for Shalkatameto.
It is not looking even close to good. Unfortunate. Unima Gaming, they're already looking to claim this next siege as well. There's just not enough time for Shalkatameto to bank these bolts that they've picked up. They're not even going to be able to tie it before siege bot coming in for Unima Gaming. And see that big level 4 bot coming in. It's not that big, but Unima Gaming, they're able to amplify the magnitude of this bot's power. Kisco doesn't have the super either, and that's the whole point of playing Lou, though this bot is going to get trapped on the side. Reyes says, okay, well, I'll come around the right side. This has always been the solution for Reyes. Just navigate around that choke point and get loads of damage. Shalkatameto going down once again. Unima Gaming, they claim the 3rd game win in a row, and they're halfway through set number 2.
That's right. Shalkatameto really struggling with those brawlers. Maybe Kisco is not finding the right rhythm with Lou because he was not able to get any sort of super to defend those bots. Got one way too late, though. Bot was already too close to the safe where Amber could still stand in a range and be safe, just unloading the entire bar of ammo on the safe and just decimating it.
Yep, just absolutely decimating it. Look, just pretty much like our last few games, and this is just giving me even more and more confidence that they're going to be able to take this one all the way to the victory in set number 3 with just another 2-0. I don't even know what the response could be actually from Shalkatameto because they bring out the Lou, and Lou's really struggling to get the super, to get the defense, and then Lou is not really doing what Lou's supposed to do, which is get the perfect defense by trapping the bot. Admittedly, did get the super there towards the end of the push. Ooh, and actually they're really switching things up. Shalkatameto, they got Kisco on the golden mort this time. Unto still on the Lou. is going to be looking for that super very quickly, actually. Unima Gaming, they're going to tie things up for the first seed. Challengermode, they're not going to be able to pick up that last bullet. It's still going to be Unima Gaming push to start things off. Oh, never mind. It's a tie. It was very close, though.
Yeah, this is looking really bad for Challengermode. We talked about this comp yesterday, actually. The Lu, the Mortis, and the Barley. Barley for offense, Mortis for bullets, and then Lu for defense. But they're not able to execute this correctly. Just going to get completely blown off the map here. Nothing they can do to push back up. Nathan needs to be behind that L-shaped wall, but if he can even get close to that, it's not looking good because Reyes is just holding an amazing control with the Amber. Kisco also not able to get anything done. Yeah, it's not looking good for Challengermode. This is going to be a big bot, and Challengermode hasn't picked up enough bolts to actually win the next siege. Kisco not able to get some value bats there is going to be really bad. Let's see how they defend this, though.
Yep, the defense is going to have to be strong. Anto gets that super, and the bot's trapped on the side. There's the wall break, though, but it's not able to let the bot through. But see, the bot's just there to tank anyway. Just a little bit of missed damage. Kisco is going to get some damage as well. Anto tries to defend that bot, and he does succeed, actually. Much better signs of life from Challengermode this time, as Unima Gaming is going to have to take back the lead that they fought so hard for. Reyes is actually going to be able to get this one. Kisco slipping around as he gets caught on the corner. Angel Tints actually picks up that Bolt, and it looks like Unima Gaming will be taking that final bot. It won't even matter what Challengermode is able to do. Anto doesn't even bother. Oh, man. Oh, you can see the... yeah, unfortunate. You can see the... Just all that inspiration that Challengermode had to keep going in this game die immediately upon the final bolt count coming up. Unima Gaming, they're taking their 4th win in a row. We'll be headed to set number 3.
Yeah, that is not looking good for Challengermode. Barley, actually, we saw him using the sticky syrup mixer gadget, which I don't think makes too much sense because you have that to defend, but you also have the Lu. I said a lot about not having 2 brawlers that do the exact same thing. Barley with that gadget and Lu with the super do the exact same thing. You don't want to repeat your brawlers in the combo like that. You want everyone to do their own thing, kind of. So, yeah, maybe they have some issues with Lu getting that super up, so I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, I think it makes sense too. Let's see how things turn out in our next game. We'll be moving into our next map as well. We're going to be going to Dry Season, where I can pretty much guarantee you that Tick will be making an entrance. We also have the Buzz Vandal, so none of that funny business. But we saw the Mort actually from Challengermode, and that tells me that we could see some kind of, just all-out crazy aggro comp to get rid of some of the throwers on the enemy side of the map. I mean, Challengermode, they can at least get 1 win here if they're able to accurately predict Unima Gaming's comp, or just go for something completely crazy and clutch it out.
Yeah, we're going into Bounty. Dry Season is actually a map where you can Mickey Mouse your opponents. We saw a lot of double tank comps here with Poco, too, in the NA region. So let's see if that's the case. Regular comp from both sides, it looks like, though.
Yep, what do we see, actually? Well, mirror match is the answer to that question. Challengermode, they take that early lead, which is a little bit surprising. It was just 1 blue star on the side of Unima Gaming. Challengermode, they took it quickly. Unima Gaming, though, now it comes down to whether they're able to provide the offense. There's the super from Nathan. Reyes tanks it easily with the use of Sprout's 2nd star power. Reyes also taking some major damage, and Angel Tints reflects that shot from Kisco onto his teammate. Challengermode to keep the lead by 1 star. Just as earlier. Reliable, though, hanging on to that super. Here it comes. Anto might get taken down. No, super does get taken down, and Anto is stuck in this back left corner. Good target for Reliable as he throws those mines behind. And Angel Tints looks to pick up some damage on Anto and Kisco.
Yeah, we got a Tick versus Sprout on both sides. Tick versus Sprout. Tick should be winning this matchup, honestly. So seeing Unima Gaming pushing down both of these lanes and winning both of these lanes just shows that they are way ahead of their opponents just mechanically. They just need to get this 1-star advantage, but that's not too scary considering there's still 30 seconds left, and in Bounty, when you push everyone up, you usually do find 1 or 2 kills. So yeah, Nathan is looking really low. They're probably going to find the kill on him. Reyes gets the kill on Kisco and decides to get out of there. Unima Gaming is looking to take this one. 20 seconds left. Not going to be pushed back into their spawn whatsoever. Anto and Kisco just going to bounce those bell shots between them. Yep, this is game over. And Unima Gaming is going into the match point. How will Schalke de Meta respond?
Probably gonna respond by dying a little inside. Unima Gaming, they have amassed such a massive lead on their opponent, Schalke de Meta. They haven't even taken a single set off of these guys. Not even a single game, in fact. It is a 5-0 so far, and I think a 6-0 is on the horizon. It comes down to whether we see the consistent performance from Unima Gaming. Are they going to pull out something kind of funny, right? Because you said you can Mickey Mouse your opponents here, Knight. So you can pull out something funny and still get the win. At this point, I think it's a little bit more likely to come from Unima Gaming than Schalke de Meta, as Unima Gaming, they have to be so confident by this point. At the same time, though, maybe they just play as they have been playing so that they get the bragging rights of having a 6-0 in their book.
Yeah, it's looking really good for Unima Gaming, but there's one thing you do need to notice here. With those comps, the Sprout, the Tick, and the Bell, those are very, very susceptible brawlers to an aggro or tank comp. A Mortis could just dance all over a Bell and a Sprout. Just any tank, honestly, could just walk over that comp completely. So they do have to be careful and make some adjustments. Ruffs, adding Ruffs into the comp is a good idea usually, to beef it up a little. When you boost up all your teammates, they just do a little bit more damage, do a little better against tanks, and you got those nukes from the sky to hopefully help a little. And yeah, we see the tanks from, oh man, both teams.
Oh boy. Well, both teams go for the Mickey Mouse here. It's almost the mirror match. Angeltons is picking up the Buzz, and is that brawler not banned? I guess not. Schalke de Meta picking up the Mori here. Let's see what they're able to make of it. It's definitely not going to be going on Bull or Buzz here. Anto's looking to keep back the competition. Unima Gaming, they just want to hang on to this one blue star.
That's right. They've got probably a good matchup on the Unima Gaming side. Buzz counters BB pretty easily, though. And Buzz just does well against all these brawlers. Mortis and BB are going to get countered. It's really up to what the Mortises can do, though, because Mortis into other tanks usually not the best thing you can have, especially a Bull. That's the last thing you want to play against as a Mortis. But yeah, Unima Gaming is up here. And so looking to get some great value out of the bubble. None is found, though. And yeah, another kill going to be on the side of Unima. And yeah, they're all collapsing on that BB. Nothing Anto can do. And Angel just opts to use a gadget to get out of there. Probably the safe play. Yeah, oh man, that's going to be a lot of value. Wow.
Reliable. Oh man, he just dashed all the way away from that super from Reyes. Reyes also trying to stay alive. He's just barely alive. This is going to be a funny way for Schalke de Meta to go down unless they're able to pull this one out. Anto needs to get the knockback. There's the knockback, and Angeltons gets the stun onto Nathan. Reyes comes in to pick up the kill, and Nathan is actually able to survive that one. Unima Gaming got to be a little bit cautious now as the 10-second mark is approaching. There's no wait for them to respawn in time. Turn this back into anything but a loss if they all go down, and they all do except for Reliable. And Kisco's going to try and get it, but we see the appropriate defense. Unima Gaming, they win the 6-0 match. Congratulations to them. Absolutely spectacular performance. I got to hand it to them. That was funny to watch towards the end. I thought it might actually go to Schalke de Meta, but no. Unima Gaming, they thought of everything. They had the Bull Super ready to go. Dash all the way back where the teammates are going to respawn, and it's a GG.
Yeah, Unima Gaming, they knew their comps. They were full aware how susceptible the Bell and double thrower comp is to those tanks. So they said, oh, why go tank counters? We'll just go tank ourselves. Why not? They were very confident about the way they were playing, and they go for a 6-0 sweep. Maybe we will see some more of those like yesterday. But yeah, Unima Gaming, not surprising, one of the best teams in EECA, deserving to move on to the semifinals. But Schalke de Meadow, a good run from them as well.
Yeah, definitely a good run from them. And they will be, unfortunately, going down in the quarterfinals. Unima Gaming, they are going to be your third semifinalist. So, of course, that naturally begs the question, who is going to be our fourth semifinalist? Well, it's going to be either Waka Romania or Crystal Gaming Red. Point Gaming versus Crystal Gaming Red was the one game that we saw go 2-1 yesterday. It's the only game that made it past set number 2. So, if we're meant to judge by that, I would say it might actually be Crystal Gaming Red going down, but I would love to see them advance as well. It's going to be our fourth quarterfinal for the day, and after that, we'll be moving into the semifinals and then the grand finals.
Yeah, Walker Romania is one of those teams that I saw was doing very well yesterday, actually, and they will be looking to put up a dominant performance against the roster of Crystal Gaming Red. So yeah, two pretty strong teams, both not really known as well as some of the other teams in this tournament, but this is their chance to go up into the semifinals and have a shot at Unima Gaming, which is one of the top teams in this region.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt. And it's going to be an exhilarating match for sure when we see those two teams go up against each other. Well, with the bracket in mind, we will also pretty soon be moving into our next match. We'll get the chance to look at the maps and the bands and the modes. And keep in mind, we have moved into a best of 5 if you're just tuning in now from yesterday. And it's going to be continuing on from the quarterfinals, best of 5. So we're going to at least see those first 3 sets. Now, don't let that last quarterfinals match fool you, though. These usually don't go by very quickly, right? It does give a team a lot of time to really show their stuff and show what they're made of. We got the maps and modes coming up. Let's see what's going to be in store for our upcoming match night.
Yeah, we got Double Swoosh, a map we've seen pretty much through this entire competition a lot. Shooting Star maybe will be our first time on that map today. And then Split. Again, curious to see if anyone opts for a Gale on the Split or a Leon. Still waiting on those 2 brawlers. But then we'll be going into Triple Dribble, where we're going to see a lot of throwers, and Hot Potato, also a thrower map. So yeah, a lot of maps here that are great for Rico, great for throwers, especially towards the last few sets. Let's see if any bans go in that direction, but if it's anything like we've already seen, probably just going to see some Bell, Stu, and Primo ban, plus Jean or Poco. Seems like to be the most common things.
Yeah, it is kind of funny. We've seen those banned out like a lot, and for what is the question? Because like Poco, he's not really that impactful in the current meta. You get rid of some of the Poco double tanks that you could run into, but if our last game that we watched before we started this match was any sort of evidence, you don't need Poco in order to run tanks and just have a crazy match. So Poco, Jean are the bans that we're looking out for. If we don't see those, I think Jean could really spice up these matches. Let's get into the bans as well, because, well, I mean, you got 2 of those per team, and it is really going to impact the course of the match. Walking Romania, they get the first ban. What are they thinking?
Yeah, man. Jean is going to be our first ban here.
Do they have to, man? El Primo for the second ban. It's going to be from Crystal Gaming Red. Who do we see for the third ban from Crystal Gaming Red? Poco, El Clasico. Let me guess. Stu?
Probably. Yep, there he is.
Wow. At this point, it's the same game over and over again. I wonder, maybe for the grand finals, we'll see something a little bit different. But for now, that is pretty much the meta. Is gonna be Jean, Stu, El Primo, Poco. Those are your bans in every single match in this tournament.
Yeah, Poco and Jean, seeing him banned a lot. Not something I'm actually used to. NA, LATAM, South, other regions I have some experience in. That just doesn't seem like the most common thing to ban. Maybe people don't like the big genie in this region. So yeah. I guess that's the difference in these metas. They think Poco's OP, I guess.
I mean, he's he's not OP, but he is definitely like impactful, so I can completely understand like why you'd want to get rid of him. Though I just think it's bizarre to see him banned every single match because, you know, he's not like that big of a deal, right? People are able to deal with Poco. Of course, it's all about the dojo, and I don't really understand this dojo. No, I understand the ones from EMEA and ANA, but you know, I will give them the benefit of just me not really knowing what's going on. Let's get into game number 1 and see if we can kind of figure out what's going on. Alex is going to be picking up the Sandy here, and iKill is on the Spike. This is exactly what we saw in other games on Double Swoosh, and it's not too surprising that Sandy mid seems to be doing quite a bit of work.
Yeah, Sandy mid here when Gene is banned certainly makes a lot of sense. Lots of deaths from the side of Rocket Romania, but they do have the Sandy Super up already. That's very impressive considering how long it was taking to get Sandy Supers in other games. Sunny just going to get blown out of the water by this Amber though. The wall not going to save him whatsoever. Oh, it does actually. Tag goes out into the Oblivion though. Vachion trying to win this lane against the Spike. Not easy, but also not too hard. Sipri just walking back. And both teams just trying to get Amber Supers to burn the grass so nobody can hide, and trying to get Sandy Supers at the same time. Let's see. Sandy Super now coming from Crystal Red. They want to make a return on the offense.
Let's see what they're able to bring here. Crystal Gaming Red, we see Sunny on the right lane throw up that hedge, and there's a little bit of control, perhaps an opportunity to grab the gem, but Sunny's not biting. Alex gets hits a bunch of times. R9E picks up all the gems. He's going to be playing mid here. He gets a bunch of damage dealt to him as well by iKill and Sifri. But Rocket Romania, they are still going to be keeping up the pressure. Well, Alex, yeah, is not going to be coming out here just yet. He needs to get into a safe position. Does stun R9E so that he can't get the sweet dreams on his Sifri. And Alex is going to be chilling here. Looks for the kill on Invasion. Very nice. Alex, once again, he gets the stun onto Sunny. Sunny's immediately unstunned thanks to the Rude Sands. And Waka Romania, they run home with this victory for game number 1 and set number 1.
Yeah, looking like a pretty dominant victory from Waka Romania here. Able to make a lot of use of that Amber. I think Sipri was just completely flaming that Sprout on the right side. Sprout got way too close so many times, just not aware of where the Amber is, I think. And then Sipri just able to walk up and auto aim on him with the green button. I mean, green button and red button in tandem. Yeah, Sprout, no chance at all. All those bushes are burned. No shield either going to come out from the Sprout towards the end of the game. And I mean, yeah, Rocket Romania had a better comp and just played it better.
Pretty much that's what it comes down to sometimes. Yeah, is just have the better comp and play it better. Well played there by both teams. Obviously, going to Waka Romania start things off, though it was quite close. And judging by that alone, I think we could pretty likely see a Brawl Ball is set in set 4 at minimum, and perhaps even a safe zone to end things off. Though one thing is for sure, and that is that the team that's able to, you know, most effectively navigate around the bans is going to be the one to walk away with the victory. Gene is very tough to not have here on Double Swoosh, and I think Waka Romania, they handle it very well. They're very well versed in that Sandy 1v1 there at mid, so they handled it very well. They had the sweet dreams ready to go. They weren't getting too aggressive into an enemy Sandy. Crystal Gaming Red, they kind of fell into that trap just a little bit. So we'll see if Crystal Gaming Red adjusts how they play and adjusts their composition in our next game. I think one that would really help them is picking up the Amber on their right lane, which was our left lane, rather than the Bell.
Absolutely. We got Amber again on that right side. No Bell from Waka Romania. We talked about why Bell's not maybe the best here due to the Sandy being open. And yeah, looks like they know their comps. Spike still going to be the main brawler of the EECA region, looking like. Sipri knows exactly when his enemies are in that bush on the right side and just goes up and flames them. No mercy at all, and already going to get a burn on that middle bush. That's so important because now Alex knows that he's not going to get snuck up on by R9E. If he's in those 3 bushes right there on the left, He's in those 3 bushes on the left. There's nowhere else he could possibly be. Cypri completely dominating his lane like we've seen him do in the last game, all the way on the right side. Will require a 2v1 pinch to get him down. And now Walker Romania is looking good in gems, but actually so is Crystal Gaming Red. It's mostly a tied position here, but due to the Amber Fire on the side of Cypri, it's definitely, yep, there goes Vatsion. Now Crystal Gaming needs to recover, but kill on the left side is going to even things up.
Yep, Walker Romania, though, they have this Sandy Super to throw down Cypri. Trying to push her on the right side. Vasion is sitting there with the big cactus. Cypri, what if he knows it's there? He is going to be flaming this down. Yep, there goes the cactus. There goes ailing for Vasion. Is he going to be able to push her on the right side? There he goes. Getting a little bit of damage on Cypri, but not too much. Crystal Gaming Red, they're still sneaking around in this sandstorm. And Walker Romania are having a bit of a tough time checking around in these bushes. Ikill is actually going to be able to push up here, gets that curveball action in there, and the super down. Well, Alex knows where the enemy is now, but he just can't push up past Vasion with the curveball. It's just so tough to dodge as well. Crystal Gaming Red, they're setting themselves up for that 10-gem countdown. They got to pick up one more after the countdown, though, to secure the dub.
Yeah, Alex going to throw up an angry face because he knows this is a terrible situation to be in. Sandy not being able to hide in the bush, being spawn trapped is going to be one of the biggest problems because the spike in the bell can just poke you infinitely pretty much and stop you from doing anything. Because, I mean, a Sandy in a bush is just nothing. It gets outranged by everyone, just gets completely destroyed. Yeah, that's going to be a very nice win for Crystal Gaming Red. Both teams did pretty good in terms of Sandy Supers, used them pretty effectively for the most part. Yeah, I think it was the last Sandstorm from Crystal Gaming Red that really tied the game up for them and then actually brought them into the advantage, just letting them pick up those last few gems and take full control of the map.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is what it came down to, was that final super to secure the control. So I think well played, right? We've seen things go both ways. Walker Romania, Crystal Gaming Red, they're both pulling off the same stuff. They're both getting the similar control there with Sandy. They're both obviously well versed in this matchup, though I think something else that really assisted Crystal Gaming Red there was getting the bush on the left lane and then using that to push up and cycling out those Sandy Supers over and over and over again. Walk at Romania, they were pretty hesitant to push into that. They have the spike for checking, but Crystal Gaming Red, they were not using the spike necessarily as much for checking as they were for just repeatedly poking the enemy and whittling them down on health. They didn't need kills. They just need to keep the enemy back and keep them threatened, right? Threaten the possibility of taking them down and making them die, drop all their gems, and losing a lot of control.
Yeah, the Sandys were able to hold that mid really well. I don't think I saw a lot use of the Sweet Dreams gadget. Not a whole lot of value got out of it from both teams. I don't know why they would pick the Rude Sand star power, especially because it just negates your Sweet Dreams gadget. Doesn't make that much sense to me. Usually you use the Healing Winds, but I guess that's just a decision to use the Root Sands to scout the bush and use the Sweet Dreams when you're not having that super, actually maybe to get the super. So, yeah, that's a pretty interesting decision, but it seems to work out.
Yeah, it seems to work out, and that's, I guess, what matters at the end of the day, is that it works out, right? And that's the objective, is just win the game, man. It's simple. Just take the W. So pretty soon we'll be moving into game number 3. Crystal Gaming Red, Walker Remaining, they're all tied up here in set number 1. After this one, we'll be moving into Bounty. The question is, who will have the lead? Let's see. Alex is still going to be hanging onto that Sandy Ikill on the spike, looking for the control on the left. And Cypri on the right, shifting off to the Amber. Apparently, it was not impactful enough. And Cypri's going to be looking for a damage amp on someone, or perhaps also a bear trap. Ikill is going to get forced back by Sunny, actually. And is he going to bait that? Yeah, he is going to bait that bear trap and deal some good damage to the enemy as well. Does take back control of the left lane, but Crystal Gaming Red have taken the lead in gems by far.
Yeah, Cypri, I'm interested to see why he switched off of Amber, because he was so dominant on that brawler. Maybe, I don't know if Bell's the better choice, but alright, we'll have to trust him. It's not looking good though. Crystal Gaming Red is in a very big lead here in terms of gems, and Cypri is struggling greatly on this right side lane. and KHYI is not able to win that lane against the Bell as dominantly, so they're in a little bit of trouble. Trade on the right side. Now, both teams looking to get that first Sandy Super. If Crystal Gaming gets a Sandy Super, that might just be game over. They'll be able to pick up those last 3 gems.
Yep, let's see. Alex is going to grab one of those gems, and Walker Romania is close to tying up Crystal Gaming Red here, but that next gem goes away of R9E. Alex just really wants a Sweet Dreams, but Vation is going to put that possibility to rest as he gets that super and some great attacks onto Alex. Ooh, Alex almost goes down, actually. But here's a Sandstorm from Walker Romania. Push out Crystal Gaming Red. Only one gem is going to go the way of Walker Romania after that entire thing. And Alex is actually really ready to get the Sweet Dreams, but misses it onto R9E. Final gem for R9E, and Alex is all the way pushed back. R9E knows he's secure, gets some more damage onto the enemy, and there's no way for Walker Romania to push up. No, actually there is. If they somehow take back mid control, they could absolutely get the final few gems here. Cypri is going to go down though. iKill is not going to have access to these. It's Crystal Gaming Red for the win in set number 1.
Yeah, really well played from the side of Crystal Gaming Red. We saw those Sandy Supers being used really effectively to grab gems towards the end there. I think it was the lanes that were a little bit struggling because Spike on the right side was winning big time for Crystal Gaming Red. But then on the left side, the Spike of, Rocket Romania, not able to make the same value against the other Bell. So when they got diffed in that sense, the Spike was able to throw those Spike bombs in the middle, which is a big choke point, not letting the Sandy get to those gems. Really, really well played from both of those teams. But Rocket Romania is going to have to make a comeback here after losing the first set. Crystal Gaming Red and is looking very, very good here.
They are looking good here. They just got to keep up this momentum. And momentum is really the main thing on their side here, because this is actually a pretty well matched up match, I guess you could say, because each of them have managed to take a game off of each other, and it was, pretty even until the bitter end there. It's clear in those games that Crystal Gaming Red won that they were in the lead. Same for Walker Romania. It's going to come down to momentum and team compositions. And, I mean, also just, being able to predict the enemy's comp and see what they're thinking. We're heading into our next set. It's going to be on Bounty. Love to see the long-range brawlers here, but sometimes, you get a little bit of tank action as well. It is going to be Shooting Star, and there's pretty much no other way about it. You're going to have to see those snipers here. Surprising to see from Walker Romania, they're not running the Piper. Crystal Gaming Red, they're running the Piper and the Bell. So, or rather, they're not running the Bell at all. They're running the Piper, and they're running the Tick plus the Nanny. It's a full outrange. Cypri's getting a bit outranged here. Let's see how it turns out.
Yeah, look at Walker Romania's comp. It doesn't strike me as something that is common here. We got a Nani, a Brock, and a Bell. Bell is not that common on this map because it's outclassed by Piper. But let's see if Walker Romania can make it work. Certainly not yet. We do have the very common comp from Crystal Gaming Red, though. They do have a Piper, a Tick, and a Nani, the best comp on this map, and there's very little discussion about that. Sunny, though, on the left side with a Nani Super, looking to make another kill. Sibri trying to stay alive here, barely stays alive. Now Alex is in big trouble. Low health, Sibri does go down. Big lead for Crystal Gaming Red. 6 stars on R9E. Just clapping Walker Romania's players here. And Alex throwing up the angry face. He's not happy about how this match is going, but gonna walk in and get killed immediately. R9E really needs to relax here. My goodness. He is gonna start stacking those stars, and it's looking really great for Crystal Gaming Red here.
Yeah, I would be spamming that pin too. Here comes the Nanny Super from Walker Romania and the dodge as well by R9E. Though there's the kill actually on Evasion. There's pretty much no way to get this one back. Alex is pretty much giving up. Cypri and iKill are also trying to make it work, and they almost got a couple of kills there, Chesto as well, because I would definitely not approve of my teammate going AFK. Walker Romania, they're going down. Crystal Gaming Red taking the first win. It's 3 wins in a row for them, and they are building up a nice bit of momentum on their side.
Yeah, they're looking to take this second set. If it goes the same way as it did here, I wouldn't be surprised to see Crystal Gaming try to get this done in 3 sets, actually. But yeah, their comps is just so much superior there. If you don't have Piper, you don't have Nani, it's really going to be a struggle. If you don't want to actually play Tick, you can play Brock instead of it, but the Piper and the Nani have to be there. There's no way to negotiate around that. You have to have those brawlers. Piper with the homemade recipe, it finds you so many kills just all across the board. But we saw some interesting star power picks, actually. We saw a snappy sniping from both of those Pipers. Usually we see ambush here. Of course, one shot is going to put the enemy very, very far back. Most of the time, an ambush shot and a regular shot from Tick, just one of those mines, can kill all the brawlers. So that's a big interaction on this map. They need to pay attention to those star powers. Maybe it was the wrong selection, but yeah, I don't really see snapping sniping too much here.
Yeah, unfortunate. Neither do I. Let's see if things change up. And Walker Romania, they're going for more or less that same thing. No Bell this time. It's going to be Sipri on the Piper. Crystal Gaming Red sticking with the same thing once again. It's almost going to be a mirror match. I don't know if Brock versus Tick is going to result in a Brock victory, but I'm open to new things. See what Walex has to say. Do we see the rocket fuel to break open that wall? Yes, and that's actually going to be a big blow for Ovation, unless he is just keeping massive control and keeping those attacks rolling out all the time. There's a super, actually. Sipri gets diffed around the corner. R9E with the homemade recipe, and Crystal Gaming Red down 3 stars. There's the wall break as well, and Waka Romania, they're in for a really tough game.
Yeah. Look at R9E just being a complete monster on that right side, showing them no mercy with Piper as he didn't in the last game. Already stacking up 5 stars. His teammates haven't even gotten any kills. Sipri gonna go down. And I want to point something out. It took Alex actually all 3 of his rockets to break the walls. He actually missed one of his rockets. That's really bad because those rockets can be used to find almost a guaranteed kill when you need it. But now, even if they kill R9E, they're so far behind. 40 seconds left. Sipri's going to throw up the thumbs down. It's just really bad for Walker Romania at this point. Nani Head going to come in for Crystal Gaming. Probably going to find a kill onto somebody here. No, it's going to go to the Oblivion. Let's see. Walker Romania trying to make a comeback.
Yep. Walex still keeping up the defense, though he's going to have to turn that into an offense. 15 seconds remain, and there's just not enough time to make something real happen. Oh, no. Walex with a huge whiff super onto the right lane. He wanted to get R9E, but it was just too far away. Vation with a great tank there. Sipri also not able to make it happen. Almost got taken down there, and definitely would have gotten taken down if we had seen that match end a split second later. It's Crystal Gaming Red to take set number 2 in a total sweep. They just seem to be unstoppable from where we stand. It is 4 games in a row that they have taken, and this cannot bode well for Walker Romania.
Yeah, I mean, R9E, he's just showing that he is an absolute monster on the Piper. 7 stars in both games. That's not something you see all the time. Just absolute domination from his end. Not giving the other Piper or Brock a chance. Just diffs across the map. Yeah, Hot Zone is going to be a little bit of a different story, though, because it's not as open of a map. So, yeah, we'll see how these teams make their adjustments, but Walker Romania has to get back into the correct mindset because they have taken some brutal losses here in this bounty set.
It did take some brutal losses, and that's gotta like definitely impact you mentally, because ouch, like I would not be feeling too great after losing 4 games in a row, especially games such as that, right? Kind of crushing, to be completely fair. So as we head into Hot Zone, right, they just don't want to let the momentum build up on the enemy side. Walker Romania, they're going to have to play something kind of cheese, you know, just really anything that is easy to get a win with, or just go back to what they're comfortable with and kind of go for the respective 1v1s, because I think they got to go back to the drawing board and think of the individual 1v1s that they're faced with. For instance, we had Brock at mid versus Tick at mid. So this is going to be, looks like, well, be And Colt, to be Colt from Waka Romania. Crystal Gaming Red, though, they're not responding with tanks this time. They are responding with the Rico Surge and Ruffs, and they're making it work really well. I gotta say, Waka Romania, no doubt they were expecting the tanks here. R9E goes for the teleport, and ouch, that is easy kill on the Sipri. Alex goes down as well. iKill is next. R9E gets him around the corner, and Waka Romania, they are deep in the hole.
Yeah, this is a disaster for Waka Romania. I mean, they've been severely outcomped here. Nothing you can really do, honestly. The Surge is just a menace. Just able to TP in and kill any of those brawlers with just such ease. Sunny gonna be distributing those treats to his team. Yeah, they just can't keep up. It's 80% to 20, and Cipri doing his best to get a little bit of damage, but nothing is getting done on the side of Waka Romania. Yeah, Crystal Gaming Red looking to turn things around with a very, very dominant victory and the split set.
Well, that's match point, folks. It is as quick as that. Crystal Gaming Red, they're on this unstoppable meteoric trajectory, and they are heading right for, you know what, the moon.
Team.
Yeah. What?
The wrong team.
Wait, hold on. What did I miss?
Red is the one trying to make a... Crystal Gaming Red is trying to make the comeback. Waka Romania is the one ahead.
Oops. Well, my bad, I guess. Let's get the scoreboard up, and we'll also get a clue as to how our scoreline has been progressing. Yes, but my bad. I'm just getting hyped up. You know I keep up the energy. Knight, you tell them, man. They should just go ahead and fire me, dude. Though, overall, good hot zone set. I got to hand it to him.
Yeah, very good performance from Crystal Gaming Red again. I mean, they're just able to, yeah, okay. We see mirror comp from both. Oh, nope, we got funny stuff from Crystal Gaming Red. That's a great decision, actually, because they knew they're not going to go to, Waka Romania is not going to go to tank counters again, especially after getting blown out of the water that hard. So they go in aggressive. Gale, Frank, and Bull not afraid to make a splash here. Bull not going to jump over that wall, though. Let's see. Alex got to be distributing all of these treats to his teammates, especially the Rico. That's where they can make the biggest impact on this map. But the Frank is going to be walking into that left side. Surge does not do any damage to the Frank. Just going to struggle a lot with that. But finally going to get Sunny down. Vation with a Stomper is not doing enough, though. Waka Romania looking really good here.
Yup, and they might actually take the lead. Cipri is getting loads of control on the right side, but Vation is going to throw a wrench in those plans as he's going to camp out here. But it's going to be an easy, it's going to be an easy 1v1 for Cipri, but Vation has a super, and there we go. Stompers, he one-shots him. Vation, once again, takes back control of that right lane, and that's all he needs to do, is repeat that over and over and over again. Cipri really wants that damage, but Vation is going to continue to work on this point. It is Crystal Gaming Red taking the W. They will be advancing to the semi-finals.
Oh, wait, you know what? I think I was wrong. Waka Romania was the one losing. Now they gotta fire me. Unfortunately.
Well, rip a nighttime clash here. I'll see you another time. I'll make a good case for you, man. I'll give him a good reason to hire you back because he's the homie. Well, that is actually the quarterfinals coming to a close. And, man, Crystal Gaming Red, I thought it was going to be an even match. I was ready to say it after game number 2. Yeah.
I thought it was over. They were 70% to like 30. And I don't know, they just lost all their brawlers. I mean, because they had the Ruffs boost, they were working on getting the Ruffs boost that whole game, just losing all of that momentum. And then they're done. Yeah. And just like they're going to be done, we're going to be done too. 10 minutes. We'll see you back. Don't go anywhere. More Brawl Stars games coming your way.
Welcome back, everyone, to Trovo Titans. I am ready set, just like I was 10 minutes ago, and that's also Nighttime Clasher. I'm pretty sure it's the same guy as 10 minutes ago. He looks just the same. It looks like the same room as well. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Again, still the same person, but we got different games here as we're going into, I think, the semifinals. So Navi versus Genius Gene going to be our first matchup here. Genius Gene has a lot to prove against the top team in their region.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll get a look at the bracket pretty soon here. I mean, this is going to be so amazing. Only one of these teams is going to advance to the grand finals. It's either going to be Genius Gene or Navi, and I kind of had my bets placed on one of these guys. We saw Navi actually have a pretty tough match in the quarterfinals versus Pharmacy Centers. Pharmacy Centers obviously being one of the top competitors in this tournament. It went all the way to the final game of the final set. It was a double match point, and we saw Navi take the win. Now they're going to have to take the win versus Genius Gene to prove themselves worthy of advancing towards the chance of competing for number one. On the other side of the bracket, though, Yuma Gaming and Crystal Gaming Red will be facing off for the second grand final spot, so stay tuned for that. But momentarily, we'll be moving into Navi versus Genius Gene.
Yeah, first maps here are Canal Grande, Sub-Assembly, and Split. Those are all maps where maybe more tanks can be played. Some throwers we're going to see a lot of here. And then Kaboom Canyon we're going to be moving into a big open map. No throwers for sure. And then Super Stadium back to throwers and tanks. So yeah, lots of throwers and tanks on these maps. Maybe we'll see the Poco ban, which is seeming to be the signature of this region. They really don't like the musician. So let's see how they ban these brawlers, but we'll probably see Bell out of here, Stu out of here, Primo out of here. Nothing you don't expect. And maybe Genius Gene bans Gene themselves. Who knows?
Yeah, we got taken by surprise last time where Genius Gene bans out their namesake. And we were kind of shocked by that one. But hey, I mean, I completely get it. We see the Gene ban pretty much every single match in this tournament. It's the musician, and it is the genie with a very angry lamp. It's also the luchador who can summon meteors from the sky, and a lifeguard reptile. So those guys are ones to stay, I guess, wary of. I guess Bell is not getting banned out as much as we would expect, and neither is that crash test dummy Stu. But I don't want to have to eat my own words. We'll get into the bans momentarily as our teams are preparing for this awesome matchup. They've had plenty of time to prepare as well. Let's see their bans as they start rolling out. It's those ABBA style bans. We're going to see that first ban go to Navi.
There's
going to be the first
ban from this. Yeah, Gene, very odd seeing them ban their own namesake. Gene not going to be played in these matches either. Let's see what is next. Primo, and let's see if Navi decides to leave Bell open or not, or closes off Poco.
Oh boy. Okay.
There is the reptile lifeguard.
The reptile lifeguard. You love to see it, man. That is going to be our third ban. Third ban is, of course, going to be Gene and then Buzz for our final one. Okay, well, we got Poco in play, but something tells me that we're not going to see him anyway, unless one team gets particularly desperate. In Navi, they are, they're not desperate, but I don't think they will stray it too far away from that Poco pick. They've been picking powerful stuff all day long. They have been playing very, very strong stuff, not necessarily trying to counter their enemies. They're just outdoing the enemy with their mechanics. So, highly anticipating this match as we get started in game number one.
Yeah, first game here is Navi versus Genius Gene. Let's make some predictions while we wait. I think Navi will 3-0 them, and then Unimo will 3-0 the Crystal Gaming Red, and then I don't know about the final match. I think 3-1 Navi will win. I'm going to throw out my predictions right now.
I'll submit my predictions. I think a 3-1 here, and then Unima, they take a 3-0. That is my prediction. So a 3-1 for our first match. We'll see if that holds true. maybe Navi will be brought to their knees for the first time. Grand Finals, I think it is, in fact, going to be Unima versus Navi. I see no other way around it. So keep your eyes peeled for that match, though. Make sure you stay attentive for our first game coming up. It's Navi versus Genius Gene, as we've been saying. And Navi, they're all running up the left lane rather than going for map control. They just want that left side of the map, and they're going to be looking for that kill on Alex to start things off, and then they'll look for control just on the left side of the map.
Yeah, I don't like what I see with that Ruffs all the way up on the top of the map. You shouldn't be going that aggro. The Ruffs has one job. You just stay with the tick, stay with the bell, get them to 6,000 health as we've seen before, and that's mostly the strategy that you should be seeing here. Oh, look at these two ticks right next to each other. Not going to shoot each other at all, but a head first is going to go in. Cube trying to get a kill here on Alex.
Yep, BBG's now picking up that treat on the left side. Jason also looking for the damage on Rostislav. Navi, they are trying to take back this lead. Alex is on low health. He does get taken down by BBG's, and Navi is back in the lead. Cube rotates over to the right to find this fight with Stop Rob, but it's not going to be an easy one. He throws up those sandbags to try to do something. Stop Rob just does not stop pursuing him. This might be where Cube wants him. Actually, we do see the damage jam make its way on to Stop Rob, but Cube still cannot access him, though. Those shots are not going to be enough to take down Q. We see the kill. Navi stays in the lead.
Yeah, Navi stays in the lead by stopping Rob on the right side. He's going to have to respawn up here into the Ruffs. Not a good matchup for sure. Going to go down almost immediately. And Rostislav and Alec need to stay together here. Get a lot of health on Alec. And then just have him push into the left side. But it's not looking good. 11 to 5 stars. They're pretty much going to need a team wipe here, or just take out Jason, or just two of them. They need to take out now BBGS. Not going to look like it though. Rob is not going to get the kill. Win for Navi. Start us off here. Not anything too surprising.
Yeah, but not anything too shocking, gonna be completely honest, right? This is the expected outcome, though I was, pretty impressed to see Genius Gene take the lead for a moment there, and, they had pretty good control, but it's clear that Navi really knows what they are doing. They ran every single brawler up the left lane, and they were able to get a situation where it's a 3v1 versus the Tick, right off the beginning of the match, and they knew that Canal Grand was going to devolve in this, East versus West battle anyways, as opposed to our typical, enemy spawn point is where they fight near, and, our spawn point is where we fight near. So, with that, Genius Gene, they're going to have to come up with something a little bit different, as Navi, they clearly, know what they are up to and know what they are going to try and do, and, are able to pretty much see right through Genius Gene and what they're trying here.
Yeah, Navi is going to probably go with that same comp, or they might go to one of the more funny comps. Dino is banned, though, so we're going to have to see tanks such as Bull or Morris being run. Byron and Poco, also your main healers, are open. So, yeah, that's all up for grabs here in Canal Grande, where tanks can easily spawn trap your opponent. And, yeah, maybe we will see that from either team. But I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it from Genius Gene, as they know they have to upset a very good team here. So the Mickey Mouse comps have to be pulled out.
Okay, now zooming out right from the actual match at hand, why on earth is Buzz called Dino, right? Because this is a question I've had in the back of my head for a long time, and I just have literally no clue why you're calling him Dino.
He's a dinosaur. It's the summer of dinosaurs, and he's a dinosaur.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why you call Ruffs the dog. I thought you were saying a dino, like D-Y-N-O, and I was like, okay, it's like Dinah, but like the male version of Dinah. Okay, like I see where you're coming from, but I don't know what dino is exactly supposed to mean. Well, there you have it, guys. It's a dinosaur, a reptile, whatever. Let's get into it. Navi, they're starting things off. They got the triple tanks. Jason, though, already goes down to stop Rob. It's pretty much, well, the reversal of what we were expecting two tanks on this, or two throwers on the side of Genius Gene, and this is, well, just from a comp standpoint, one that Navi should win. Jason's already getting aggressive, looks for the damage on Stop Rob once again. It's going to come down to when he gets that first super. We know he's going to be getting it, but he doesn't want to feed too hard while he is in pursuit of it. Jason, very close to that super. He's going to make that next assault pretty soon. Cube closing things in. Genius Gene, they're all clumped together, and they're absolutely forced to. How are they going to handle this?
Yeah, looking like a massive push on the side of Navi, but it's a disaster. Ooh. Full takeout on the side of Genius Gene. And 6,000 health Sprout on their side. Navi has a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that's a pretty good way to deal with it, right? Is just not go down to tanks by becoming one yourself. Stop Robbie almost has 7,000 health. He's all powered up. BBG is going to go down. And do we see Jason actually getting some damage here? Yes, there's the kill. And all of that field promotion has gone to waste. BBG is rolling across the water. And Navi, they got to prepare for another push. But this time they have the benefit of going against a far weaker enemy. 30 seconds counting down. They got enough time for two pushes if they start now. But they are going to wait until that 20-second mark strikes on the clock. BBG's trying to bait some stuff out. The knockback doesn't find its way onto Jason. Jason goes down. Blue Star over to Navi, or rather over to Genius Gene. Genius Gene, they stay in the lead here. And Navi, they are actually going to go down in this game. There's no way for them to come back unless Jason pulls out something, which, well, it's not happening. It's not happening.
Yeah,
we'll get some damage on Alex, but
that's GG.
It's a GG. And it's going to Genius Gene. We're tied 1-1 in set number 1.
Yeah, they went for the Mickey Mouse and not what they were expecting. Jason, I don't think he was able to do what he needed to do there. We saw him wasting a super, just shooting it nowhere. Wasted a super. They did get the reset on all the field promotion brawlers halfway into the game, which I thought would actually save them. But yeah, not being able to capitalize on that correctly, not being able to push in is a big problem. Daryl, I don't like the Daryl pick. The problem with Daryl is he can't roll through walls. Bull with the Stomper, it doesn't matter if they have a Sprout wall there. You're going to break right through that, let your whole team through onto the enemies and just destroy them one by one. Bull, obviously, I think is the better pick than Daryl just because of that. And he can also just charge his super from eating damage, which they're doing plenty of in this game here.
Yeah, they are doing plenty of is eating the damage and feeding the supers. And man, that is going to be just an absolute fun time to play Colonel Ruffs, is when you're hitting every single shot because your enemy is literally just walking right towards you. They're not hiding around much cover. They're just going straight for you. So they are, Navi, they're kind of feeding the supers pretty hard with the tanks, and that is always a risk you got to run. You just got to be able to out-tank it, and a Poco here, would have been able to work pretty well for healing up the teammates, so maybe that could be the approach, but it's clear that Navi, with the counter comp, they're not going to be able to do it necessarily because Genius Gene, they've clearly practiced this, right? And they're prepared to go up against a tank. Rosa, not an uncommon pick here. Neither is Mort. Mort is a little bit more uncommon, but Rosa, right? We see it every once in a while. And you got to be prepared for that. Otherwise, you might end up dropping the game.
Yeah, Navi has to be careful about how they pick this next comp. Maybe they should have stayed safer with the regular comp. I mean, honestly, if they just went a regular comp, they would have easily been able to take that win there. They completely outplayed Genius Gene in the first game just with the Ruffs combo. So I'm a little surprised to not see them going with the exact same thing here. Genius Gene, though, now this might be their opportunity to use a funny comp. So let's see if they can pick the right comp and then create the correct kind of execution. Because even though you have a mashup with a funny comp most of the time, it's actually not that easy as you would think to execute it correctly. You can't be going in one by one and dying. We see that happen a ton. But it's actually more about going in as a team, so much health on top of the brawlers that you're trying to kill, they just can't take you all out and you get a team wipe. Let's see though, mirror matchup maybe? Nope, we got Stop Rob on the Mortis, a Poco, and a Rosa. I like this comp from Genius Gene. If they do this right, they should be winning this first set.
Yep, I like it too. Let's see how they handle it. I mean, this is the Poco double tanks once again, but we saw how Genius Gene handled that being played into them. Navi, though, they don't have one of those crucial brawlers. They don't have Sprout to put up the wall. It's just going to be BBGs to go for the long-range control. Stop Rob gets hit once by that super from BBGs, and Genius Gene, they just keep powering through. Stop Rob is going to be the one to pick up the kill, but he does sacrifice that blue star and turn it over to Navi. But Genius Gene, they're still ahead by quite a bit. Jason, ready to throw in that super. He wants to get it on Alex, most definitely. Stop Rob also looks to get aggressive on BBGs. He has to run away from that take super. Does let it explode on him, and he sets up for that next assault.
Yeah, looking like a good start for Genius Gene, as we said before. When you're playing a double tank comp or a triple tank comp, you want to have the advantage at the beginning, and you want to get the advantage at the end. Those are the really important moments for this comp, and it's good to see that they're actually getting it done. Although I might have spoken too soon, Alex does go down. 4 stars lost. Now they have to get 1 kill to bring it back, but they're pushing up on the left side. Stop Rob is probably needing to come on the left side, maybe around the water or through the top. But a lot of health from the side of Navi that Genius Gene needs to break through here.
Yep, Navi holding on to that blue star. Genius Gene, they don't have much time. Navi, they don't have the super either. There's the super from Cube, and he's able to keep Stop Rob away for just a moment. There's the kill from Stop Rob. Stop Rob with the team wipe, and it is a definite victory for Genius Gene. They'll be taking set number 1. Navi definitely not pleased with this one. And Knight, I think this could be the 3-1 that I was talking about. We see it that first set, in fact, go to Genius Gene.
Yeah, looking like my predictions are already wrong here. That's not a good start. But Genius Gene going crazy at the end there. I don't even know what I just watched. I mean, in 5 seconds, it felt like the whole Navi roster was just respawning again. Wow. 6,000 health on a bell, 6,000 health on a tick. Who cares? Run them through, says the Mortis. Now, Navi is not looking good in this first set. Being the objectively better team here, they don't want to be losing to the underdogs, so they're going to have to make that up in the some assembly required set. Let's see how they adjust those comps, though. Genius Gene did execute the Mickey Mouse comp correctly. Maybe we'll see more from them.
Yeah, I think the Mickey Mouse comp completely worked, but in Siege, you know, it's one of those where, okay, we see like the, you know, the Mickey Mouse-ness kind of start to sort of drift off, fade away into the sunset, though it's still possible, right? You can still just kind of wander around and lumber around mid as a tank and pick up the bolts, or, you know, have a Mort who just dashes to get the bolts, and that's all you ever play for. And if you play that into a control-based comp, then they're done for, right? So keep that in mind as we're getting ready for some assembly required. Tanks, they are so strong here, though the throwers are almost as strong. Definitely going to see like a Barley from one of these teams, and pretty much not much else. We could see the Frank coming out. Definitely not going to see the Primo, so that opens the doors for Frank to be played. He gets hard countered by Primo. That's why we don't see him played too much when Primo is available. So something to keep in mind. We also don't have the Dino in play, so another one to consider as we're predicting what these comps our players are going to choose.
Yeah, we could see some Carl from Navi. They did like to play that in the other games, the Carl Barley comps. Very strong on this map. We might see that again. Hopefully we don't see any Rico, because we know Rico doesn't do well against throwers. Mm-hmm. Oh no, Rico from Jason.
Oh boy. But from Alex too. It's a mirror match, actually. Almost down to the skin. Cube is running the default skin. Boo. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Navi, they actually do go down. MMA is the first to fall, and there's a super from Stop Rob already, actually. Way to cycle out that super so quickly. And Genius Gene will be taking a level 2 siege bot to start things off really strong. Stop Rob also winning the 1v1 on the left side once again. There's the bot. Stop Rob just needs to stay alive, but he just can't. If he'd stayed alive, we could have seen a lot more damage on that Ike, especially considering that Cube is not running the sticky syrup mixer. It's going to be Rostislav to try and get some damage off of this push, and he does a great job. So does Alex with the Rico pick. And there's the next super, but it's not going to really keep anyone away from the bolts for now. No bolts that spawned at mid or the left side with Stop Rock put down the super. Just slowed down things a tad bit. Cube gets a kill with the super. Na'Vi, they are looking to take back mid, but they still haven't picked up a single bolt.
Yeah, this is absolute domination from Genius Gene. That's the only way to put it, because they have been crushing their opponents here. Now they're having a level 7 siege bot, 58% left on that Ike. Barley and Rico both still alive to make something happen here. Jason does get a kill on Stop Rob though. Stop Rob has really struggled with staying alive on the offense, but I don't think it matters. Look at this. Big push from Genius Gene. Wow. No shot for Na'Vi. No shot at all.
Wow, okay. Well, Genius Gene, they might actually have a chance of taking down Na'Vi here. They just got to get the next win, and they're already headed into what could be the final set. I would definitely be worried if I were Na'Vi, especially considering that this was also a mirror match, right? And when you're in the mirror match, this is a good way to evaluate who has the better mechanics. And from where we stand, it appears to be Genius Gene. I will say the Barley play was not that strong coming from Na'Vi, and it was just absolutely dominant from Genius Gene. That was really the main differential for me when I went back and, kind of thought about this match.
Yeah, I mean, they just outplayed them on every front, it feels like. We saw actually the Sweet Dreams gadget from Genius Gene being used a lot more effectively on the pushes. I felt like the Sandy from Genius Gene was diffing that of Navi's. But that wasn't it. I mean, just across the board, more Barley shots were being hit, more Rico bounces were being landed. I mean, it's just mechanically better plays from Genius Gene, which allowed them to win that first game. Not a whole lot to break down, just a mirror match. Just got to play it better. Na'Vi, though, does need to recover. But the best way for them to actually come back, though, is to go a double thrower comp. Sprout and a Barley versus that comp should be an absolute domination, considering how easily you can win a lane against a Rico with Sprout, how easily you can kill a Barley. But yeah, let's see. We have same comp from Na'Vi, though, and Genius Gene also goes for the same thing. So this might be bad for Na'Vi if they can't get it together like last game.
Yeah, they need to get it together pronto, and at least we see a little bit of a skin switch up at least. Skin to win, that's the name of the game sometimes. Let's see Na'Vi, though. Jason unfortunately goes down. MA pushes up around the right. It's a level 1 siege bot for Genius Gene. So now look to push in. Roast to slot, trying to get around the left side. Cube and Jason got to put a stop to that, and the level 1 bot at the same time. MMA also going for the defense, and Stop Rob might actually go for a little bit of damage. We're going to see Alex get a load of damage on that Ike. Really just one shot that isn't even going to touch the safe from Genius Gene's Barley. They get a substantial amount of damage, though. Rostislav is just waiting for the Sweet Dreams. He's getting as close as he can to that dotted or hashed line, that radius around the Ike. Genius Gene, they're actually forced to back up here. Na'Vi, it might take control here. Cube gets the kill, and Na'Vi, they definitely have the next spot.
Yeah, Na'Vi making a comeback here. Not putting up with another loss in this match. They're just going all over this map here, pushing towards that Ike. No Barley though, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to get damage. Stop Rob and Alec putting up a very nice defense. Jason not having a super. This spot is doing absolutely nothing to the safe, but they do have control and a good amount of kills. 1 to 4 on the bolts though. Genius Gene can certainly still take this back.
Yup, it's entirely possible. We just got to see a great comeback from them. They are up 2 bolts right now, but that's soon to change. 2 get banked just now by Na'Vi and Genius Gene. Oh man, are they struggling to push in here. They're up 1 game in this set, so they can afford to lose here, but they ideally wouldn't. But there's no other way around it. Genius Gene, they got to get a spectacular defense to their luck, though. It's only a level 9. It's not a level 10 with the extra speed and damage. The purple boy, let's see what they're able to do in terms of defense. Rostislav needs to get Jason out of here. There's the damage coming in, and it is the W for Na'Vi. Another 1-1 set.
Yeah, no shot for Genius Gene to win that one. Last bot can just do way too much damage because they don't have to stay alive to keep pushing. They just go all in to that Ike. I think the main reason Genius Gene lost there is because of the Sandy. The Sandy didn't get supers as much as Navi did. We were seeing blue sand clouds on that map the whole game. Just no red sand clouds though from Genius Gene. Not having those Sandy supers was really difficult. You saw that even when Genius Gene had the control, after that first spot, they had full control of the map. I thought there was going to be no way that Navi can push up, but with that Sandy super, resets everything, completely wipes out the control of Genius Gene. Navi pushed right back up into the mid and then just won the game from there on out. But Genius Gene certainly didn't start out that game badly. They just have to get more Sandy supers and do more damage on the pushes, because I'm noticing that Stop Rob doesn't like to stay alive when they have a siege bot. That's hurting them massively, actually. So just a few adjustments need to be made from both teams. Navi just needs to keep doing what they're doing. And yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to keep it up. Same comps once again. Stop Rob trying to get that early game control. Cube having some trouble. Rostislav is going to get stunned too, and he goes down. Unfortunate. It looks like Genius Gene, they had a really good stun, and they had a potential for really good value, but there just wasn't the assistance from Alex to keep up the kill. Still going to be a level 1 siege bot from Genius Gene, though, and this is going to be a good opportunity for Rostislav to get that first super. He doesn't want to be taken down by Cube, obviously. Doesn't want to get stunned by Cube. Cube and Rostislav have 2 more stuns apiece, but Cube does have that super ready to go. Rostislav takes him down, though, and gets a super. And this is going to be absolutely massive for Genius Gene. We already saw as well 43% taken off of the Ike. Rostislav is waiting to put down the super. There it is, directly on top of that. And wow, that kind of looks trippy. Looks like something you could look at with 3D glasses and get a completely different image. Though, never mind. Navi still trying to push in, but Genius Gene with the lead by far.
Yeah, they just need this bot, and it's going to be a Genius Gene set 2 victory. Just got to keep Stop Rob alive. Jason's very low health, needs to heal up though. I think the reason why Genius Gene is winning so much at the beginning of the games actually is because they have Stop Rob just doing the healing tonic for everyone, and they can just push up way more. But yeah, this is looking like a very easy win for Genius Gene here, all over this Ike. Yep, that's game. Genius Gene taking set number 2. Navi in lots of trouble. All of our predictions wrong. Throw them out the window.
Yep. Have your expectations subverted. Why don't you? Throw all the predictions out the window. Garbage. Absolute trash. We thought it was going to be 3-0s, but well, actually, wait, never mind. Mr. Nighttime Clasher, didn't you just say it was going to be a 3-0? Not necessarily that it was going to be Navi with a 3-0. Okay, so Genius Gene, right? It could still happen. Genius Gene, come on. Or maybe Navi takes a single one. Let's see it. Let's see the 3-1 or let's see the 3-0, but it's going to go probably the opposite way that we were expecting.
Yeah, Genius Gene is looking so strong here. Not what I expected in a million years. Navi, though, they have to make a lot of adjustments. We're going to split another thrower and Rico-based map. Genius Gene just played those brawlers so well in that siege match. So if I were them, I'd be feeling very confident going into this last game. Whenever you know you're beating a team that you're the underdog of, or beating a team that you technically shouldn't be able to beat, it's going to make them feel really good about themselves. They're just going to play better and better and better as this match goes on. But Navi is a very top team, so they know how to reset they know how to reset their mindset, get back into the game, treat this set like it's a fresh start. So let's see how each team deals with it.
Yeah, that's I agree. Right, they know how to do this, and they're no stranger to it. And they've also won a game in every single set, so they're showing signs of life, right? And they've done pretty well as well. We've seen like consistent good play from them, and it's clear that each of these games has been very close. It just happens that most of them have gone to Genius Gene, though. Hot Zone, it's coming up, and it is one of the more new entries into the competitive sphere. It just got introduced into comp this year, and it is one that is kind of hard to grasp as far as, what exactly works. Sometimes you just want some, fat brawlers to stay on that point, ones with a lot of health that can soak up a lot of damage. And often enough, just standing on the point, right? And without having to really win an interaction is enough to net you the win. We see it with the Gale, Frank, and, I guess other tank strategy. It works very well for that reason, that you're able to constantly respawn with enough health and your attacks reload really quickly. So that is what we can look out for as we head into Hot Zone for set number 3. It could be a Genius Gene win. Na'Vi get knocked out in the semifinals.
Yeah, if you're a Navi, you have to make a comeback here. 1-2 though on each set. It did definitely close games, so this could still go either way. We got a typical comp from both teams. No Surge though. Nobody to vault that wall. So it's going to be a lot of passive gameplay early on here. But we got the field promotion actually from Cube and BBGS teaming up on the right side, trying to get that long-term advantage with those star powers. The Stop Rob already throwing a little child over the wall. Alex and Stop Rob all over that right lane, and Rostislav is already sieging into the right side of Na'Vi. Looking really good for Genius Gene, actually, to be honest here. Alec is looking like he is not going to concede that lane. Rigo is so much better on the right side than the left. So BBGS has to make the adjustment, go on the left. Head first is going to go in on Stop Rob. Wall in the middle, broken down. Let's see how Na'Vi adjusts here. Oh, no, Q is down. But this is a wild game.
It is a wild game. It's hard to tell which way it's going to go. Jason's looking for the control. We see Cube trying to get this 1v1 versus Rostislav. Who is it going to be on the left lane, though? Alex is trying to stop Jason, and Jason gets the win on that 1v1, though. Stop Rob just doesn't stop laying down the pressure on the right lane. BBG is staying alive, though. He's looking to push in, and we could see the lead go back to Na'Vi. In fact, it is, and Alex is going to be struggling to get Jason off of that left point. There is the treat as well for Jason. It's going to be all powered up. Rostislav can't seem to get the control on the right lane. Stop Rob really trying. He does get the damage on BBGs, and he's going to be looking to get the kill on him as well. Stop Rob continues to stand on this one. BBGs now shifting over to the left, and an excellent tick super. Such a close game, but it is going to Na'Vi. Genius Gene, they're still one game away from taking us to a match point, though.
Yeah, Genius Gene can still get this set back. Not going to be a decisive victory from Na'Vi there. It could honestly go to anyone at this point. We just have to see how these teams pick their next comps. But if I were them, I would be picking an Edgar. Honestly, Edgar into a Rico, into a Tick, into a Ruffs is absolute domination. I don't know if you saw the Brawl Masters. My team was against O.O. For the quarterfinals match. We played Edgar 4 games in a best of 3, and we just swept. We played Edgar all the way through.
That's amazing. The only thing I use Edgar for is trophy thieves or whatever that seasonal game mode is called. Yeah, but I've seen him work pretty well. I've seen Tribe use him. I've seen Raz do pretty well on that Edgar pick, just to continually bait the supers bait the gadgets out of Tick, and then after all the gadgets are gone, Edgar still auto charges his super. It is still just domination as you are jumping all over these brawlers. And I agree with you on the Rico one, right? People are not running multi-ball launcher anymore. They're all running the bouncy castle. So now you can just sit on top of them and go to town.
Yeah, before if you jump on a Rico, you're just going to get exploded in a second. Not the case anymore, though. Rico is not a great matchup. No, Rico into Edgar is not a great matchup. But yeah, I want to see some interesting picks here. I don't think we've seen Edgar at all in this entire series. Just in general, no Edgar. Yeah, it's strange, honestly. The NA region knows the monkey comps.
Yeah, evidently they do, right? The influence of the monkeys is absolutely worldwide. We're just waiting for Siege to come up, and we'll see that classic. You know it, you love it. It is the Nanny, Bo, and 8-bit, right? It is so strong. You don't even have to pick up a single bolt that entire time. You love to see it. Well, pretty soon we'll be moving into our second game of set number 3. Na'Vi, this is where they want to come back. This is where they want to start up the reverse sweep. Just a single game will take them into the next set. Genius Gene, they're already down one, and this is the funny comp, my friend. Knight, they're running the Gale and Frank and BB, and they're already taking a massive lead.
And this is going to be big problems for Navi. Sprout, we already know how bad a Sprout... Oh my goodness, is he going to block himself off? Or are they collecting the zone? I'm not sure. I think he was trying to let him collect the zone there, but no zone is collected. Alec going to completely bully Cube on the left side. Nothing can be done as a Sprout to any of these ballers. You do nothing, just nothing. BBGS going to try to switch over and help out Cube a little bit, but Alec can just heal endlessly. Rostislav, beautiful stun onto Jason. Now he's going to be taking that right side zone. Stop Rob all the way up their side here, and Cube needs to play defense more on that right. Can't just sit on the left, or it's going to be game over in no time. Yep, it's looking like a Genius Gene win. They're probably going to be going to a match point as Rostislav just sits in the zone. 10,000 health of a big hammer boy. Nothing that Navi can do here. Just going to sit there for the rest of eternity.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Navi, they are headed towards a possible defeat. Genius Gene, they just gotta... Honestly, they could run the same comp again, and they could run it into like a Colt and a B, and it would work just fine, I personally think. So is this where we see both teams running the same funny comp, right? Do we see the BB? Do we see the Frank? Do we see the Gale once again? That jump pad from Gale is so useful at getting those tanks into the hot zone. So only time will tell. We can eagerly await that possible final game, but I guarantee you it is not coming soon. Navi, they are doing their best at preparing for this next game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Navi go with the wall break comp actually quite often in the monthly finals. They do like to run a B in a cult here. Jason, a very good cult, as many people do know. Maybe they do go that to counter Genius Gene. But then what happens if Genius Gene doesn't go the funny comp? Then you're in a big problem there because, I mean, throwers versus a B in a cult, you'll break open the walls way too late. B dies in like 2 shots to any of those throwers pretty much. It just doesn't do very much. So, yeah, a lot of adjustments need to be made from Navi, making sure they stay in this one just a little bit longer, trying to hold on. But Genius Gene, now the match is definitely in favor for them to win, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. It is like pretty much in their hands. Unless we see like Navi with an incredible comeback and they get like some 2-0s in some of these sets, I think it's going to be Genius Gene that takes the win. But I mean, as we move into, Heist, if Hot Zone doesn't work out, we don't really have like a modes that they can really cheese here. Of course, we're lacking a gym grab, which is I think a huge factor in the sort of compositions that we've seen so far. But Brawl Ball is one of those that they can, kind of cheese. Heist, I don't know if that's one that they can really cheese with a funny comp. They're going to have to like get control and good damage. Maybe like a BB and Edgar on the safe, but I don't think it's as likely to work. They need to finish it here in Hot Zone.
That's right. Hot Zone. One more game. Genius Gene could be making the biggest upset of this entire tournament here. Let's see if they can pull it off. You got to root for the underdog in these kind of cases. While everyone loves Navi, I mean, hey, I'd be very, very interested to see how Genius Gene can possibly pull this off if there is a world where they can win this.
Same, right? Is it like even possible at all? Is one that I'm eager to know the answer to. So as we're waiting for them to get ready, we
Yeah,
can
Navi's got to
maybe
think long
speculate.
and hard.
Yeah, they are gonna have to think like pretty long and hard about this one.
They're in a really bad spot. I don't know what they will do, but I don't know. They just have to go something that they're comfortable with. Maybe knowing that even something they're comfortable with, they can just outplay the really difficult matchups regardless. So yeah, they have to make the right decision here, not just based on a counter comp or the comps, but something their team is legitimately comfortable with what they like to play. Otherwise, yeah, they could be playing something they don't know how to play and then losing even a good matchup.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. they just gotta play smart and well, yeah, they're gonna also have to try and get inside the enemy's head and figure out what they're thinking. Of course, you get into this whole sort of paradox of like, are they thinking what I'm thinking? Okay, let's get into it. In our game, what could be the final game, it's a match point. Genius Gene, they are running the Colt this time, plus the Rico Navi. They're running something completely different. Cube goes for the counter. Rostislav wants to pick up the kill, and he gets that awesome bit of damage. BBG's, though, does get some damage on Rostislav in response. Rostislav needs that super, and he is going to get it, actually. BBG's isn't able to cope with this, and Rostislav manages to escape, though Navi is in the lead so far. Alex looking strong, though, on the right side. That one block in the way is probably going to block him off, which will definitely stink. It'll make it harder for him to face off against BBG's, and Jason will be able to sneak in on the right side here. Stop Rob, though, threatening control on the left side. Cube is not going to be a goner just yet. Stop Rob is waiting for that golden opportunity to try and get Cube with the super. Cube not going to go for it yet, though. He does actually take down Rico before you can get that gadget off, and Genius Gene, they are not going to be winning here.
Yeah, this is a complete domination from Navi. Nothing that can be done. Oh,
well, GG
across the board.
Yeah, Navi, I think well played by both teams, but Navi, they managed to play quite a bit better. Genius Gene, they're not going to get that win there. No GG for Genius Gene. We're going to see the 2-1 game so far, and we'll be heading into set number 4, and this is the one where I was like, okay, I don't think we're going to see anything funny here. It's just going to be a heist. It's going to be hard to cheese it. The most you can go for is like a base race, so that's really the only trick that anyone could have up their sleeve, and I think it's more likely that Genius Gene goes for it. What do you do to counter the base race, though?
Yeah, in this map here, Kaboom Canyon is, I think, will definitely favor Navi. You can't really Mickey Mouse this map. It's nearly impossible to actually Mickey Mouse this map. You always have to go Piper. You always have to go certain brawlers like Brock, maybe, I don't know, Nani, maybe even Spike. I mean, this is EECA after all, so probably something like that will come out to play here. Definitely we'll see the Nani, though. I think it would be surprising not to. Amber is also a nice pick, so it just depends on what they're individually good with, and then they can come up with a comp. You just need 3 ranged brawlers to defend and attack.
Well, you heard it here first. You just need 3 range brawlers to defend and attack. And Belle is, I guess, in the realm of possibilities. We didn't see her earlier too much, but it is possible. No Stu available either. No Primo. Not that anyone was necessarily dying to run him on Kaboom Canyon. But Nanny is possible. We could also see the Piper. Brock is in the realm of possibilities. We saw Alex actually running the Colt, so I would not discount that one. Rico is another long-range good brawler for control, but there are not enough obstacles here to really make it work. So really the one that I have my eye on is Colette, and whether our teams are going to try and outrange her. She's not banned. There are no restrictions on her. It's really the only thing restricting her is herself. She doesn't have long enough range to really contend with these long-range control brawlers. So the whole strat to deal with Colette is to outrange her. So Byron Colette, I think it's in the realm of possibilities. I would love to see it from Genius Gene to cheese this map.
Yeah, maybe with Amber here, remember we were saying yesterday you could use the water, throw a fire over. You can have the part where you actually do the damage, and then the one little puddle where you can charge a super. Maybe we'll see some teams pulling out that trick here. But yeah, I think Genius Gene can just play the Piper for Stop Rob. I mean, we saw how good he was with that brawler in all the previous matches, just pretty much putting up massive numbers in every single set. Domination from him. So yeah, maybe we'll see some Piper from him. On the other hand, though, I haven't seen Navi really play that much long range. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, Kaboom Canyon at the end of the day, it's basically bounty until the last 10 seconds. Then you got to get a little bit of damage. That's all the heist maps are for like Kaboom Canyon and Safe Zone these days. So we'll see how they go with these brawlers. But definitely taking their time here. Navi does not want to slip up anymore, looking to make a reverse sweep on Genius Gene.
Yeah, and I would almost say that like this could possibly be like a momentum breaker strategy from Genius Gene, right? Because they've realized that Navi, they have managed to wrest themselves back from that match point from Genius Gene. So now we're trying to disrupt the momentum, take a little bit longer, make Navi start to question themselves and interrupt their momentum that they have. They got the win at their bags, but at the same time, Genius Gene, they are looking to stop that I guess like high that you kind of get from winning so many matches in a row and taking yourself back from a high stress situation.
Yeah, clearly this is a very high stress situation. Both teams probably taking upwards of 3 minutes to select their comps here. Uh, they better be some good comps. If these guys are picking like three tanks or something, we're gonna have to have a discussion with them later on.
Yeah. Is what we saw earlier. It's like, oh boy, we take 3 minutes to choose the same comp. Oh, but we change out one brawler. It's gonna be a sprout now. Oh, really revolutionary ideas. Yeah, but I mean, I can't blame them, right? Stakes are high. They want to get to the grand finals, and Navi, they are probably closer to defeat than they have been for a long time. Genius Gene also like very close to getting to the grand finals where they'll get to face up against one of two amazing teams that we have on the other side of the bracket in the semifinals. But yeah, they are taking their time. They are taking their sweet, sweet time.
Yeah. Again, not much to say. I mean, it's gonna be Piper, Nani, and Amber or Spike. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. The Kaboom Canyon meta is so locked down. Maybe with actually, this might be one of the maps where you could go Gale. I still have yet to see it. The Twister can block off an entire lane, and I think that's so OP. Do people not realize how OP that is? Maybe they don't. Uh, I'll certainly be playing it later. Maybe even in Brawl Masters this weekend. Who knows? Or the qualifiers.
You'll
Yeah,
have to see. I'll be
we'll have
there
to see.
tomorrow. Yeah, but uh, I wish they would just ready up, man. Maybe they better be bringing out something real funny or something real entertaining because it better be worth waiting for. They're
Yeah,
pulling they're pulling like an SK move from last year where SK would take just forever to ready up for a game because they were because they were they were allowed to by the tournament rules. They were allowed to take like 5 minutes to ready up for a game, and so you know they were just not playing for 5 minutes. Yeah, prep for the game of their life, no
yeah,
doubt.
yeah. I mean, by technicality, sure, but I mean, seriously, it's just not the best experience for anyone. Yeah, if they go the most regular comp in the world, it will be a little bit disappointing here. Maybe somebody's internet cut out. There's a lot that could have possibly happened, and yeah, now we just sit here
In silence, a moment of
in silence.
silence for our lost minutes of our life as we wait for them to press
Yeah,
the play button. Yeah, there's not
yeah,
really much.
a few moments of life lost for not only us but the hundreds of viewers. Unfortunate.
Hundreds is correct. So, yeah, this definitely stinks for the people who are just waiting for our players to get in the game. Yeah, not much really to
Yeah, but
comment
on
on.
another hand, I mean, another tournament going on right now. XO free agents did lose to Big in the finals of Brawl
Oh wow.
Masters. So, yeah, that's big there, pun intended. But yeah, there is some upsets going on in another tournament. Yeah, just stuff going on in the region. Some interesting stuff there for sure.
I
And
know.
Navi, I guess, playing here, not playing in the Brawl Masters.
I guess so. uh, so this is interesting though. I didn't think Big would actually be taken down. EXO free agents aren't they like third in the region at the moment?
Yeah, EXO free agents definitely one of the best teams in that whole region. They were almost winning the grand finals another month. Surprising to see Big, but beating them. But they do have Ekwok, new addition on their team. Definitely a very strong player. Came from Mood Gaming, I think, to join that roster. And yeah, it really rounds it out. They're good players. Not too surprised to see it. Yeah, at the end of the day, EU is such a close region. Not any of the teams beating each other. I don't think it's that much of an upset because I mean, again, EU is just so close together in terms of skill. In NA, I think there's more like disparities. You see, like there's
Yeah.
top four teams in NA, and then there's the 5 through 8 teams. It's big disparity. You rarely see the 5 to 8 teams even touching the top four.
Yeah, it is kind of shocking, right? How large the skill gap is, and like what do you even attribute it to as well? Perhaps just less people in the region, and it's kind of funny to see as well because you consider how the game was like released first in Canada and other select regions, but not EU. And yeah, EU just has more people, right? So there's going to be a lot more competitors. There are going to be a lot more people who are they have the competitive and fighting spirit to ascend to that level of play. It's really just by virtue of being a larger region as well. You have more people and they're closer together. You don't have to think about servers too often. You're always going to be able to find a match pretty quickly. Don't need to sit in matchmaking for as long as some other regions. Rip to the people in Australia who got their server removed from them after not having one for a long time. Yeah, having that insane delay. But yeah, something to consider when we talk about the different regions and the competitive levels of them is how many people are there, right? And how many people are playing the game and how long they've been playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, I actually only started playing competitive last year around that time, like 1 year ago. So a lot of teams can come up and just do stuff out of nowhere. It's not too surprising. I think we see that more in NA than EU, though. EU has been the players have been the same, the teams have been different, but mostly the same players floating around in that top pool, just random trades from here and there. And then NA, we got a lot of the same players, some new ones, but the same players changing teams almost every other day, seems like.
Yeah, pretty much. I think I completely agree, right? Well, we'll see though if we're able to get a little bit of information on the status of the match at hand though, as we're waiting for our next set to get started. I don't think it's necessarily that they are just taking their time, right? I think maybe something else has gone on a little bit behind the scenes. We can always make speculations, right, as to what's going on. But I mean, one thing's for sure is that, well, nothing's for sure. Honestly, I was gonna finish that with
Yeah,
something.
honestly,
Nothing's
yeah,
for
who
sure.
knows?
It's mysterious.
Yeah, I think if you're, I mean, you can take a long time to think of some comps for other maps, but Kaboom Canyon is one of those maps where you really don't need to think about it. There's not much you can do with the counter comp because it doesn't exist. So yeah, you just kind of pick what's the stuff. It's like shooting star almost. Like don't think about where you're going. Just ready up, man. Yeah, something has clearly gone awry behind the scenes here. Um, so apparently okay, there will start soon. We see this scoreboard and we hear a random Terra super sound. I don't know where that's coming from, but yeah, we're going
It's the
into the
scoreboard
matches.
sound.
The scoreboard sound is just a Terra super. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, apparently there was a incorrect roster switch. So yeah, that would do
I
it.
got you.
That would do it.
That'll do it. Yep. Well, that is, I guess, how it just goes sometimes. So we'll wait till this match gets underway. We'll keep you all posted on how things are going along. We're just waiting for our high set to get underway. They are
Oh, so they already
redoing those
played one to
games.
one. They already played 1 to 1. Oh my goodness! Why would so they played 2 games in the whole time we were just talking here with the wrong player. That's That's interesting. Interesting.
Well, that stinks. Stuff happens
Yeah.
sometimes. It's tough running a tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're here waiting for this match, maybe go to TrovoTitans.live, find out how to sign up for it, and just come back in a minute. We should be ready. Yeah, don't go anywhere. You can take a second to look at the website. Why not?
And get up, stretch, get some popcorn, get ready for our second semifinals match because we're only in the first semifinal. And we're getting things sorted out. Oh my gosh, are we getting into
let's
it?
go.
Oh, finally. We are in set number 4. Never thought it would take that long. BBGs goes down early. Stop Rob picks up the kill. Jason trying to establish control at mid. MMA is looking for the 1v1 versus Rostislav, though. Navi, they're ready to push up. There's the super from MMA. And it's going to make its way all over to the safe. He gets that teleport as well. There's a damage on the safe. Or perhaps not a good defense there from Genius Gene so far. Lots of damage rolling in from Navi. Genius Gene, they got to keep up the defense.
Yeah, they just can't take out MMA on the left side. Took so long. Both teams are using the Tempered Steel of Nani to just stay alive while you're using that super. Stop Rob does get down Crow at the back. That's going to force a 2v1 expenditure from the side of Navi. BBGS is coming from the bottom. Stop Rob is still there. Alex on the safe, trying to take out MMA here, but he does have the shield. Crow's not going to do a whole lot. Piper over the water, doing so much damage to the safe. Alex gets a Crow super. Okay, that is way too much damage. Way too much damage. And I mean, if you do a Crow super on top of a save, you're doing like 10,000 plus damage most of the time. And they just got to defend here. Stop Rob has a TP ready to go into the safe. Let's see if they can finish this game off.
Yeah, if he has... No, not even going to go for the teleport. They just don't want the damage from the exploding peep. And he's going to try and farm it up once again. But Navi, they're all at mid, except for one of them. Back to the respawn you go. Rostislav now going to have to back up and defend this safe. It is a 7% differential between Genius Gene and the match point. Alex going down, and there's the super. BBG is not leaving anytime soon. MMA and BBG is all over the safe. It is going to be a Navi win for game number 1.
Yeah, almost when you thought Genius Gene had that one wrapped up. I think the problem was when the Nani ran the super into the safe instead of TPing. That's definitely a mistake. TPing lets you get 3 shots of 2,940 on, even more possibly, while a super only gives you 2,500. That's just not worth it from any perspective. I mean, even if you're running the Tempered Steel, you don't do the damage that you need. It just does 2,500. Doesn't even get up to 3K.
Yeah, and I think maybe what happened was he like pressed a gadget and there was just like a little bit of delay, and he tried to get a right on there. But see, like the other thing is, if you were gonna teleport on it, then he should have just gone behind. Let's see what is going to happen in our next game. Of course. Oh, well, that doesn't look like it. There we go. You love to see it. Navi. Well, they got to bring to the table this time. They got the nanny on the left side of the map. Alex, once again, trying to get aggressive. Ooh, we see Rostislav go down. Genius Gene trying to keep up the defense, but it's looking more and more like they might not actually be able to close things out here. BBG's, though, trying to get the defense versus the teleport. Rostislav supers forward, breaks open the wall as well. There, the shots onto the safe. Massive damage from Piper at mid. Stop Rob not going anywhere. This is not the ideal position for MMA. Apparently missed a point blank shot versus Stop Rob. And Navi now pushing back up to mid.
This is picture perfect for Genius Gene almost. Such a good start. So much damage on the board. Crow getting so much value with those slows there. Stop Rob, just keep putting pressure on this base here. Already 2 TPs in. Piper has been just shooting the safe for the past like 1 minute. I mean, seriously. This Rostislav is doing so much damage right now. Yeah, gonna go in 2v1 MMA. That's how you want to defend the Nani. Navi was struggling so much to defend Stop Rob both times. And Alex just showing how it's done. Just jump right on him with Crow. Opting to defend instead of attack with that super. And now this is just looking so good for Genius Gene. They just have to keep up the momentum. Not like last game where they were very, very ahead and just threw the game, it feels like. Rostislav, again, has literally been here for 2 minutes, it feels like, shooting this safe. And now Alec needs to get a super. This should be GG's.
It should be GG's. Let's see if they're able to make it happen. Yes, Genius Gene, they bring in a match point and only 3% done to their safe. Such a turnaround from our last game that we witnessed. And yikes, this is not looking good once again for Navi. This is the same situation as what we saw last set, where it was one win for Genius Gene and one win for Navi to proceed it. And then we head to the match point in game number 3. So Genius Gene, they got to win it here or they're going to have to play Brawl Ball. There's no other way about it.
Yeah. Match point for Genius Gene. Second match point for them, actually, as Navi tries to attempt the reverse sweep. But after seeing actually a really dominant performance, game 1, they just felt a little bit short towards the end. Game 2, though, totally capitalized on their beginning advantages. Stayed all around that field. Stop Rob doing just beautiful work with Nani and those TPs all over the map, left and right. Forcing so much expenditure on those Nani TPs allowed Russell. Again, he was actually just there for the whole game. On that bush, across the water, shooting the safe. Alex was all he had to do was shoot them occasionally, slow them, and then Rostislav and Stop Rob will do the rest of the damage. But yeah, Genius Gene worked so well together there. I don't see how they don't take this last game here. Let's get right into it.
Yeah, but let us get right into it. Same comps from both teams. What is going to change up here? Jason needs to keep up the defense. He has this good positioning on Stop Rob or Rostislav. BBG's, though, is going to be the punching bag, though he's not going to be taking any shots, actually. He is dodging quite well. Ooh, and the homemade recipe curves right around him. Genius Gene pushing in now as they have a 2v1 situation on their hands. Stop Rob looks for the damage, so does Piper. We already see a 16% dealt to the safe. Rostislav, though, in a tough situation, has to back up. BBG's has to back into the right corner. There's the homemade recipe. 72% remains, and Alex is going to look for that final shot. Does get it, and gets the kill on the BBG's. Genius Gene still ahead.
Yeah, let's look at MMA because he is going on that safe right now, but Stop Rob is also on the side of Navi. Jason does take him down, but Rostislav doing what he likes to do best, just sit in that bush and shoot the safe. Oh man, doesn't have to think about it at all. Oh, goes down though. Stop Rob is in the mid. 50% advantage on Genius Gene's side, but then MMA is now going on the safe. He's going to go to the right, and Alex knows exactly what they need to do to defend. Crow jump going to be expended every single time on that. A good choice from Genius Gene. Stop Rob is on the safe. Now, a team wipe from Navi is going to put them back in control. Alex, though, trying to just dodge here and put some pressure on while his teammates respawn. MMA now going in with the super. Let's see how Stop Rob gets the next offense off. Just needs to get his TP in.
Yeah, but just a little bit more damage on the save, but BBG's makes a good play to get some more damage on those enemies. They're all pretty weak here. MMA, though, takes major damage. Jason also risking going down. We got to see Rostislav get some damage on Jason. MMA tries to push up mid, though, and BBG's is dodging out some damage really well. There's a kill on Alex, but 25 seconds remain for Navi to catch up, and they've only done 4% to the save. They need a kill or something. Perhaps they need to focus on the save. They go for the kill, actually, but with Stop Rob's tempered steel, it's just too much to deal with. Rostislav supers forward, wants that last bit of damage on the safe. We see the attempt at defending, some damage trickling in on Genius Gene's safe, but it's all done. Navi, they have lost, unfortunately. They go down, and Genius Gene will be heading into the grand finals.
Yeah, absolute alpha. Stop Rob with the 0 trophy Nani. Complete diffs, actually, across the board from Genius Gene. I mean, the Piper was better, the Nani was better, the Crow was better. It was an absolute domination in that last set. Genius Gene looking like a big threat here in this competition, especially taking out Navi, which I didn't think anyone was going to do, to be honest. Yeah, that's just crazy, honestly. I don't even know what to say. But we do have Unima Gaming versus Crystal Gaming Red up next. Unima Gaming will try to put an end to Genius Gene's run in the finals because I think they will win that match. But I mean, hey, I was already wrong. I could probably be wrong again.
Hey, I was right about the 3-1 though. So let's see if we see a 3-0. My bets are that it goes to Unima Gaming, but yes, just as Knight said, I'm ready to have my expectations subverted in our next game. So, good luck to both of our teams in our upcoming game.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think we're probably going to see some of the same bans that we've seen previously. I recall that Unima Gaming is okay with leaving Bell open, so if both teams are okay with that, maybe we'll see some of the long-range sharpshooter in these maps. But I don't know the maps yet, so we'll have to see if they're suitable.
Yeah, we will get a look at the maps, and then we'll get a look at the bans. You know the drill if you've been tuning into Trovo Titans so far. And we'll get a look pretty soon here, but we can speculate a little bit just based on what we've seen so far. Here are the maps. We're starting off on Super Stadium, then Double Swish, Shooting Star, Ring of Fire, then Safe Zone. Those are our maps for this match.
That's right. We got a lot of open maps actually. Double Swish, Shooting Star, Ring of Fire, Safe Zone, all going to be very, very open. Expect to see some slow, drawn-out passive games, but Super Stadium is going to be an exception to that. We got throwers and tanks hopefully coming up there. Let's take a look at the bans soon, but it'll probably be some of the Buzz, some of the Primo. Nothing we don't expect at this point.
Yeah, pretty much. Nothing that is going to catch us by surprise, because we've been caught by surprise so many times that we know what to expect by this point. So, as we're waiting for our games to get started, let's kind of predict what our bans are going to be. I think it's going to be another Gene, Poco, and the Stu, and of course the Primo as well. I would be very pleasantly surprised to see the Bell ban for once, though we didn't necessarily see her as much as we could have in our last match.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know. This game should be dominant for Unima Gaming again, but I mean, Crystal Gaming, they're looking to make a point. They've had some very close games in the previous matches, and we've seen Unima Gaming just like run through teams, just absolute domination of every single team here. But we're going to the ban screen now. First ban from either team. Let's see what it is. It looks like it's going to be a Gene from Unima Gaming. We did see them do that in the last match.
Shocker.
Poco?
Gene and Poco to start things off. Oh man. Oh, El Primo. Oh man, I wonder. No, there's no way it's going to be a Stu. There's no way it's going to be a Stu. Well, it could be a Bust. It could be the Dino. Yeah, there we go. It's the same bans every time, man. I'm telling you. We're stuck in a loop night. Oh man. Well, I'll take it. Poco, El Primo, Gene, and Buzz are going to be our bans. Notice how Unima Gaming, they're only banning out Buzz after the last pick. They wanted to go for Gene right off the bat because they didn't want to be forced to ban those really powerful brawlers. So credit to them on that one. But with that, we'll now have to take those bans into consideration as we try and break down what exactly our, I guess, comps are going to be on each of these maps.
That's right. With those bans, we're certainly going to see Stu and Bell, two of the most broken brawlers in the game. It's starting to look like NA, where they leave Stu and Bell open almost every match. But yeah, B, Sandy, and Stu for Unima Gaming here. Bell and Stu and Sandy from the other side. I actually like B more than Bell on this map. Bell is not actually the best on Super Stadium. It's very closed off. And B's Honeypot gadget does do a lot of work around these walls and does great against tanks. But let's see. Stu gadgets from both sides going to be a little bit wasted there. But Badion comes out on the right side.
Yep, here we see the Sandstorm come in for Unima Gaming. It's going to give him loads of control at mid. Reyes finds the opportunity to push up, get some good damage, but gets damage in return. Ouch! And the damage jump is enough to let Invasion actually get the kill there. Pass from R9 to E to Sunny. Sunny's going to be able to put that one in the goal unless he has to drop it. Reyes stuns him. Sunny is going to be walking away with the ball, but only for just a moment. Crystal Gaming Red keeping up the pressure really strong, but there's a super from Reyes and a great amount of control. But I got to give it to Belle here from Crystal Gaming Red. She's doing an amazing job of scouting out all these bushes. Reyes gets the double stun, but he's still going to get trapped in here by Sunny. What is he going to do now, though? He has the super ready to go. Does get tagged a little bit by Evasion. There's the next super. He's still trapped in the corner, though. R9E can't get all the way over there. Has to defend up here. Reyes pushing around the left flank. It could be a goal, actually. Yep, it's going to be a goal, and Reliable slips it in.
Yeah, good start from Unima Gaming. B going to have to back up a lot here. Whichever Sandy gets the super first is going to have the game greatly in favor of them. Both players going to be trading shots on that left side. Reliable just going to pass the ball into the corner. Not going to deal with any of that funny business. Sunny pushed all the way up into Reliable. Gets a very nice kill. R9E, though, is rescuing the ball. Is he going to get it with Vashon? No, they will not. And then Angel 10 says, right back into the corner you go. They got to start over.
Yeah, well, Unima Gaming now keeping up the defense. Crystal Gaming Red, they want to do their best to push in, but that Sandstorm is too little and too late. Reyes, though, what is he going to be able to do here? The ball's in the corner. We could see an amazing pass from Crystal Gaming Red. Angel 10's trying to keep it up. Is it going to go in the goal? No, barely doesn't make it. And Unima Gaming takes the first game.
Wow. Well played to Unima Gaming there. That's a dominant win. Just able to get that first goal. Put it in the corner, say, well, we can just defend this for the last, 1 minute, and then we'll have the game completely locked up, and that's exactly what they did. No issues from their side. Perfect defense on all ends. Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do and continue to do in the rest of this set if they want to take home that victory.
Exactly. And I expect to see it again, but I will hand it to Crystal Gaming Red. They're putting up a better fight than I was really expecting, especially considering how they performed yesterday in the round of 16. But after the quarterfinals finished and they managed to take the W, I had a lot more faith in them, and now it's more than ever. Right? They're doing pretty well. It's just still a game for Unima Gaming, and I wonder if they'll still manage to take that 6-0.
Yeah, that's right. Unima Gaming showing why B is actually better than Bell here. It's actually not just a little better, it's a lot better just in general, because B, you can also just 2-tap a Bell, right? Bell needs 3 shots for B, B only needs 2 shots for the Bell. So that's how you win a mid, just off of needing less shots. Angel gonna go right onto Sunny though, and goes around to R9E. R9E does get the kill though. These stews are just leaving trails of fire all over the map. Already we see the walls on the left and right completely broken up. This is going to be a lot better for these sharpshooters as the map opens up a little bit more. But R9E is pushed up all the way against Reliable here. Reliable just needs to heal up. But Sunny looking to find that Sandy super somewhere. Vadion on the right side is just going to dash right up against Reyes. And yeah, it's looking like a pretty even game to start out.
Yep, Unima Gaming keeping up the defense. Crystal Gaming Red now getting a little bit more aggressive, but they get punished for it. There's the Sandstorm as well from Unima Gaming, and Angel Tense is going to try and turn it into an offense. There's the Sweet Dreams gadget from Crystal Gaming Red, though, and Sunny doesn't want to waste his next shot. He's going to have to stun someone with it. Who's it going to be, though? Reliable. Getting dangerously close to it. That bear trap does trip it, but no one really gets hurt, fortunately, so it's one bear trap down. There's the breakthrough, and Angel Tense does go down, but did get amazing value beforehand. Vation's going to try and turn this into something. Sunny is slept and slowed down. There's the kill from Reliable. Vation now flanking around Reliable. Reliable pops down that honeypot, but still gets taken down. Vation taking down the honeypot. Crystal Gaming Red bringing this back to mid.
Yeah, look at I knocked over my mic. Alright, we got Sandy on the left side trying to pick up a super, but Sunny is doing such a great job at keeping the whole team in the smoke screen. Now they gotta make a push here. Trying to shoot the ball in is R9E, but he's not gonna be able to get it done. Reliable gets the chunky shot off on Sunny, and yeah, looking to find this kill here. Misses a few of the chunky shots, and is holding on to the gadget is Angel Tense. Needs to stay alive on the left side, just putting so much pressure, even in a 2v1 situation. Reyes does have a Sandstorm up on this back end of Crystal Gaming Red. They can use this to make a great offense here. Let's see how they do it, though.
Yep, let us see. How are they going to handle it? It's going to go into overtime, and it's going to come down to who has the better control in OT. It's going to be Reliable versus R9E, most importantly, and R9E and Vasion are actually targeting Angel Tense here on the back lines. It's a good strat to go for the 2v1, and this is what R9E is doing. He's just shifting onto either the left or the right lanes to go for the 2v1 situation. Then every now and then, taps Reliable wants to set him out of commission. Crystal Gaming Red is now a 3v2 for them. They're looking pretty strong. Reliable just needs a kill, but he's not able really to hit a shot. They're being too tricky. How's he going to handle this? Does need just one shot on someone, but Reliable can't hit a single shot. Kind of unreliable if you ask me, but here comes the super, but he gets taken down immediately after. Two supers go down simultaneously, and R9E shoots right through Angel Tints. It is a GG going to Crystal Gaming Red. Wait, I just realized
well
that,
played from them.
Rockstar Stu has abs. I just realized that. Maybe we'll get to look at it again after the next game. I didn't realize he had abs. The strange skin, man.
All right. Well, thanks for pointing it out. But in that game, I think Unima Gaming lost out on the Sandy lane. Sunny was able to put up so many more sandstorms, always keeping the team under the cloud, making a value of it. I saw Unima Gaming throwing out sandstorms when only there was one person up or two people up. I mean, obviously, you're not going to get as much value if there's fewer people in the sandstorm. If one person's respawning, wait for them to come up. Then you want to toss that sandstorm. Then you're going to get the most value out of it. So let's see if they make adjustments to that. Maybe they noticed that. Maybe their coach is calling it out. I'm curious to see how they adjust to that and win that Sandy lane harder in this next game.
Yeah, that's going to be the key, right, is the Sandy, because we saw it repeatedly over and over and over again, is the Sandy lane is so important. Sunny's going to be going over to the left, Reyes on the right, going to try and make something happen versus Stu. See how Reyes handles it. He wants to get the stun to start things off. It'll definitely be able to shut down a Stu super. There's the breakthrough from Angel Tints. He gets slept, but he gets the kill on Sunny still. It's a 3v2, and it's right pushed up to Crystal Gaming Red's doorstep. Here's a goal possibility. Reliable trying to make it happen. No, what? He circles it back and bounces it around. Well, we could have seen the stun, but I bet we could have seen someone else spade it out.
Yeah, so looking at this matchup here, Angel is just sitting pretty on that on that left side, having to poke away at Sunny, who is sitting out in the open, actually. And then Reliable needs to hit more of these chunky shots. Oh, as I say, he does. R9E gonna fall. And now Unima Gaming is going to be on the offense. Reliable now hitting. No, chunky shot's going to go into the oblivion. Angel all the way up on the left side. Now pushing up on R9E, which, I mean, Angel is just doing such a great job on Stu. Always fighting the 1v2s. Goal for Unima Gaming.
Crystal Gaming Red, they got to keep up the defense, but more importantly, they got to get the offense. They should try to make it happen. Reyes got a great stun. They should slow down temporarily. Gonna get slowed down even more by this sandstorm, and Angel Tints also getting it. Ooh, stun, but Angel Tints is still gonna be able to put it in. There's no way for Crystal Gaming Red to take it back. It's the end of the game, taking set number 1, and our match score becomes 1-0.
Yeah, that's really well played from Unima Gaming. They bounce right back and they say, no, you're not going to take this first set from us. We know exactly what to do. Put that Stu on the Sandy when it's in open lane. The Stu and the B, you just saw the Stu and the B working so well together, pinching off the Sandy first, then pinching off the Bell. Then they went for that first goal, got it, and then they just repeated that again. I mean, Sandy sitting in an open zone. Again, Sandy needs bushes to sneak around, or you're just never going to get anything done, or you're never going to get a super down either. I mean, yeah, you just have to have the bush to push up.
Yep, you just have to have it a push up, and that is also one of the main characteristics of this map. So Amber, as I said, is going to be super useful here. Anyone who can really check the bushes is also going to be instrumental. Something that we've been seeing a bunch actually from this tournament so far is the spike on the lane, especially with curveball, to get controlled that way. Sandy mid is pretty much a mainstay, especially with Gene banned in this situation. So another thing to look out for, though, is like what's going on the right lane, right? Is it going to be a Bell? Is it going to be an Amber? Or is it going to be, someone doing something funny? Something that we could definitely see is a Stu now that he's available in this matchup. So Stu on the right lane, probably not a Bell on the left, but something on the left. And then, of course, that's Sandy at mid.
Yeah, for sure. So, going into this next set here, we saw how good Sandy was just on both sides. Let's see if they take more advantage of the Sleepy Brawler and of Stu. So we might just see like Bell, Stu, plus whatever third brawler you want. It doesn't matter. Just need a Bell and a Stu. Third is negotiable. But yeah, you definitely need a Bell and a Stu in Gem Grab. That's where it does best. Unima Gaming, they need to keep up this momentum here. Don't want to lose out to an underdog like Navi did. Unima Gaming, if they win this game, they're looking really good for the finals. No big, scary Navi to stop them in their way. But Genius Gene, certainly not a small threat.
Yeah, they are not even close to a small threat. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this next set pans out. It'll pretty much determine how the rest of this match is going to go. Is it going to be more of a tied match? Are we going to be seeing a set 4 in Hot Zone? Or is it going to be just a complete sweep by Unima Gaming once again? They did get taken down in one game. Already a difference from what we saw in the quarterfinals. But now looking at the bans, we can deduce a little bit, or rather not the bans, but the comp picks, we can see a little bit more. We see that classic spike on the left lane from Crystal Gaming Red, their left lane, our right lane. Reliable, though, is going to be disrupting things with the Amber and looks for that kill. Already gets a kill. Sunny, though, has gotten taken down. He gets to sleep on Angel Tints, and Angel Tints tries to respond, just a little bit of health left. And Unima Gaming, Crystal Gaming Red, pretty much still in deadlock.
Yeah, that's right. And we see Amber Fire so early from Reliable on the right side, then on the mid. There's nowhere for Crystal Gaming Red to hide. Just really nice plays. But you see R9E going to get the first Sandstorm up. Angel Tense needs to keep up with him on that mid zone. Going to go down is Angel Tense. Now looking really good for Crystal Gaming Red. Reliable needs to use the gadget to get back up to his lane, which he's been winning pretty dominantly this whole game. Now Angel, it's his turn to fire back with that Sandstorm, but is tagged. Now it's very interesting also to not see Stu pick on either of the teams. Stu is one of the best brawlers just generally. I don't know why you wouldn't pick him here, but it definitely would be a good into all these brawlers.
Yeah, it is definitely like a bit of a mysterious one, but make do with what we have, right? Angel Tints here at mid, still looking for the 7th gem, or 8th gem now. Actually, he's going to go for Invasion first, is going to be taken down. Reliable now going for it. Those gems at mid. Crystal Gaming Red, they got 9 all on top of Sandy, who has that damage amp hanging over his head, and he's not going to be able to push up at all. He's going to be of pretty much no assistance to his team, save for a situation where he's peeking. So, Unima Gaming, they have him right where they want him. They have him pretty far back. There's a countdown, and here is the Sandstorm as well. Unima Gaming, they're not going to start the countdown just yet. There it goes, and 10 gems on the side of Crystal Gaming Red as well. Ouch! And we also see R9E go down. Crystal Gaming Red, they are barely in the hole. Angel Tints is going to look for this last gem, and he's not going to pick it up, actually. He's going to go for the sleep on R9E. Crystal Gaming Red, they're going to get the chance to tie this up. Brace, pick up the 12th. To see the 13th go to someone.
Yeah, I think a big issue here with the Unima Gaming squad is the placement of the bell traps. All those bell traps on the left are going to get value, actually never, because the mid is not going to walk over there. The bell traps need to place closer to the mid, as you see Sunny is doing right now. But yeah, they're going to be able to walk up, pick up all the gems in the world. Unima Gaming is taking the first game of the double swoosh set and looking to bring it closer to a Unima Gaming win, but certainly some very, very nice plays from the side of Crystal Gaming, though.
Yep, Unima Gaming. Gotta say, I think this is their set, right? Though, what can we see there in terms of like comp changes that could secure the win for them even more? I know you remarked on the bell, right? That's not necessarily a comp choice, but like more of a mechanical choice. You're not putting your traps up far enough. No one's going to walk over there. What are we thinking in terms of like team comp changes?
Yeah, team comp changes. We might see Stu. I'm still very confused why we're not seeing Stu. We see still Spike, which is again their favorite brawl in this region apparently. But it doesn't make that much sense not to bring Stu, especially because you can get onto a bell so quickly with Stu and just burst them down. Same for Sandy. It doesn't even matter if they have the sleep gadget. You could just go on anyone else with Stu. You do that breakthrough gadget, do like 2k damage or 1k damage with the wall. Then you just need to shoot them once or twice, and they're gone. So I don't see why he wouldn't be picked. Again, Sandy being picked in the mid is probably the best option you have here. Gene being banned, of course. So if for me, I would go Stu, Sandy, and oh, they don't care about what I think because they're going with Spike and Terra.
Oh boy. Well, I guess it's a questionable one to say the least, but Tara, I can commend it at least because, well, you don't want to have to face up against a Stu who is absolutely devouring you. So it's worthy as a Stu counter, but no Stu from Crystal Gaming Red. So Unity Gaming, they're going to keep up the pressure at least. They're going to keep it more or less tied. Reliable also is sitting in his fire fuel. Ooh, does get taken down by Vasion, though, and Vasion's going to have this opportunity to get some damage on Angel Tints and pressure him away from the gem. He doesn't want to get stunned, but Angel Tints gets slept. He's still able to get his super out, though, and it looks like it's going to be 6 gems, actually. No, 7, 8 for Unima Gaming, and they just need a couple of more. Ooh, Angel Tints is going to get trapped in the spikes, though. He's going to barely be able to escape. Unima Gaming, though, they're just 2 gems away from victory in set number 3.
Yeah, Reyes is going to make that happen. No, he's not. Opts to not go for the gem, waiting for a closer spot. Oh, no, too late. They're going to get taken out there. Now, Angel Tense also being tagged. He's in big trouble. Crystal Gaming Red looking to take this game back into their hands, but Reyes does have that Terra Super ready to go. Angel Tense needs to get his Sandy Super, because a Sandy Super with a combination of a Terra Super is just absolute destruction. So let's see. Reliable is burning right through that big cactus on the right. Oh, Terra Super goes in on Sunny, does get the pull. Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gems on the back and left. So Angel Tense probably does know that Badion's going to go down. Now super for Unima Gaming and Crystal Gaming Red. But notice how Crystal Gaming Red is unable to make any use of that super other than do 100 damage per second to Angel Tense, who's still sitting there.
Yeah, but Unima Gaming, they're keeping up the pressure. Even though they are so far behind now, they just have to hang on to that Tara Super, and ouch, maybe a bit of a misuse of it. Tried to get an epic move on R9E, but just weren't able to make it happen. Angel Tints also gets tagged. They just need one more gem to interrupt the countdown. All they wanted to do was push someone away. Angel Tints is going to go down. No, they're not going to be able to tie the countdown. They were just missing one gem. How tragic. And just really a few seconds difference as well. It's going to be Crystal Gaming Red taking game number 2 and set point once again, but it's a double set point. And this next game really is going to determine which way the match goes. Are we going to see it more tied, or is it going to be more one-sided Unima Gaming?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's look at those comps, though, because Terra from the side of Unima Gaming, I don't think it paid off that much. Terra, you usually use it because those minions are so strong at dealing with Jean, dealing with Bell, dealing with Stu, but we see a Sandy on the side of Crystal Gaming Red. And Sandy is not even a little bit afraid of those minions. One shot is all you need, all 3 minions deleted. So it's not going to get a lot of value with that Terra gadget. If you're to use Terra here, you might opt for the Vision star power, the Vision gadget, because you can see in the sand cloud, you can see in the bushes as well. Maybe that would be a little bit of a better decision from Unima Gaming if they wanted to go with the Terra. But yeah, again, it just doesn't make a lot of sense why they're picking that brawler here. Need to make big adjustments to their comp. Maybe just go back to the one they were using originally.
Yeah, they could really just go back to the one that they were using originally, and it would work absolutely just fine. I didn't see the Tara really doing too much, though. Maybe this is when Crystal Gaming Red says, okay, so we'll bring out the Stu now because they're not expecting it, which would be actually a pretty good move. But I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think that Crystal Gaming Red really wants to touch the Stu just yet, especially not here on Gem Grab.
Yeah, looking at our first Gemini game, they are not afraid to go with the same comp. Ray is probably feeling a little bit more confident about Terra, although I'm not confident in him. But let's see, Terra, last time they did a pull from the mid. Pulling from the mid is so dangerous because you're going to get caught up on that 2 block on the opponent's side. If you want to pull with Terra, you got to pull from the left or the right side. It's way easier to hit them that way. Is going to be sneaking up on Sunny, though. Sunny doesn't know he's there. Oh, no. Gone in a second, but then R9E finishes him off because, I mean, again, Sandy is really good against Terra. It's just, there's no other way to put it. Let's see. First, Sandy get that super, will be the one in command of this match here, but Reliable is reliable on the Amber, consistently winning this matchup against Vadion because that big cactus just doesn't give you any value against any of these matchups. Terra, Sandy, and Amber. That just does nothing for you because they pierce through your cactus. So yeah, Reliable just gonna sit here, probably wait for Vadion to pull up and then throw up the fire fuel. There's the fire fuel. Will just play passively here while Angel Tense picks up the last few gems, 8-3. It's looking really good for Unima Gaming, but let's see if Crystal Gaming can make that comeback.
Yeah, they gotta make the comeback. Are they gonna be able to do it? One more gem for Unima Gaming, and Angel Tense is not even really threatened at all. In fact, he has another gadget ready to go for anyone who dares approach, but Vasion had that super down. Ooh, Sunny falls, and R9E is going to be so susceptible. There comes Angel Tense to not only actually managed to snag the gem. He didn't have to go for R9E. R9E almost stunned him. Not that it would have made a huge difference. R9E falls, and Unima Gaming, they are going to be taking this game. They're going to be taking this set, and we'll have a 2-0 match on our hands.
Yep, 2-0 for Unima Gaming, although I don't think that tells the whole story of this game because Crystal Gaming has been putting up great fights in both sets so far. So this could honestly even be a reverse sweep if Crystal Gaming really wanted to. Wouldn't be too surprised at this point. But Unima Gaming just doing what they're doing, putting up some good gameplay without Bell or without Stu. Not what I would have expected. But hey, if they like those comps, I guess I can't judge. But yeah, Bounty gonna be maybe our last set of these semifinals here. What do you think they're gonna go on this map?
Yeah, I mean, as far as Bounty goes, right? I'm really hoping for some tanks, not gonna lie, but it's not going to happen because, well, it's Bounty. But the Poco, yeah, not gonna happen either. That was last game. No Poco nonsense here. I'm always hoping for the tank stuff. I always love the Mort. I love my Mort. But no Mort, of course. It is Shooting Star. And it's always going to be the same thing over and over. Piper, Nanny, Tick. We love our Piper, Nanny, Tick, but at the same time, man, this map is only this one comp. Sheesh, can we get a change up every once in a while? Still, though, Unima Gaming lead by 3 stars.
Yeah, I bet as a caster, this map is just sick for you because you're seeing it so many times, nothing different.
Backyard Bowl is worse, dude. Backyard Bowl, when 8-bit was meta, was pretty much the worst thing in the world. It always goes to OT, and often there's a tie.
Oh, ties are so bad. Honestly, it's just a waste of time for everyone, it feels like. But yeah, we're going to see a Unima Gaming early lead here. One of Reyes's Nani heads, I think it went into the Oblivion, but still 3-star lead on the side of Unima Gaming. Looking good. Angel Tense not going to get blown up by the Tick head there. And R9E going to try to put some damage on the side of Unima Gaming. Does go all the way up here. Try not to die to those Tick mines, but whoever gets the first Nani head here will be able to do a lot of damage to the opponents. Yep, that's going to be Sunny. Let's see if that Nani can land these peeps. Going all the way to the back. 20 seconds left. Needs a kill on Reyes to finish it off.
Yep, here comes the super, though. It's going to find its way onto Reliable, and it gets the kill. Crystal Gaming Red, though, still in the hole. There's the Tick Super not finding its way to its target, and the homemade recipe doesn't find anything either. Reyes has to pop that return to sender. It bounces back to Sunny. Unima Gaming still in the lead. Lots of damage on Angel Tense. He might go down. No, he picks up the kill on Vation. Unima Gaming, they're still in the lead, and they're going to be headed to match point.
Wow. Well played to Unima Gaming. They move to their match point again. And yeah, they just be sweeping every single team in this bracket. Nothing very surprising. But after seeing such a dominant performance in that match, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a Unima Gaming win already. It feels like it's already locked up. I mean, so many diffs on Shooting Star. That's pretty much how the whole map works. You diff them, you win. You don't even have to like play as a team. Just shoot your lane, you win.
Yeah. I think it's pretty clear cut here. And Knight, can you tell that I'm excited because I was saying 3-1 and then we see a 3-0 and it's about to come true. I love being correct. Yes, let's see if it happens though. This is Crystal Gaming Red's chance to bring it back.
All right, pick in the mid. See who can grab this star first. That'll show who is... Oh, a trade-off there, but look at that. Crystal Gaming Red gets a free star from that kill. Now 5-5. Blue star is in Crystal Gaming Red's hands, but Vadion almost going to get sniped out by Angel there.
Yep, Unima Gaming still looking for that kill. We see the kill from Reyes, and the scoreline changes to 7-5. Unima Gaming to get to play defense now, but they just don't seem to slow down. Reyes is looking for the kill on Sunny, gets the kill, and it's a 4-star lead. Now, there's that Tick Super looking for its target. Does pop a little bit of damage onto Vation. We're going to see Reliable now get the chance to help out on the left lane, but only temporarily. Sunny's still giving it a shot here. There is the Nanny Super circling around. Where's the target? It doesn't find its way onto a target, but Angel Tense's homemade recipe does. Now that difference deepens to 6, and Sunny, ooh, almost goes down. Reyes also receives that return to sender, but it's not enough to take him down. 40 seconds remain. Do we see the Nanny Super make contact with anyone? Ouch, it could. Nope, and not gonna hit Angel Tense, and that's 2 Nanny Supers that have been dodged by Piper in a row.
Yeah, but notice at the back here, there is no walls for Angel Tense to hide. So when this match gets into the last 15-10 seconds, they're going to be all the way pushed back, and they have nowhere to hide. So that's where Crystal Gaming Red could potentially make a comeback. But way too many starts on Reyes here. Just going to opt to go with the Nani Super on the Piper or the Nani. And this is looking like a dominant Unima Gaming victory. Just 3 stars separates them, but no way to kill that Nani at the back. Oh!
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that could have easily changed hands. If we had seen Reyes die there, it would have been a Crystal Gaming Red game, and we would have seen it continue on. But nonetheless, it's a Unima Gaming to take that win, and they're headed into the grand finals, where they will face against an even greater opponent.
All right, now we're going to go to a quick 10-minute break. It's the grand finals. Don't just grab a popcorn this time. Grab an entire meal, because this is not going to be a quick match. It's going to be a fun one to watch. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to Trovo Titans. I'm still ready, set, and that's still Nighttime Clash here. Hope you had an excellent 10-minute break to get ready and get a whole meal, as Naya said, for this final game. It is the grand finals here in Trovo Titans.
Yeah, so we actually have Genius Gene, who they are actually the second seed in EECA. We had a little bit of an error there. The other Craze Clan was a fake. I'm just kidding. They're the new ones. But yeah, it's going to be Genius Gene up against Unima Gaming, the second versus the third seed in EECA. This is going to be a banger of a match. Drop your predictions actually in the chat. Let's see what you guys think. Who do you think is going to win? Yeah, stop saying Trovo Titans. Let's say some of the predictions of this match.
Yeah, let's get some real predictions. That would be a pleasant change, would it not? That is going to be absolutely spectacular. Yeah, I know who my bets are on, though. I'm kind of thinking that Genius Gene is going to take the win here. Let's assess that a little bit more later on. First, we got to get into the maps that we're playing today, Knight.
Yeah, let's look at the maps here. We got Nuts and Bolts, Parallel Place, Kaboom, Canyon, Dry Season, and Minecart Madness. Lots of open maps. And Parallel Place, Nuts and Bolts maybe favors a little bit more control play rather than long-range play. But yeah, I think both teams are going to put up some great games here. Let's see what they do ban Genius Gene. We already know they're going to ban Gene. And then I don't know what Unima Gaming will ban. I don't think they'll ban Bell or Stu though. Well, it'll take a few minutes, but we will see that soon. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm a little bit suspicious of whether they're going to ban Bell or Stu as well. I think Stu is entirely possible, but I mean, look at these guys' track records. They are used to not having to ban these really powerful brawlers, and instead they're getting rid of just brawlers that they don't want to play against, right? They get rid of like the Gene or something. So I think we see the Gene, Poco, perhaps. But besides that, right, I'd say everything else is pretty fair game. Could see the Dino, could see that. Could see the, I don't even know, man. I don't even know. My brain just completely stopped working for a moment.
Yeah, we could see the Dino ban again, although I'd love to see a Dino actually played, but we're going to go right into the ban screen. Genius Gene. Already know they're going to take Gene off the board first. But Unima Gaming, actually, Gene is one of their bans as well, so maybe they're going to play some chicken here. I mean, they know that the other person's going to ban Gene, so they can use Gene to ban something else. And they do. They use it on El Primo.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see the El Primo ban. Oh, there's a Gene ban from Unima Gaming. What do we see next is a big question of the day. Probably going to be, yeah, our friend Poco. Unima Gaming, they don't even care about those powerful brawlers. It's up to Genius Gene to ban Stu, Bell, or the Dino. Who are they going to go for? What?
Wow, that comes out of nowhere. Huh.
Okay, well, okay, this is going to be a chaotic grand final match. That is absolutely for sure.
Yeah, we're going to see dinosaurs everywhere, stunt racers, and old women with guns.
Old women with guns. Yep, we're going to see Bell, that is for sure. Of course, we already got the chance to look at the maps, so we can assess from there what comps are going to be played, but I don't even think really you need to put too much thought into it. It's going to be pretty much those three brawlers, and maybe with another brawler in there to, you know, like, spice it up a little bit, but it's still going to be mostly those three.
Yeah, that's right. Mostly, we're going to be looking at a lot of Stu, a lot of Bell on these maps for sure. Now, I don't remember what the first map is, but it doesn't matter. Bell and Stu are going to be played there, most definitely. Bell, maybe not that great on some of the close maps like Nuts and Bolts, but Stu actually makes a lot of room against brawlers like Sprout. Oh, no, not Sprout, Barley, but I think maybe we saw Sprout banned. It's actually pretty prevalent in some of these maps here, especially on Nuts and Bolts in Dry Season. It's basically a main pick for a lot of teams. Sprout is so annoying to play against when you have that wall up on Nuts and Bolts for defense or on Dry Season. It's just not fun to play against. Stamina is also a team from NA we see banning Sprout a lot. So It's not that crazy.
Yeah, yeah, I say it is very annoying as well. So, I mean, though it's not also that common of a pick as well. So, also something to consider. But with the Sprout banned out, I'm sad to report that we're probably not going to see any Mortis at all to play for that counter. So, that is one factor to consider. Of course, we always have those brawlers that are going to fall in and out of kind of the viable brawler pool as we ban out some brawlers. You know, some brawlers only meta because the brawlers that they counter are meta. And something to consider as well, now that we have the dinosaur, we have the old lady with a shocky gun, and of course, we have the crash test dummy.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they're gonna play around the dinosaur, because a lot of these teams, even with the dino open, they don't actually prefer to use him. But we know so far that I think it was Genius Gene. They're not afraid to pull out the dinosaur. Always actually using him on bounty. We saw that. So yeah, they definitely do have a person on their team who knows the Dino, knows him, knows how to play him. But on the side of Unima Gaming, I'm not so sure they have that same ability. So yeah, maybe they bring the Dino or they bring counters to him, which we've seen our Gene. Well, Gene is banned, but we have Ams is a great counter, Surge is a great counter. Just brawlers who can just knock back very easily is nice, because they won't even let the grapple connect, of course.
Yep. Let's see what our brawlers are. Well, we got the Dino, we got the the Stew as well, and Stop Rob is going to be playing the Spike for the counter. You know, Gaming though, they're not using really any of those super powerful brawlers. Rather, they're going to go for pretty classic Sandy and Barley. Though the Sandy is actually a pretty good pick here, as it can stun out Buzz while he is supering. You see that level 2 siege spot go to Unima Gaming. Obviously, that comp is doing something. Genius Gene gonna have to go for the defense.
Yeah, you see like Unima Gaming using that stew on the left side, actually harassing Stop Rob pretty badly. Wow, Alec, great stun. Barley and Stew taken out by the Dino. That's the power of the Dino. You can get across the map so quickly and onto throwers. That's going to make it for almost a perfect defense. Now 3 bullets to 1 here for Genius Gene, and it's looking up for them. Alec going to probably think about how to use this pull here. Bad idea to use it on a Stew, though, until they use their super. Perfect play by Alec. Now, GSG in full control of this map here, looking really good to win this next siege and probably the whole game. They've got bolts lined up for the 3rd siege as well. Nope, actually, take that back. Angel 10's going to get a double kill on the right side.
Yep, Genius Gene now. Let's see what they're able to bring this time. Well, we see Stop Rob all over the Ike. And Alex is actually going to have to retreat out of here. Genius Gene, they're just going to be going for that final siege, but they're going to have to fight their way through the Sandstorm first. Reliable going to lay down the control, and Genius Gene are going to be forced to retreat out of the Sandstorm. Ray is pushing up. He has the super ready to go, but Alex actually goes for Reliable and actually survives as well. Angel Tints also banking some bolts, but Genius Gene, they simply are banking more. It's pretty much over now. Genius Gene, they are either going to tie or have the final siege. No, we see one bank to the last moment. Unima, they are going to get this tie, and is so close to them getting the advantage. There's pretty much no way for Unima to get the win now.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually seeing Genius Gene win here, especially because the Dino doesn't do that favorably into these brawlers. You see a Dino onto a Sandy, right? That's not that good, because when you're in the middle of your grapple, they just do the Sweet Dreams gadget and you're gone. Also kind of feeds the Sandy the super. On the other hand, Stu, when you're going on him, he can just dash out of the way, and the whistle doesn't actually follow the Stu when he dashes. So yeah, it's a little bit interesting to see that still work against these hard matches. But we saw the Dino of Genius Gene always going in on the Stu as soon as the Stu finished using a super, instead of when he had one. And it worked out really nicely for them.
Yeah, we'll see how things change up in game number 2, because I think this worked really, really well for Genius Gene. Unima Gaming, they managed to get that first siege bot off, but yeah, it didn't last too long. And I think maybe it would have or it was a little bit of a fluke too, because they had the Sandy for the counter to Buzz, but Buzz was, still able to get up to mid and, grab a bolt or two. But Buzz didn't do what Buzz usually is supposed to do, where he's supposed to get that really, really aggressive, that first take of mid here on Siege and get those bolts banked right off the bat. And Sandy, with the Sweet Dreams, is just able to stun him out, or, completely negate his stun by stunning him mid grapple. So I think it's a good way for Unima Gaming to account for it. Obviously, it's not working though.
All right, Dino battle in the left side. Alec gonna pick up that first bolt. That's big. Rostislav trying to retreat here with that other bolt, not gonna get it. But, oh, Stop Rob picks up that left side bolt. And Genius Gene looking, oh nope, this probably is going to be a tie here. Alec trying to use this super to get a stun, does get the Sandy. Oh, doesn't get the Sandy down. Now it's looking like big trouble for Genius Gene.
Yep, Genius Gene still keeping the aggression up. Unima Gaming having to go for the defense here, as they also try to accumulate a few more bolts. There's a stun from Reliable, and Alex goes down. Stop Rob also going down. Reliable. Rotislav stunned here. Is going to be able to make it out, though, fortunately. Genius Gene going to have a tough defense ahead of him. There's the Stomper, and Angel Tense goes down. Rotislav also grabs a single bolt for himself. Alex also eyes sharp. He's got that widely expanded radius. He falls, and that bolt is actually going to be picked up by Rotislav. He's chilling here, waiting for an opportunity with the super. Once the stun does actually bump Reliable there, gets the kill. There's another stun, a double stun as well for Alex.
Goodness.
And Genius Gene. They are putting up a huge fight. We'll see what Rotislav has to say, though, in terms of retaking mid.
Yeah, perfect defense from Genius Gene. Just a fantastic job, but Unima Gaming does have the Sandstorm. How are they going to negotiate around that? Alec is going to get a stun on the Sandy, a blind stun. Beautiful double stun. Oh my goodness. This guy is absolutely crazy. And that's going to be a win for Genius Gene here. No other way to put it. Alec is such a good dino. Wow. That's something else. I've never seen someone play the brawler that well.
That's absolutely insane. I can't believe this got pulled off. Stop Rob also in the kill before going down. There is the big purple boy, but it could be a tie if Unima somehow gets a stun. Reyes throws down that super, and Alex gets a kill here and there. Reliable also trying to keep up the pressure, but there's the damage, and all it needed to be was one little single damage to reduce it to 99%. It's Genius Gene taking set number 1. And our match score will turn to 1-0.
Wow. GSG made that look really easy. Alec, already a 1200 dino. This is a brawler he's played way more than most people. So just off of mechanics alone, I mean, he knows how the dino works. He's played it so much. And yeah, they're going to take the easy first set, it feels like. Yeah, just utter domination, honestly, from the dinosaur of Genius Gene. Moving into this hot zone map, which I don't even know what it is. Is it Ring of Fire? Yeah, it probably is. It's a 1 in 3 guess, so I think I got it right.
Pretty much.
Yeah, Ring of Fire. Yeah, Ring of Fire, the hot zone map. Gonna see a lot of Lou. Gonna see Bell probably. So yeah, nothing too new, of course.
Yeah, nothing too new. I'd say it's pretty predictable what's going to be going on here. Yeah, our Bell, our Lou, Bell's in place, so Lou's going to be like a little bit less of an impact, but we're almost 100% certain that whoever is playing Lou rather than Bell is going to take the L, and the L is not for Lou. The L is for, well, you're not playing Bell, my friend. So let's get into it. It is not a Ring of Fire. It is, in fact, Parallel Plays. And I'm surprised not to see a Bell here, but I know that Knight is very happy that we see an Edgar today.
We do see an Edgar on that left side, and that is a very, very good pick here. Take a look at those matchups, right? We got Ruffs, we got a Bell, and what is that, a Stu? While Stu might not be as easy for Edgar, Ruffs and Bell are free food for the Edgar. Rostislav actually going to build himself a tunnel on this right side. for Stop Rob and Alec to go on later. But yeah, it's hard for Reyes to actually push up into this Edgar here because of the jump, but does have the nest egg. Oh, Alec doesn't know about the nest egg. Wastes the gadget, doesn't get the full charge out of it. This is looking really bad for Genius Gene. Nope, spoke too soon. Rostislav, double kill on the right side. And then everybody just going to be funneling into that right side and taking full control of this hot zone game. Alec, right onto the roughs. Wow, that Rosa on the right worked way better than I thought it was going to work. Holy crap.
Yeah, sheesh. Yeah, Rostislav now keeping his aggression over here. Alex taking some major damage, though. He's getting hit by every single shot from Reliable. There are the double bats and almost another cycled series of bats. 98% from Genius Gene. What they really got to do is keep up the defense on the left side, but it's going to be so difficult. It's going to be down to Stop Rob. Try and get some more double bats and heal himself all the way. Rostislav going to try and make it happen. Goes on the point. 1-2, and it's 169. Genius Gene, they take their next game in a row.
Wow, not even close. Rosa from Rostislav was an absolute monster there. That is the last thing I thought I would see this game. Oh my goodness. I'm going to have to adopt some of those strategies. My goodness. Yeah, gonna have to put that in gonna have to put that in the Monkeys playbook for sure.
Monkeys OP. We love our cat smirk as well. Guys, that is going to be game number 1 done and dusted. It's in the books. Genius Gene, they want to take this next game for their 3rd game 1 in a row. It's entirely possible. They've been playing so well today, and if they manage to take this next game, it'll be a 2-0 match score, and we'll be heading into set number 3 for Genius Gene to end things off. But for now, is game number 2 in set number 2. Genius Gene, they're bringing out the Bell, Stu, and Amber. Kingdom Gaming, they respond with the Surge, Ruffs, and Stu. Strong comps from both teams. Rostislav definitely outranges competition, though. Reyes is actually going to get the pinch here with Angel Tins. And wow, actually, I've never seen the breakthrough used to deal that much damage. Alex making it look easy.
Yeah, Alec is really knows how to use that breakthrough gadget to get the most damage. Just something we saw him do earlier today as well in the quarterfinals, just absolutely murdering people with that gadget over and over. And yeah, this is no exception. Reyes now trying to push up on this left side. Alec gonna actually break down all of his own walls. That's very interesting. I think that's an alright play though, because we got Bell, Amber, and Stu all very long-range brawlers compared to a Ruffs and a Surge who don't have as much range. Alec gonna go in for 3 supers in a row. Need to take out Angel though. He does have that power-up. It's gonna be big if they kill him. Can they get him down? No. Oh no. Doesn't get him down. Barely saved by a super as he runs over the Bell Trap. 2 buffs on the side of Unima Gaming. None from Genius Gene. Big trouble for them if they can't get those brawlers down.
Up 50-50. Alex keeping up the defense on the left lane. He doesn't want to get outranged by Reyes, who is kind of threatening the left side. Rostislav is going to be able to outrange him, though. Stop Rob taking some major damage from Angel Tints, and Angel Tints has that super ready to go, though he's taking some major damage too. Rostislav gets blocked by the sandbags from Reliable, gets taken down by Reliable too, and Alex now is in for a really tough fight on the left side. He's fighting against level 3 buffed up Surge, though looks like Amber from Genius Gene got the memo. She's all the way on the back right, and Stop Rob actually goes down. Angel Tent still reigns strong over this back right point. Unima Gaming down by 1%, but it's pretty insignificant. Genius Gene, they really need to just take down a couple of enemies here and turn that into an offense.
Yeah, but actually one of the best options against these buff brawlers is the Bell Tag. Once you can hit a Bell Tag on them, honestly, it pretty much cancels out that Rust boost, and that's exactly what they're doing here. Genius Gene does have that Surge Tag. It's going to be a little bit weaker to Alec. Let's see if he can win this lane. Of course, Alec probably should win this lane because he's the best Stu in the world. And yeah, gets that down. Now they're pushing up on the right side. Is still 1% behind is Genius Gene. Need to make something happen. Pressure's on them. 20 seconds left. Unima Gaming looking to just play defense here, but Stop Rob on the right side. Everybody is converging on the zone. If Angel goes down, this could be a Unima Gaming loss, and it is going to, yep, that's it. Stop Rob taking this zone and the second set. Genius Gene just walking right over Unima Gaming so far.
Wow, even though it was a close one, Genius Gene, they've been consistently a cut above. They're going to claim that win in set number 2, and we'll be moving into set number 3 for some heist action. You love to see it. I didn't think Unima Gaming, the team that, well, historically has been getting the 6-0 so far in the competition, would now be on the receiving end of that 6-0. It's been a 4-0 so far, and Genius Gene, they just got to get one more set. It's been flying by, positively flying by, and Heist, it could end even faster. Obviously, they are not any stranger to the Edgar pick, and so I think Edgar could be coming out here in our upcoming heist map.
Yeah, Edgar in this last map here, probably not that likely. That might have been just a one-off from Genius Gene, but I'd be more than happy to see it again. Probably just going to use some regular stuff. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Alex on the stew. But again, I don't even know what this map is, so it's all up for guesswork.
Yeah, it is pretty much guesswork. So, I mean, obviously though, Unima Gaming, they are trying to do some guesswork of their own. Genius Gene, much of the same. Maybe it doesn't even come down to what the enemy's going to run. We're just going to, pull out a good comp and go for it. Pull out something safe. Genius Gene, they're ahead. They don't need to play risky, though they can afford to. Unima Gaming, they certainly cannot afford to play risky, and they're going to be playing something more safe or just going with their more comfortable picks. And Unima Gaming, having done so well in this region before, lots of footage exists of them for Genius Gene to go back, roll back the footage and see what picks they are comfortable on to try and predict what they're going to play. Here we are.
Leon, lollipop drop.
Oh, boy. Genius Gene. This is when they go for something aggressive, evidently.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, these two counteract each other because the stew breaks the walls, and then the Leon puts the gadget, and then it just gets broken.
Well, that stinks for lollipop drop. But hey, you were right. We do see the lollipop drop today in the grand finals as well. Try anything and everything, it would appear. Genius Gene now taking some damage off of Unima Gaming safe. Rostislav now getting that super. He's going to be healing up as well. Looks for the damage on Reyes. Is a little bit premature on that attack, though. Just on the lollipop drop, actually, to tank a little bit of damage for himself. He's going to be hanging out here right next to the safe. Definitely hoping that Unima Gaming just completely ignores him, which they will. And 100 to 45 health now on the enemy safe. You see Rostislav get taken down. Genius Gene, though, very far in the lead, even with a Leon.
Yeah, Genius Gene woke up and chose violence. Goes with a Leon Colt Troll comp. And it's going to be paying off big time here, as they are all over the safe. Rostislav doesn't have any more lollipop drops, but does have an invis. Let's see how he uses this. Gonna go, where is he gonna go? Right on Reyes. Reyes barely gets the jump, and Rostislav gonna get taken out. Nanny at the back. Stop Rob, though, does have it. Colt super to deal with that Nanny. Okay, Rostislav gonna charge super off of that again. Oh, they're all over the safe. Alex is at the back. Colt super. Oh my goodness. They just won with Leon and Colt.
Well, that is how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Yikes for Unima Gaming. Genius Gene walking all over them. It's 5-0 now, and the momentum is completely on the side of Genius Gene. Just one more win, and they will have this game banked, done in the history books, and just completely out of the way. They'll be receiving that awesome €900 prize as well. Of course, Unima Gaming, they'll be receiving a nice amount of prizing as well, but this last game is going to be the deciding factor of who is going to be receiving that prize or who might have, maybe a little bit better chance of receiving that prize.
Yeah, Genius Gene feeling very confident about their comps, or no, just their overall plays. Went in with a complete monkey comp there, and just able to take the win anyways. Lollipop drop, I don't think it was very strong into those matchups, but yeah, it was mostly used to tank some Piper shots, which I guess is non-unique because the other Leon gadget does the exact same thing.
It does, right? And it's kind of like, okay, so you want to use it like that? You want to use it like Bee's Honeypot? Like, sure, but that's not going to be a good use for it. But now that they're on the final game, let's see if they pull out the same thing. No, they're actually going to be having Rostislav on the Penny this time. Unima Gaming, they're going for something also crazy. They have the Penny and they have the Max. What on earth? What kind of world are we living in?
Yeah, so we don't see a Piper from either team. I'm pretty sure Bella's opened this match too, so I'm not sure why we're not seeing anything. We're seeing Penny out of all the brawlers that you could possibly pick. Both teams decide to opt for Penny, so that's very interesting to see. Rostislav, though, does have that mortar ready to go. Angel going to be all over him, though. Mortar going to be used to tank. Oh no, Penny splash all over him. And Reyes now is on the offense. Reliable going to go down to Alex. Alex is just such a good stew. Oh my goodness. Doesn't lose any matchups.
Kind of insane, my dude. Let's see how they're able to continue this. Oh man, Unima Gaming, they are getting a little bit of damage on Genius Gene, but it's not going to be too much, unfortunately, for them. Genius Gene continue to push up. There's the turret from Rostislav all around the left side. More damage coming into mid. Reliable having to back up. Ray is taking some damage from the other turret. Stop Rob picking up the kill. Angel Tints still trying to establish the control. He has the supers ready to go. Get some kills on, or get some damage on Alex. No one's killing Alex. No one's touching this dude. He's going to fall back a little bit. Might go down. Has to go for the defense versus Angel Tints. A little bit of damage trickling on safe.
Yep.
Genius Gene, though, they're looking for that next bit of damage, that next opportunity to push on to safe.
Obnoxious Penny Mortar in the back. Now they're all over the safe. Alex is going to be just sitting here for probably the next 40 seconds of the game. Not going to be able to get him out is Unima Gaming. Let's see, just 1v2 at the back. This is insane. Oh, is he finally going to go down? No, of course not. Of course not. Oh, okay, 3v1 does get down Alex. That's it. And yeah, now there is... Everybody is on that right side. Well, just two people dealing with the Penny turret and getting right out of there. Now, Alec is going to be pushing all the way on the right side into the base. This is going to be GG's. Looking like Genius Gene is going to be your champion of the Trovo Titans tournament. GG, well played. 6-0 sweep. Making it look easy.
Yep, congratulations. A little bit of confetti for our amazing winner, Genius Gene. They're taking home the €900 prize. And it was certainly well won. They fought tooth and nail, clawed their way through some amazingly difficult matches. Na'Vi was, well, their main obstacle in getting to the grand finals. And to win the grand finals, all I had to do was take down Unima Gaming. Easy stuff, right? No, not even close. Congratulations once again, Genius Gene, on their 6-0 victory in the grand finals.
Yeah, they're going to take home €900. That's a lot of dough for Genius Gene. Now knowing the background of Genius Gene, I'm not wholly surprised that they were able to win this event. But yeah, GG's to them. Unima Gaming not going to go home short-handed though. Also going to take a good bit of the prize home.
Yeah, here is the final bracket. Let's follow the journey of our champions. Well, he had to start off versus Trisim Esports, a nice 2-0 victory for them. Then versus Na'Vi, or rather versus Esport Empire that took the 3-0. Then Na'Vi, a 3-1. And then to end things off, Unima Gaming didn't even stand a chance. Genius Gene, they take the 3-0 versus Unima Gaming. Wow, what a bracket. A lot of clean sweeps. But here is your final result. Keep in mind, not only are they winning actual money, but they are also winning some epic TP, tournament points, or Trovo points. Titan points?
Yeah, congrats to them for the Titan points as well. They're going to be able to rack that up for future tournaments. And speaking of future tournaments, why don't you go to trovotitans.live to find some of the other events that Trovo is running on there. You don't want to miss out.
Yeah, no doubt. Brawl Stars is only the beginning. We got some other amazing events coming up in the Trovo Titans line of tournaments. And, I mean, as Knight said, you're not going to want to miss them. Some awesome other games. We got CSGO, there's Call of Duty, And I believe there's Clash Royale as well. Let's take a look at all of them. Yeah, Counter-Strike is going to be coming up next. Apex Legends is going to be taking place later in August, but directly after CSGO is going to be League of Legends. And then to end things off, a little bit of dessert. Clash Royale, another 2,500 euro 1v1 tournament. It's not a 3v3. I mean, I'm sure you guys know what Clash Royale is like, but there's a lot of money at stake. So make sure you tune in, make sure you mark your calendars, and stay updated with TrovoTitans.live.
Yeah, and thanks for tuning in. I've been Nighttime Clasher. This whole time, it's been the same person, and that's been Ready Set. Also the same person. We haven't changed at all. Yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Stay tuned with Trovo Titans. They have so much more cool stuff coming up, and we'll see you next time.